when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Interpersonal relationships still need to be maintained. Brother. When school was over, when she saw that the person who came to pick her up had changed from Linzu alone to Linzu and Linbin, Gaoyu cheered and threw herself into Linbin's arms. In just a few months, Gaoyu had changed a lot. The little girl had put down those two classical little buns, and her delicate long hair was combed into a smooth ponytail. Her round baby fat face was very cute. Even the fat and chubby Chinese style school uniform could not hide her beautiful appearance. Now, she no longer had any of the characteristics of the classical little girl she used to be. Only the elegant and quiet temperament that remained on her body proved that she had received extremely good teachings. Brother Bin, you finally came out of the secret realm. Gaoyu rubbed Linbin's arms excitedly, with a happy expression on her face. For her, Linbin's return was not just the return of her favorite brother. It also means that his mother, who entered the secret realm with him, should also be back soon. After all, they both entered at about the same time. Linbin has already come out, so why is she still staying inside? Thinking of this, Gaoyu couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Let's go. Linzu had a demure smile on her face, watching Linbin and Gaoyu getting close to each other with tenderness. She waited until the two came over hand in hand before she took the initiative to speak. Well, let's go. Linbin took Linzu's hand and said with a smile, let's go back. I have a surprise for you. This time when I went to the secret realm, I got some delicious barbecue. The meat of centipedes that have been practicing for thousands of years can strengthen the body, nourish yin and replenish yang, cure diseases, and increase power when you are not sick. I will ask the landlord's wife and others to come over later. They took care of you during my absence. Now that you have good things, you should thank them well. Oh, by the way, you also have to contact Kankan and Yuan. Linzu glanced at Linbin and said, you said you didn't like Kankan, but you thought of her first when you got good things. After all, there are a lot of things. A part of a centipede that is hundreds of meters long was blown off. The remaining 3 people are enough for several meals. Linzu asked, then don't you have any other friends to call? Of course. Linbin took out his cell phone and said, Shifik-san. Well, you may not know her. In a sense, she is a competitor of Kankan. Of course, I mean in terms of martial arts. But at the moment, she is probably not as good as Kankan in martial arts. But in terms of character, she is much stronger than Kankan. She has been busy with the reconstruction of their homeland during this period. She must be exhausted. It's a good time to replenish her body. As he said that, he dialed Shifik-san's number. After a moment, he put down the phone and complained, she is just too responsible. She wants to take all the responsibilities on herself. She has no time for herself. I can't contact her when I want to get together with her. Wait, I'll contact her sister. Linzu was surprised and said, do you still have her sister's contact information? Of course, I still have my father's contact information, but I can't contact him easily. Linbin replied casually. A moment later, a pleasant voice came from the other side, whispering, hello, is this Brother Bin? Shikink-san and Linbin did not have any private communication. However, Shikink-san's gratitude to Linbin was not much less than Shifik-san. So she called Linbin like her sister. Is this Miss Kink-san? Is Fik-san here? Fik-san? In the Datang town, Shikink-san, who was drying clothes on the balcony, was immediately angry when she heard the words. She clamped the phone between her shoulders and cheek and complained while putting on clothes. Who knows? She has also learned to be wild. She has been going out early and coming back late these days, and sometimes she just doesn't come home all night. She's a girl who can't be contacted all day long. She's mysterious and I don't know what she is doing. When asked, she just says that she has some important matters to deal with, but she doesn't tell me the details. Even my sister has to keep it a secret. Sigh. I feel like my sister has grown up all of a sudden. Is that so? After all, she came to this world earlier than you. Maybe she already has some social connections of her own. In that case, Miss Kingston, if you are free tonight, come to my house for a gathering. I have gained some things from the secret realm. She Kingston was stunned when she heard this and said hesitantly, is this appropriate? She and Lin Bin had only heard of each other before, but she didn't know who they were. Later, when she came to this world, she received his great kindness one after another, but she had no chance to communicate. If she Kingston was still alive, it would be reasonable for her to accompany her sister to visit, but if it was just her, she always felt that the friendship between the two was not so deep. What's inappropriate about this? It's just that there are too many trivial matters during this period of time. Otherwise, I would have visited you long ago. Now is a rare opportunity for everyone to communicate and get to know each other. Lin Bin thought differently from her. He is now bound to the Tang Dynasty plane. If he can get more familiar with Shi Kingston, it will be a good thing. Well, okay. Shi Kingston hung up the phone with a hesitant look on her face. After coming to this world, she has been rebuilding her home. It is almost the first time to visit someone else's home. Especially the difference between visiting in this world and visiting in other worlds. In other worlds, if you play a song there, the other party will naturally be astonished, and you don't even need to show your face to fulfill your courtesy. But in this world, she can't run to Lin Bin's house and tell him that she came empty-handed. I'm really sorry, how about I play the flute for you? It's too abrupt. I don't think he cares about her flute skills. What should I do? Should I bring some gifts? But she really doesn't know what gifts to buy by herself. Ah, Kingston, why did you disappear at this time? Shi Kingston, who was socially phobic, was deeply entangled. On Lin Bin's side, he contacted Kian Kian and Zhu Yuan separately, and then found that they had also entered the secret realm of reincarnation. It seems that we have to wait until next time. But Zukan is still there. When she heard about the 1000-year-old centipede meat, she immediately became interested and patted her chest to say that she would definitely come. There is also Lei Jun's family. He visited Lei Jun's house several times at the beginning, and his sister-in-law treated him very warmly. Now that there is a good thing, it is natural to consider it. And Director Lei. In this situation, it is not suitable to call the leader over. When the time comes, carefully pack a large portion and send it over. It can also be regarded as a thank you to the leader. And Deng Yang's side. It's also ironic. At that time, he and Wei Yang had a deep friendship in the secret realm, and he and Deng Yang were hostile to each other. Now he and Deng Yang have formed a deep friendship, but he has not contacted Wei Yang for a long time. But this situation is expected by both parties. Although there are fewer topics, it does not mean that the friendship has decreased. Still have to send a portion. He could also contact Ella and invite her to have a simple meal as a personal friend, which would also help to bring the two closer. This was his weapon against the apostles. When he was told to deal with the apostles, she would run faster than anyone else. The revenge for killing his brother was understandable. And there was also Gu Yun, the good brother. Lin Bin had originally just used him as a tool. After all, his previous behavior was too despicable. But people are close to each other, no matter how hateful Gu Yuan was, when he really cared about him. Lin Bin had to take this favor into consideration. After calculating this, Lin Bin suddenly realized that he already had so many contacts in the field of the reincarnation space. And when Lin Bin hung up the phone, he turned around and saw a smiling face. I don't know when, Lin Zhu had smiled like a flower, and it was obvious that she was in a very happy mood. Lin Bin was surprised and asked, are you so happy? Because I see you have so many friends. As your sister, of course I'm very happy for you. Lin Zhu reached out and gently patted Lin Bin's head and smiled. But after inviting so many friends, it's not enough to just eat centipede meat. I'll go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. You take Jua back first. After saying that, she walked back with a happy step. Strange. Lin Bin muttered. The two siblings depended on each other for survival. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this sister. But this time period was just after his legs recovered, which made him suspicious. Could it be that? Is this Lin Zhu's true nature? It was just because of inferiority that she forcibly suppressed it before. Thinking of this, Lin Bin felt more pity in his heart. He smiled at Gaoyu and said, let's go back to, yeah. Gaoyu looked at Lin Zu's back as she left, blinked, took the initiative to put her hand into Lin Bin's palm, and said with a smile, brother, let's go. Let's go. Lin Bin took Gaoyu's hand, and walked home together. That night, Lin Bin's house was bustling and noisy. That is, Lin Bin's house and Yan Fen's house are interconnected, so the previous 140 square meters were directly expanded to 300 square meters. Otherwise, with so many people pouring in at the same time, it would probably have been overcrowded. Zukain was the first one. With a hearty smile on her face, she handed the bag to Lin Bin, and said with a smile, little brother, it's not appropriate to come empty-handed. A small gift is not a respect. Just come. What to give? Lin Bin looked at the barbecue dipping sauce in his hand, speechless. He is really a professional foodie, and he is worthy of having monitored him for a period of time, and he really knows him well enough. I know that he prepared barbecue, but didn't prepare barbecue sauce. But Zukain is probably the only one who is so shameless as to give barbecue sauce as a gift. Then came Lei Jun and his wife. My sister-in-law is here. Lin Bin greeted them warmly at the first time. First hugged Lei Jun warmly, and then held his sister-in-law's hand. Lei Jun was first delighted with the progress of the two during this period, especially that Lin Bin had become a saint-level reincarnationist, and he was about to take the assessment. Both brothers made rapid progress. Then he regretted that the two had not been able to cooperate during this period. If he could cooperate with Lin Bin for this promotion, it would be fine. Hearing this, Lin Bin was speechless, thinking that if you don't cooperate with me, you have an 80% chance of success, and if you cooperate with me, you have an 80% chance of not passing. It's really hard for you to actually want to cooperate with me. Your brother can see it, but you can't see it? After chatting for a few words, they were allowed to move around freely, and then Lei Jun complained dissatisfiedly, why is this place so big, but his home is only 140 square meters. It's so unfair. Lin Bin laughed twice, thinking that you can find someone to live with you, but your sister-in-law may not agree. Gu Yuan also arrived soon. They also practiced martial arts, and ingredients like the meat of a 1,000-year-old centipede are not only delicious, but also a natural treasure that can improve their skills. Now that he has confronted the apostles head-on, he can try his best to improve his strength, so he naturally doesn't care about being polite. Especially behind this centipede, there is also the news of the death of his old friend's family. Brother, you did a great job this time. I heard that you helped Laoli buy a high-quality tomb. This time he owes you a huge favor. Gu Yuan patted Lin Bin's shoulder with a sigh. As an old friend, facing the death of Li Si's family, Gu Yuan felt even more sad. It's not just him who owes a favor. Lin Bin thought to himself that, if it weren't for fulfilling his promise to Li Si, I wouldn't have obtained Yan Shiksha's martial arts inheritance. If you really miss some things, you may never have the chance to get them again in your lifetime. One drink and one bite, as if it was destined by heaven. Elia was not very polite, and came with empty paws. She said sweetly, big brother when she entered the door, and then ran to Gaoyu's room to play games. When it was not about business, her IQ was infinitely close to that of a 10-year-old, so she naturally got along very well with Gaoyu. Shi Qingxuan was the last to arrive. She was wearing a long green dress, a plain gauze mask, and her hair was lightly tied. She was beautiful, and she looked like a fairy. She gently took off the veil on her face. She smiled softly at Lin Bin and said, Brother Bin, let me blow you. No, I'm a guest. It's my first visit, and I really don't know what to bring. If there is any inappropriate etiquette, please forgive me. As she said that, she handed over the milk in her hand. Why are you polite? It's like being at home here. The magical effect of the Heshibi made Lin Bin feel like he was seeing his family when he saw people in the Tang Dynasty plane. It was inconvenient to hold hands because of the difference between men and women, so he pulled her sleeve and pulled her in. He said with a smile, that girl, Xiangxun, has been using my evil emperor's relics a lot recently. Now she has broken through to the 18th level of the heavenly demonic art. She is so proud of it. It's just right that you can have some special meals behind her back. Let me tell you, this 1,000-year-old centipede meat contains the essence of the sun and moon of heaven and earth. Eating a few more bites can be equivalent to several years of hard practice. Don't be polite to me. We are all family. Come, I will introduce my sister to you. When you are bored in the future, you can come often and chat with my sister. You are all beautiful women, so you should have something in common. She Kinkson was dragged in by Lin Bin staggeringly. Then he saw that the room was full of people. He couldn't help but want to find a corner to hide. But he was dragged to the kitchen by Lin Bin. At this time, in the kitchen, the landlady was cooking some side dishes in the kitchen, and Lin Zhu was helping. When she saw Shi Kinkson appeared at the kitchen door, she showed a look of confusion on her face. The landlady came forward with a smile on her face and said, "This is the Kinkson you often mentioned, right? I didn't expect she is such a pretty girl. Alas, I didn't realize you are so lucky, Abin, with such beauties around you. But it's her first time as a guest. Why did you drag her to the kitchen? Take her out and sit down. Dismember the centipede meat, and you can eat it directly. I just want to introduce her to my sister. I'm too busy now. It won't be too late later. The kitchen is small, and we can't handle it." The landlady pushed and shoved the two of them out. Lin Bin nodded and said, "I know. Thank you for troubling you. Remember to let me wash the pots and clean up later." No. Well, after all, it's me who called the meeting. How can I let you guys rush all the time? And you, sister, you've worked hard. I'll wash your feet and massage you tonight. Lin Zhu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and smiled. Okay. Landlady. Chapter 227. Don't you feel guilty? Sehun Pudu, with his magical powers reaching the sky, is probably even better than the tree demon. He is a boss level character in the killing level secret realm. If he had not encountered an opponent like the Black Mountain Old Demon who could crush him, he would never have become a slave under Nizaokian. And people of this level are almost covered with supplements. Therefore, when Lin Bin took out the centipede meat that had been roasted on the original fire from the storage space, the rich aroma immediately made everyone salivate. Even the landlady, who was the most unsatisfied with her appetite, couldn't help licking her lips and looked at Lin Bin with a little desire in her eyes. After that, naturally, they ate heartily. Even Shi Kinkson, who was as quiet as she was, couldn't help but eat a few more bites than usual until she felt that her lower abdomen was bloated and she could hardly bend down. But what Lin Bin said was indeed very right. The meat of centipedes is delicious and contains the essence of heaven and earth spirit. After eating, the stomach feels warm and even the true ki in the body shows signs of accelerating. I wish I could go back and meditate and practice right now. After dinner, Ilya still followed Gaoyu into her room. The two little girls were playing some games and laughing non-stop. Lei Jun, Gu Yuan and others left one after another. Shi Kinkson wanted to help in the kitchen, but was pushed out by Lin Zhu. She didn't know anyone in the living room and felt helpless. She could only go to the balcony to pretend to blow the wind, but in fact she was avoiding the embarrassment of being in the same room with other people. The innocent look of the young beast that seemed to be unable to find its roots made Lin Bin laugh. He walked over. Bin. Brother Bin. Shi Kinkson called softly. Lin Bin sighed. Fiksuen is really something. She suddenly disappeared for no apparent reason. Take this thing back and freeze it in the refrigerator. Give it to her when she comes back. As he said that, he handed over a carefully packaged cooked centipede meat. Shi Kinkson did not refuse. This was for Shi Fiksuen. And after eating this thing, she realized how much it could improve her own skills. Not to mention that Lin Bin offered to give it to her, she would definitely take it. Even if Shi Fiksuen was not there, Shi Kinkson would have to squeeze some juice out of Lin Bin to feed her sister. Shi Kinkson said sincerely, Brother Bin really cares about Fiksuen. Lin Bin sighed, there is no other way. We hide and eat secretly without her. To be honest, I really feel like I have betrayed her. After the voice fell, the two of them could not help but be stunned at the same time. Shi Kinkson just instinctively felt that this was not right, but Lin Bin understood the ambiguity and hurriedly changed the subject with a smile, saying, when I answered your call before, I felt like a nagging woman, complaining that Fiksuen was doing other things and left you alone. That's how it was. Speaking of this, a hint of resentment emerged between Shi Kinksun's delicate eyebrows. she said faintly. Datang Town has been rebuilt with great difficulty, and I have been planning to take a good look at this world, but Feeksan suddenly disappeared, and I'm alone. Although there is no distinction between good and evil now, I have a special status after all. In addition to Feeksan, I don't have any other friends to confide in. Just like today, when I came to visit Brother Bin's house, it's not that I don't want to dress as plainly as possible, but I really don't have the right clothes. As she said, she noticed Lin Bin's strange gaze. She Kingston quickly changed her words and said, of course, it's not that I don't want to be open with you, Brother Bin. It's just that you are so busy, that you are always in a hurry, when we meet every day. In fact, I have known you for a long time. Now I'm very happy to talk to you like this. I understand what you mean. At this point, the two of them were speechless for a while. The only connection between Lin Bin and Shi Kingsun is Shi Feeksun. When talking about her, they can talk endlessly. But when this topic is over, if they want to find other topics, it will inevitably be suspected of being a dull occasion. Even though Shi Kingsun is full of gratitude to Lin Bin and wants to be good friends with him. And Lin Bin also cares about Shi Kingsun. After all, this involves the power of his Heshibi, and he has the obligation to take good care of them. But for a while, there is still no topic to talk about. After a moment of awkwardness, Shi Kingsun took the initiative to make small talk. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. You helped me reunite before, and we sisters owe you a huge favor. I didn't expect that you would save my father's life again. If it weren't for you, he might have been trapped in the enemy's encirclement and unable to escape. Oh, what do you mean? Don't you know? Shi Kingsun chuckled. Thanks to you, we can contact him. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that he has actually lurked in the nether kingdom of the 7th apostle. With the help of your friend, Brother Bin, he is now the 7th apostle. So he has succeeded. Lin Bin said unhappily. He didn't tell me. Maybe it's because he has some prejudice against you, Brother Bin. Shi Kingsun smiled and smiled. He was willing to tell Brother Bin about his plan. It must be because he trusts Brother Bin. But Brother Bin turned around and sold him out. Lin Bin complained. Nonsense. I did it for your own good. I've already said that there is a difference between relatives and strangers. So how grateful I'm to Brother Bin. He should hate Brother Bin as much as I do. As Shi Kingsun spoke, she looked at Lin Bin seriously. Her tone turned gentle, and she said softly, but Brother Bin did not bow down for the S-level props, and did not seduce him to choose to marry his daughter. Such a noble character really makes me admire him. At this point, a glimmer appeared in her eyes, and she said, S-level props are so magical, that the apostles would destroy the lives of the entire world, in order to obtain S-level props, but Brother Bin was not willing to let Feeksan down at all. In this respect, I have a good brother-in-law. Lin Bin was surprised and said, he even told you this? It's not something shameful. When Feeksan heard about this, her eyes were so wet that tears almost dripped. Lin Bin thought to himself, don't talk about her, aren't you the same? On the balcony, the two chatted casually. They wanted to get close to each other, and Lin Bin was like a social cow, so he could get along well with anyone. They quickly became familiar with each other. Lin Zhu, who had already packed up and was chatting in the living room, was staring at the two people who were talking and laughing on the balcony. Especially Shi Kingsun. She had been holding her arms cautiously before. That was her instinctive action when facing strangers. There was no way she was really timid when facing strangers. But she didn't expect that in such a short time. Not only did she put her arms down, but the distance between them was shortened a lot. The way they talked and laughed made her feel relieved, but she also had an inexplicable feeling of being left behind. The landlady Tang Yufu sat next to Lin Zhu, glanced at the two of them, hesitated for a moment, and asked, NTR in front of your face? Committing adultery with your wife? Lin Zhu asked back, what do you mean? Nothing, just bear with it for 2 more days. No one expected that he would come back so soon. It seems that he is really like a fish in water in the secret realm. Well, this is the only way. The party ended at around 10 o'clock. Everyone said goodbye one by one, and Lin Bin drove the car himself to send the women back one by one. He did not relax, because they all had impressive strength. After all, the stronger they were, the more terrifying those who dared to target them would be. Elia's mouth was as sweet as honey, and she kept calling him big brother. She was almost full of favor for this good man who could not only help her get revenge and find her enemies, but also treat her to a delicious meal and introduce her to a good friend of the same age. A certain girl pretending to be young usually regarded herself as a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. Shi Kingsubun was also very satisfied with Lin Bin's thoughtfulness and thanked him again and again. Then, after a long period of hesitation and brewing, before getting off the car, she finally made an embarrassing request to Lin Bin rather embarrassedly. It's just that the weather has been cold recently. I haven't bought any warm clothes yet. I was planning to wait for Fixun to come back, but she hasn't been heard from now. I heard that there is a way to buy things called online shopping. Can you help me choose some warm clothes online? They don't have to be fancy, just simple ones will do. Shi Kingsubun added quickly, of course, I will reimburse the expenses. It's not good for you to pay for my clothes. I'm really reluctant to talk to strangers. After saying that, even she felt a little embarrassed. If it was before, she might not have bothered Lin Bin and waited for Shi Kingsubun to come back honestly. But after chatting for a long time before, Shi Kingsubun obviously noticed Lin Bin's good impression of her, and the two became closer. After all, he is her brother-in-law, and she is just using him for a while. Fixun shouldn't care, right? Lin Bin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Even he didn't expect that the legendary Kingsubun was actually a social phobia. But as a person directly related to the Hashibi, he has a full obligation to take good care of her. No problem, but if I buy clothes online, I will only buy popular ones on Taobao, and the sizes are hard to control. Let's put it this way. I will be free in the next few days. I will take you to the mall tomorrow. You should try on the clothes to know if they are suitable. I know some stores that are more affordable and beautiful than those on the internet. This, Shi Kingsubun blinked, hesitantly said, then, thank you for your help. It's okay. We are all family. You don't have to be polite about such a small matter. After Lin Bin and Shi Kingsubun set a time for the next day, they drove back home. At this time, Lin Zhu had fallen asleep sleepily, much earlier than usual. Lin Bin did not disturb her again, but just covered her with the quilt considerately, went into her bathroom to check around, and found that the auxiliary handrails used before could be removed. Until now, he still had a dream-like feeling. Is this matter over? It went smoothly beyond his imagination. Even the S-level prop that never appeared was left unresolved. In short, we can't let our guard down. Lin Bin went back to his room. Although he was exhausted after a day's work, he did not rest, but silently recalled Yan Shiksha's inherited skills. Now he has truly mastered the 8 swords flying together, but this is far from his limit. What he needs to do next is to reduce its consumption to a minimum. Maybe one day in the future, he will be able to achieve the flying together of 10,000 swords. Although this requires him to collect enough weapons, for now, 8 swords are enough. After a long time of meditation, he verified it with his eternal life secret. That night, Lin Bin was sleepless. The next morning, he told Lin Zhu that he was going to go with Shi Kingsubun to buy some clothes. Then, in her complicated eyes, he first sent Gaoyu to school in person, and then drove to Datun town. At this time, Shi Kingsubun had been waiting at the door for a long time. Today, she did not wear the long dress that fluttered like a fairy, but her hair fell naturally. She changed into a white shirt on her upper body, a beige cardigan on the outside, and a pair of straight and slender jeans on her lower body. It looked quite graceful and moving. Dressed so conservatively, it goes without saying that she is wearing Shi Kingsubun's clothes. Get in the car. Lin Bin patted the co-pilot and said with a smile, it was my negligence. I forgot that, although you need to stick together for warmth, you also need to understand this new world. Without guidance, it is indeed easy to make some common sense mistakes. Come on, I'll take you for a ride today and let you play everything a normal girl should play. Shi Kingsubun originally wanted to sit in the back seat, but seeing Lin Bin's familiar look, she had to sit in the co-pilot honestly. With a half-restrained and half-nervous smile on her face, she had already cursed herself countless times in her heart. She drank half a glass of wine that day, and as a result, she was drunk and actually agreed to her brother-in-law's invitation to go shopping. Looking back, it was simply too much. but the die was cast. She could only ask embarrassedly, "Where are we going?" "For desserts, milk tea, and shopping, especially the specialty stores that suit your temperament. Just come to me. I bought my sister's clothes before, and I have plenty of experience buying clothes for girls. As for the amusement park, I won't go there. It feels less exciting than practicing our own Kingang. If you really like this kind of game, I can take you flying on a sword. By the way, do you want to watch a movie?" "To be honest, I've never watched a movie before." Shiking-sun, I thought you had so many female friends that you would watch movies often. Linbin sighed. "I didn't have money to watch movies before, and now I have money but no one to accompany me. My sister is not interested in these. Are you interested?" Shiking-sun showed an interested look on his face, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll let Fik-sun accompany me next time. By the way, I'll be responsible for all the expenses today, so as not to waste your time and let you spend money, okay? Let's go, little rich woman." Linbin stepped on the accelerator. Shiking-sun also smiled when she heard the word rich woman. Indeed, in order to reassure these strange people, China gave them extremely generous subsidies, especially for those with higher reputations. The subsidies were even higher. Although Shiking-sun never spent money on weekdays, her various subsidies and savings added up to an astonishing 7 figures. Linbin joked while driving, "You don't have to be so polite to me. You know, I may need to rely on your father a lot in the future. Now that I finally have the opportunity, I shouldn't flatter his daughter hard, right?" Shiking-sun also smiled and said, "It's better to flatter Fik-sun. The effect will be better, and it can also improve the favorability. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." But inexplicably, the fear of being in a strange environment gradually disappeared during the casual chat between the two. "What does it feel like to go shopping in a mall with a lot of money?" Linbin had never experienced it before. He only thought that the puffs tasted good, but 28 yuan for one was too expensive. He just bought one for his sister, and he didn't have to. But in fact, his sister never monopolized it. The two of them always shared the same puff. The same goes for milk tea. The luxurious decoration in the store made him even want to stay away when he saw it. He wanted to drink it, but after careful consideration, soda was more thirst-quenching and addictive. There are also those restaurants with luxurious and sophisticated decorations, which start at hundreds of yuan. For Linbin, the snack street in the back street may be more to his taste, but this time, I have money. After entering the mall, I arranged 2 ice creams first. I bought 10 puffs. In addition to the food for the 2 of them, the rest had to be brought back to Linzu. And the assassin chocolate, 50 grams for more than 100 yuan. The brother and sister bought a little bit at the beginning, but ended up paying more than 160 yuan. The distressed Linbin grimaced when he ate it. Now he can eat as much as he wants. Not long after entering, Linbin complained with unwillingness on his face. "No, I have to call my sister over." Yeah. Call Sister Zhu over quickly." Although Shiking-sun was very interested in this gorgeous and luxurious shopping mall, the couples walking around were all cuddling each other, and the couple sitting next to them were even biting each other, as if no one was around. It made her feel uncomfortable. She wished she could quickly insert another one between the two of them. But Linbin called. Unexpectedly, Linzu refused. "Well, it seems that my sister doesn't have the mind to pretend to be awesome and get slapped in the face. Especially that damn chocolate assassin, which costs hundreds of yuan per pound, but is priced by gram." He still remembers the waiter's contemptuous look. "Only bought so little?" But a moment later, Shiking-sun's phone rang again. She answered the phone. A moment later, she shouted with joy, "It's Fik-sun. She's back. Asked me where I'm now, and wanted to come to find me." Linbin smiled and said, "That's great. Lunch is settled today. She has been away from us for so long. She must treat us." "That's right." Shiking-sun glanced at the half-eaten ice cream in her hand, and then glanced at the couple next to her who were licking an ice cream. She glanced at Linbin again, and while she felt a little uneasy, she suddenly felt sincere admiration. So amazing. He doesn't even feel guilty. Chapter 228, The Apostles Gather at the Kingdom of God Conference. Fik-sun came over quickly. The girl looked very anxious. With her skill, there was a little sweat on her forehead. It was obvious that she had used light skills all the way, and her legs were almost rubbed out sparks. Facing Shi Qingxuan's dissatisfied questioning, she could only apologize and say that, in order to enter the Tang Dynasty secret realm, she owed some favors to the reincarnations. This time they entered the secret realm to train, and there were some things in reality that needed her to take care of them. Because of the special location, the mobile phone had no signal at all. I always feel like senior sister Zion is teasing Fixuan. Fixuan touched the phone in her hand, which was covered with a case and a film, and was obviously taken good care of, with some distress, and said, the phone she gave Fixuan is indeed much more sophisticated than the old-fashioned phone that Fixuan was given before, but the signal is very poor, and calls can't be answered all the time. Linben smiled and said, this is not Xiangxin's fault, it's the phone's problem. Then why do you say, Brother Bin, that this phone is better than that old-fashioned phone? The old-fashioned phone can receive calls wherever it is. Fixuan asked in confusion, and suddenly reacted. He smiled and said, oh, it's Fixuan who has gone off topic. Fixuan has been thinking about clothes for her sister. I thought I would not have enough time, so I ordered several pieces of clothes for her online. If you calculate the time, they will probably arrive in the next 2 days. I didn't expect that Brother Bean is so considerate and would take the initiative to help her sister buy clothes. Fixuan would like to thank Brother Bin on behalf of her sister. Linben smiled and said, why are you being polite to me? You are guests coming from afar. As the host, I naturally have to make thoughtful arrangements for you inside and out and serve you comfortably. Fixuan smiled beautifully and elegantly. It just so happens that Fixuan is also short of a few clothes for winter. Brother Bin, why don't you help Fixuan pick them out? Linben joked, it's better to meet by chance than to be invited. I specially invited you yesterday, but you were not here. Today, you have to be the one to treat me. This. Speaking of this, Fixuan's previously high spirits instantly wilted. Okay, Li Fixuan is the host today, so I apologize to my sister and you, Brother Bin. Let's go. I'll take you to a few stores that my sister and I often go to. The clothes there are quite cost effective. Linben walked in with the two beautiful sisters. During the process, Fixuan's high-spirited look and Shi Qingxuan's inexplicably guilty attitude made others smell the smell of Shurafield instantly. But I didn't expect that these three people could get along so harmoniously. At that moment, the eyes looking at Linben were full of respect. At this time, thousands of miles away, in the Calafria Alliance, in an extremely secret underground base that is difficult to detect by any detector, the Dark Hall, empty and dark, exuding a cold and gloomy air. The layout of the hall is extremely simple. Except for a round table and 13 chairs, there is no other furniture. Puff 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 as the lights came on one after another, they brought some faint light to the dark hall. On the seats, almost illusory figures emerged. The specific faces could not be seen clearly, except for the expression in their eyes. Everything else was almost covered by black shadows. In a short moment, the 13 seats were already full of people, and behind the black shadow in the middle, there was another dark figure standing. A total of 14 people. How long has it been since we held an apostle meeting? The dark figure sitting in the 6th seat spoke first, breaking the quiet atmosphere, and sighed. I remember I said last time, change the light bulb to a brighter one. It's so dark, can we not stand the light? Can we stand the light? Facing the 6th apostle's complaints, the 1st apostle's voice was heavy and deep, and he slowly said, from the day you became an apostle, you should understand that, in order to gain power, you actively let yourself sink into the darkness. There is nothing shameful. In the eyes of outsiders, we are indeed bugs that cannot stand the light. So do you need to take the initiative to hide in a dark and damp corner? Why do you care so much about other people's eyes? Someone asked. Hiding in a dark corner is to better protect yourself. After all, the existence of our kingdom of God has been exposed to the public again. You should all know what kind of harm the last exposure brought us. Sorry, I don't know. The 11th apostle Deng Yang raised his hand honestly and said, if you don't know, you can read the history of our apostles after the meeting. Then you will understand how much crisis the last exposure brought us. The 1st apostle glanced at the 11 apostles and said, in fact, you can become the new 11th apostle, because of this exposure, or in other words, the deaths of the former 7th apostle and the former 11th apostle are more or less directly related to our exposure, which is why I called all the apostles together. I don't understand. The beating of the 13 apostles. The 7th apostle Shizixan was also among them. As soon as he arrived, he imprinted the postures of all of them in his mind before everyone noticed, but unfortunately this chair seemed to have some kind of isolation observation facility. The shadows were blurred, and even the eyes were hazy, not to mention the body shape, which could not be seen clearly. Now it seems that the 13 apostles should also be wary of each other, and keep confidential information. This is good news, which gives them the opportunity to defeat them one by one. He said in a deep voice, the existence of us apostles has been exposed to the eyes of all the reincarnationists. It is conceivable that once we enter the secret realm again, we will inevitably attract the conquest of the reincarnationists. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining S-level items will be greatly increased. In this case, we should reduce our presence as much as possible, and disappear for a period of time. After all, it is impossible to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The 11th apostle Deng Yang also said, but you have gathered all of us together at this time. Once there is even one traitor among the 13 of us, it is very likely that all of us will be caught in one fell swoop. Don't worry, this space is also an S-level prop. It only serves as a gathering of the consciousness of all of us, giving us a virtual and real space for us to communicate. They can't catch us, and precisely because we have been exposed now, this meeting is even more important. The first apostle glanced at the 7th and 11th apostles with approval, and said, but you have realized this problem in such a short time. It seems that you have really considered the problem from the perspective of the enemy. To be the new 7th and 11th apostles, you too may be better than the previous Wangling and Niche. Your excellency is too kind. Your praise is too great. I can't bear it. Stop talking about small things, and talk about business. The first apostle knocked on the table and said, gather everyone together. There are two things to arrange. This is also the main policy of our apostles' next actions. First, temporarily slow down the collection of S-level props from all planes. The worries of the 7th and 11th apostles are not unreasonable. If they still want to collect new S-level props now, they may be targeted by other reincarnations. Now is not the time to go to war with the Reincarnation Space Association. The 7th apostle Shizixan asked, are we going to completely shrink the defense line and disappear? In fact, even if this incident hadn't happened, I would have planned to slow down. Over the years, the apostle organization has grown very strong, and even a national level reincarnationist has been born. However, the overly hasty development has also caused us some problems internally, such as the traitors of the apostles and the S-level items that have been lost in the past few years. The first apostle said, if we can retrieve these lost S-level items, it will be no different from obtaining new S-level items, and it will still greatly increase our strength. Hibernation does require hibernation, but temporary hibernation is not to avoid the enemy's limelight, but to show a stronger self. It is necessary to stay for a while. Lost S-level items? This time it was not just the 7th and 11th apostles, even the other apostles looked at each other. And some of the older ones had a slight understanding on their faces. Yes, this is the second thing I want to say. Fenki, come here. The first apostle waved his hand. The black figure who had been standing behind him appeared in front of everyone. His name is Sui Fenki, a new member of our apostle organization, and his father is called Yunju and Yunshu. I think everyone should still remember this name. The victim of the B-185 secret realm. The 6th apostle's voice was slightly hoarse, as harsh as a broken gong, and he said, it is also the secret realm that caused our apostles to be exposed. Yes, but in fact, on that trip to the secret realm, the 4 apostles who entered did a good job. It's just that we didn't expect that the reincarnation Gu Yuan would also appear in it, and their strength was not enough to compete with Gu Yuan, which led to the exposure of our apostles. Of course, these are things everyone knows. Next, I want to talk about something that everyone doesn't know. The first apostle said, as a martyr, if Yunju and Yunshu's trip to the secret realm went smoothly, his son Sui Fenki would not only be able to obtain an S-level item, but also be qualified to compete for the position of apostle. This is a tradition that has been passed down among our apostles for many years. In other words, the position of the 7th apostle should have been held by Sui Fenki. The 7th apostle Shizixun said in a deep voice, "But I have obtained the inheritance of Lord Nich, the Bible of all things." He glanced at the young man. A chill rose in his heart. He thought to himself, so here you are. So you are the mastermind behind everything, destroying our world, taking away our world's luck, and forcing us to leave our homeland. Needless to say, we know that you have a world-class item in your hand. In fact, this is the real reason why you can inherit the position of the 7th apostle, because possessing an S-class item is a prerequisite for becoming an apostle, and although Sufenki has obtained the qualification to compete for the apostle, in fact, he did not get a world-class item. Shizixun, who was filled with hatred in his heart, immediately tilted his ear and asked in surprise, "What? Is it very strange? The world is almost destroyed, but we haven't seen any trace of world-class items. This situation is very rare, but it has happened before." The 1st apostle explained, "According to our understanding, the prototype of a world-class item should have been born in this secret realm. In other words, the world's luck has already gathered on the real object. Although we have successfully destroyed the world, the luck will not flow to us, but directly to that real object." What does this mean? Shizixun couldn't help but ask loudly as it involved his own world. It's very simple. We sacrificed 4 reincarnations this time, but in fact, we made wedding dresses for others. If someone had obtained the prototype of that world prop in advance, that world prop should have evolved into a world-class prop by now. The 1st apostle said in a firm tone, "It's ridiculous, isn't it? Our kingdom of God has always been plundering and robbing, but this time we suffered such a big loss. The right to compete for the apostle can be temporarily given up. Sufenki is still young and can wait, but the world-class prop must be handed over to him. This is the tradition of our kingdom of God. Once an accident occurs, who will be willing to serve as a martyr?" The 11th apostle Deng Yang asked, "Then are there any clues about that world-class prop?" This prop is either in the hands of the remaining natives, or in the hands of the reincarnations who have entered that secret realm. This is the only clue. Unless the other party takes the initiative to reveal it, it will be difficult for us to find clues. But with intentional actions, I'm afraid that the person who got the world-class prop will not expect that we have begun to track down his whereabouts. As long as he is determined, he will definitely show his feet. The 1st apostle said coldly, "Also, the people of the Tang dynasty plane must be wiped out. Only in this way can the S-level item be complete. However, there is no rush for this matter. Let's wait until we find the world-class item, so as to avoid doing stupid things that will benefit others." Shizixun nodded. A strange thought suddenly emerged in his mind. World-class item? Prototype? He always felt that this matter had something to do with that little bad guy. For a moment, Shizixun was thoughtful. Deng Yang immediately said, "Let me take charge of this matter." "No need, I have absolute trust in your ability." The 1st apostle glanced at Deng Yang and said, "The ghost has suffered the death of 2 apostles in succession, plus the casualties of elite backbones. The loss is already huge. This matter was previously handled by the ghost organization. It is not good to let you pay for it. Let this matter be handed over to the 9th apostle's Netherworld organization." Speaking of this, the 1st apostle paused and said, "There is one more thing. There is more than one S-class item lost. When the time comes, you can investigate the S-class item from 10 years ago. If we can get that item, there is no doubt that we can maximize the strength of our apostles. At that time, even if we face the Samsara Space Association, we don't have to be afraid." "Understood, I will investigate." The 9th apostle nodded and said, "You can wait for my good news with peace of mind." The 1st apostle continued, "I will let Sui Fenki assist you. After all, that is his S-class item, and he is qualified to participate in it." "Thank you, apostle. In fact, I have a clue about the world-class props in the B185 secret realm. The 9th apostle can consider it." Seeing that the 1st apostle rejected it, Deng Yang did not force it. He said, "You should also know some of my personal grudges. During this period of time, I have been investigating news in this regard, and then I really got some very reliable clues." "Oh, what clues?" Deng Yang said seriously. Gu Yun, this person has entered the secret realm of the Tang dynasty. After he came out, he wanted to kill us apostles as soon as possible. Whether it was my eldest brother Zhu Feng or the 7th apostle Misnitz, their deaths were all related to Gu Yun. To be honest, even if we really destroyed some of his plans and plots, our apostles are so powerful, he won't come up to fight to the death, right? So I wonder if there are other factors in this? Oh. For example, the 9th apostle asked seriously after hearing this. For example, he got that world-class item? Deng Yang said, of course, this is just my speculation, but I think it is very reasonable. Is it possible that Gu Yuan got that world-class item? And because the people in that secret realm have not died yet, the world-class item cannot be fully functional, and he needs to kill the apostles to avenge himself, so as to make the world consciousness complete. The 9th apostle nodded and said, oh, this speculation is quite reasonable. Otherwise, it is incomprehensible that Gu Yuan has caused us to lose 2 apostles in a short period of 2 months. Deng Yang smiled and said, if you are interested, the 9th apostle, we might as well meet in reality. I have some very detailed information here, and maybe I can do my best to help. That makes sense. The tone of the 9th apostle and Deng Yang's speech has become much closer. He also smiled and said, then I will bother you when the time comes. It doesn't matter. Even though Deng Yang couldn't see his expression clearly, he could still see through his blurred eyes that he was smiling very happily at this time. In fact, Deng Yang sighed inwardly. Abin, I can only cover you up to this extent. Try to use a guess and push the matter onto someone else. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will become the direct target of the apostles. Chapter 229. You don't understand the excitement of closing the net. If Deng Yang knew that the excuse he came up with temporarily to cover up fallen Bin was actually infinitely close to the truth, he would probably admire himself very much. Except that he changed the candidate and made Gu Yuan take the blame. Everything else was almost the same as the facts. However, considering Gu Yuan's hatred for the apostles now, he would probably be quite happy to take the blame. After all, Gu Yuan is probably looking forward to the apostles to trouble him, so that he can avenge the missed opportunity with the god of war Atlas. Lin Bin was unaware of all this. He was at the most relaxed time during this period. 1 man and 2 women. The 3 of them wandered around the mall, especially Shi Qingxun, who had just arrived and needed to buy all the clothes from inside to outside. Shi Qingxun was also very frugal in her daily life. She basically wore 2 sets of clothes in rotation. She was not like Kankan, who almost squeezed the dog out of oil. She basically never washed her clothes and threw them away after wearing them once. This rare opportunity made her generous. Both girls were born clothes hangers. They each picked out clothes they liked, and Lin Bin gave his opinion in the end. As long as he said it looked good, they would buy it immediately. It seemed that they were quite competitive. This greatly satisfied Lin Bin's vanity. That night, Shi Qingxun treated them to a steaming hot pot. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that the 3 of them returned home reluctantly. When they got home, it was already after 10 o'clock. At this time, Gao Yu had finished her homework for the day and went back to her room to sleep. However, Lin Zhu had not rested yet, which was rare. She had been sitting on the sofa waiting for Lin Bin. Seeing Lin Bin coming back, she smiled peacefully and said, "You're back from your date, are you happy?" As she spoke, she saw the big bag of puffs in his hand, and her smile became even brighter. "Finally, you still have a conscience. Remember that you have a sister waiting for you at home. Look at what you said. How come you haven't seen you for several days? When have I ever forgotten you?" Lin Bin sat next to Lin Zhu intimately. He took out the puffs and fed them to her lips. Lin Zhu opened her mouth and bit them and sucked gently. He smiled and said, "Their puffs are still so sweet. Yeah, I remember you used to like to eat them very much, but our family's financial situation was not good, and we couldn't afford them. This time I can guarantee that you can have your puffs freely." Lin Bin chuckled and said, "I still remember your taste very clearly. You are so childish and like to eat such sweet things. Because dad used to buy me this often." Lin Zhu's eyes showed some sighs, and she sighed softly. "He actually didn't know what I liked at all. He just stubbornly believed that children must like to eat sweet things, so he bought me the sweetest snack. In fact, he didn't know. I had a hard time eating it at that time. It was too greasy, but now that he is gone, I suddenly found that I actually like the sweet taste. Dad often buys you puffs? How come I didn't know about this? Linbin said angrily. He never bought me one. After so many years, I didn't even know that he still favored girls over boys. It's not what you think. Linzu laughed suddenly, paused, and sighed. You were young at that time. How could you know that he was secretly cooking for me? Linbin said angrily. Next time, burn less paper for him, so that he knows how angry I am. Linzu shook her head and smiled. She took the puff handed over by Linbin, and ate it bit by bit. She was obviously waiting for Linbin to come back. Seeing him, she felt relieved. After eating the puff, she went to brush her teeth, and planned to go to bed. She just stood up, and took 2 steps. Linbin's voice came from behind, worriedly. Why do you feel that your legs are not flexible again? Nothing, I was a little tired yesterday. Linzu's expression did not change, and she smiled and said, since my parents passed away, our family has never been so lively, so I was a little too happy. When I found out, I was already a little tired. How about you help me massage tonight? I had agreed to do it yesterday, but I was too tired, and went to bed early. Okay, my immortal true ki is very useful for the recovery of injuries. Linbin followed Linzu happily. Massage, clearing with true ki. Linzu was probably really tired. She fell asleep slowly while talking to Linbin before the massage was over. Linbin did not wake her up, but quietly left the room and ran to Gaoyu's room to take a look. The little girl was sleeping soundly with her pillow between her legs. He covered her with a blanket. Then he returned to his bedroom. After washing up, he took out the magic sound box, tuned to the appropriate channel, and then fell into the pleasure of improving his power. The night was deep and the moon was high. The moonlight was bright and shone on Linbin through the French windows. Linbin's spirit became extremely excited, and he felt like he was absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon to improve his own strength. Especially since there was a black mountain old demon lurking in the dark, and he didn't know if he would target him. This rapid increase in strength made him feel a great sense of security. At the same time, dozens of miles away, in a hidden alley, a young man dressed in black had a gloomy expression on his face. He completely exposed himself to the moonlight and tried his best to absorb the moonlight energy around him into his body to repair his injuries. But his injuries were too severe. After absorbing it for a while, his face became even paler, and he spat out a blood clot with internal organs. He panted and said, "Is this the strength of a true national level reincarnationist? It seems that I need to find a new opportunity as soon as possible to break through the national defense so that I can have a chance to avenge Xiaoqian." Thinking of his departed lover, he felt an uncontrollable heartache in his heart. Even the pain in his body was suppressed a lot. He took a deep breath, and after absorbing it for so long, his injuries improved a lot. He forced himself to support his weak body and staggered into a deeper place. The hunting of the reincarnationists was too suffocating. It was a blessing to have such a short breathing time. If he didn't leave, he would never be able to leave. In another quiet town, in the room, the 2 sisters who had just returned were packing the clothes they bought today. It seemed that they talked about some embarrassing topic. Shikingsun was embarrassed by Shifiksun and relied on her strength to increase. After taking the 1,000-year-old centipede meat, she went up to tear her mouth. The result was far beyond her expectations. She was easily suppressed by Shifiksun, and then she was shocked to find that Shifiksun's strength had also greatly improved, even greater than hers. After laughing and joking, the 2 sisters quickly snuggled together and whispered intimately, but it was not known whether they did it intentionally or unconsciously. The sisters' topic would always unconsciously extend to Linbin. In the room, Linbin didn't know how long he had been practicing, until the state of forgetting himself and the world was interrupted by a rapid phone ring. Linbin looked at the name on the phone. Shiziksun. Why is he looking for me at this time? Linbin muttered in surprise and answered the phone. Then, a low voice sounded from the other side. You'd better be careful in the next period of time. What? Linbin couldn't help but be stunned by such a nonsensical sentence and asked, what do you mean? Shiziksun, The world-class props in the B185 secret realm are lost, and the kingdom of God naturally can't turn a blind eye to it. The kingdom of God is in the center of the storm recently, and it is inconvenient for them to enter the secret realm to seize new world-class props, so they plan to find the lost prop back. Lin Bin's heart moved, and his tone did not change. But what does this have to do with me? Oh, it has nothing to do with you? That's great. To be honest, I'm in a hurry to find a new world-class prop. If this world-class prop is not in your hands, then I will apply to the first apostle, and then cooperate with the ninth apostle to find the prop, and then give it to you. How about it? Lin Binky said. Give it to me? Why? Because I have already promised you the Bible of all things as a dowry for Fixuan to marry into your Lin family. Now even Kingsuan has become your target, so naturally I have to prepare an equal dowry for her. Shizixuan's voice was calm, but it reminded Lin Bin of a volcano about to erupt. He said innocently, I don't quite understand what you mean. Shizixuan, the people in Daton town are all from the B185 secret realm. It's easy for me to plant 1 or 2 spies in there. You took my eldest daughter away openly, and I don't know what you did outside. Then you sent my eldest daughter and my youngest daughter back at the same time. What did you 3 do in a whole day? Lin Bin explained. Evil King, you misunderstood me. Things are not what you think. Shizixuan smiled and said, no need to explain. King Sen scolded me severely before, saying that I was too self-righteous and always decided their future for the sake of the children. So I basically don't plan to care about their lifelong affairs now. Even if you want to emulate a Huang and vying as a father, I won't stop you. As long as the 2 sisters are happy, that's enough. Lin Bin was shocked and said, are you not angry? Shizixuan, as long as you have the ability to stop my assassination and prove that you have the strength to protect both sisters at the same time. After all, if you can't even stop my attack, let alone protect both sisters at the same time. Isn't he still angry? Lin Bin couldn't help rolling his eyes, and Shizixuan was obviously just trying to warn Lin Bin. There was no other intention. The warning had been given, so he didn't dwell on it too much and said, by the way, I just became a new apostle and I need some things to consolidate my position. I want to borrow some things from you. I wonder if you can give them up. Lin Bin asked, oh, what are they? Shizixuan said word by word, he's Jade. Lin Bin immediately smiled bitterly. The other party was no longer hinting, but making it clear. He asked, how did you guess it? If the object that gathers the world's luck is really lost, and its whereabouts are unknown, I would not make too many associations, but the apostles are not fools. They have long known that this item must have fallen into the hands of the B185 secret realm or the reincarnationists who have entered this secret realm. These 2 points alone are enough for me to conclude that the so-called object that gathers the world's luck must be the His Jade. And it's no secret that the His Jade is in your hands. Shizixuan said, I should be right, right? I was wondering why you are not interested in my Bible of all things at all. It turns out that you already have an S-level item in your hands. Lin Bin sighed sincerely. Evil King, it's easy to lose friends if you are too shrewd. Don't worry, I didn't betray you. The 11th apostle even put the blame on Gu Yun, but if the enemy really wants to investigate, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. Remember not to expose himself. Shizixuan had no intention of saying more to Lin Bin. It seems that the purpose of contacting him is really just to warn him, and then to warn him in passing. It's just that the first warning is for his 2 daughters, and the second warning is for his safety. After saying that, he hung up the phone neatly. This old she, do you really think of me as your son-in-law? Lin Bin looked at the hung up phone, with a strange look on his face. And just a few minutes after Shizixuan's phone was hung up, another call came in. Deng Yang. Lin Bin answered. His somewhat sharp voice immediately sounded from the other side. The prop in the B185 secret realm is lost, and the kingdom of God sent the 9th apostle and the ghost organization to retrieve the prop. Do you want to do something big and then kill this 9th apostle? Just this one sentence revealed the gap between him and Shizixuan. Shizixuan successfully deduced that the world-class prop must be in Lin Bin's hands, based on some clues. Deng Yang, however, has not yet realized that the prop is in his hands. However, it was precisely because he didn't know that he took the initiative to ask whether or not to take the initiative to kill this ninth apostle. Linbin asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the ninth apostle at all. I don't know his way of strengthening and his specific strength. But even if the apostles are not compared by strength, the ninth one should not be that strong. The only headache is that to become an apostle, you must have at least an S level or above world-class item in your hand. I was able to kill my eldest brother entirely because of a sneak attack. Moreover, the S level item of the 11th apostle is a bit special and cannot be effective in that environment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to succeed at that time." Deng Yang said, "And the ninth apostle must also have an S level item in his hand, so it is difficult to kill him. However, we have all entered the saint level in this life, and I have an S level item in my hand. I think the probability of success is still not low, especially since I should have gained the other party's trust at present. There is a lot of room for operation. Okay, if you have the right opportunity, contact me at any time. Don't worry, I have always been cautious in doing things. I will not rashly expose my undercover identity without absolute confidence." Deng Yang only spoke out what was in his heart at this moment. "I haven't had enough fun yet." Linbin was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "By the way, is there a possibility to find a way to turn this ninth apostle into our man? Or find a way to plant someone inside them, and then after this ninth apostle is killed by us, take over his position, just like the 7th apostle? Do you think everyone is an evil king and can go deep into the enemy camp without revealing any flaws?" Linbin was speechless. "Forget it. Let's talk about it later. If it works, it will be great. If it doesn't, weakening a powerful enemy general will also be a great gain. With your approval, I will feel at ease. I'm hanging up." Deng Yang hung up the phone with an excited smile on his face. The so-called lurking, the so-called undercover, isn't the most exciting moment the moment of closing the net. Now the big net can't be closed. It's okay to close a small net first to satisfy your excitement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Exchange Enhancement. The ninth apostle set his sights on the Heshibi. This incident did not cause much ripples in Linbin's heart. Just like the Black Mountain Old Demon before, although there was a great grudge between the two, his wise avoidance directly made his existence disappear from the sight of the Black Mountain Old Demon. He probably still didn't know that there was someone else who killed his wife. Poor Lei didn't listen to the advice and took the blame. Similarly, although Linbin got the Heshibi, the apostle's target is obviously still focused on Gu Yuan. If he really wants to stay out of it, he is still safe. There are many enemies, but they don't seem to know his existence. Not to mention that there are two extremely trusted spies in the kingdom of God. They just discussed him over there, and Tukuls came in here to warn him. Therefore, Linbin's current position is not prey at all, but hunter. After thinking about it, Linbin took the initiative to call Gu Yuan. "What? Because of me, 2 apostles died tragically, and the kingdom of God intends to seek revenge on me?" Gu Yuan's voice was filled with surprise when he heard the news. "Yes, I got this news by chance. Big brother, you'd better be more cautious recently. Try not to go out alone to prevent giving people the opportunity to be alone." If it were in the past, Linbin might really laugh at Gu Yuan and the kingdom of God fighting each other. No matter who wins, he can sit back and watch the two fight. But now that Lenzu's legs have recovered, Gu Yuan has put a lot of effort into this. Linbin naturally appreciates his favor. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, if you didn't say it, I didn't realize that I had indirectly killed 2 apostles of the other side. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly feel so relieved." But in the face of Linbin's warning, Gu Yuan didn't care at all, but laughed. Linbin said solemnly, "It is better to be safe than sorry. After you killed 2 apostles, they still dare to take revenge. If they don't take action, it's fine. Once they take action, it will be like a storm. It's hard to guard against them. If you encounter danger, remember to contact me at any time." I just got a very fast transportation prop recently, and I should be able to rush to your side as quickly as possible. Good brother, your words are worth my life, but you forgot a very important factor. What factor? Humph. Since they dare to come, why don't I dare to use myself as bait to lure them out? Don't forget, the authorities are strictly investigating clues about the kingdom of God recently. If they dare to show up on their own initiative. Humph, brother, you have helped me a lot. I just want to wait and see. Huh. I really didn't expect this. Lin Bin thought to himself, so Deng Yang was an accident? If they really take action against Gu Yun, then they will directly face the authorities. At that time, wouldn't it be possible to use the power of the authorities to deal with the ninth apostle? Thinking of this, Lin Bin instructed, brother, you can inform the authorities of this news, but don't tell them that I told you. I can help you more conveniently by hiding in the dark. Once I'm exposed in the light, I will be counted by the enemy, and it will be difficult to play the role of a surprise force. And I heard that there are spies from the Kingdom of God in the Samsara Space Association. Haha, don't worry, brother, I understand what you said. How could I betray you when you treat me like this? Gu Yuan thanked Lin Bin repeatedly and hung up the phone. On his side, Lin Bin opened the exchange list. He had accumulated a lot of merits before, first to deal with Lin Zu's legs, and second, he wanted to exchange an A-level item for himself. But now, Lin Zu's legs have recovered to the beginning. Although there are still some slight inconveniences in walking, there is not much difference from normal people. As for A-level weapons, he obtained Zua Neon sword in the secret realm of Kayanu, which just made up for the defects of Shuanglang magic shadow sword and money sword, which were highly targeted, but also had great limitations. So what he needed now was something that could directly improve his strength. And he had already vaguely considered it in his mind. Soon, he found what he was looking for. Xiangang Bidao Formation. A. The art of combined attack by formations. 7 people join forces, communicate with each other, and complement each other tacitly, which can burst out a combat power far superior to its original body. Exchange requires B-level merit x4. Reincarnation points x 6000 points. Zenwu 7 Section Formation. A. The art of combined attack by formations, containing 7 sets of advanced martial arts. Under the complementation, it can burst out a combat power several times that of the original body. Exchange requires B-level merit x5. Reincarnation points x 7000 points. Lin Bin was a little dumbfounded. Is it so expensive? And it's actually A-level, which is really beyond his expectation. He did not buy it immediately, but directly contacted the sellers of the 2 formations in private, asking if they could get it cheaper. Then, he received a reply soon. The seller of the Zenwu 7 Section Formation said that it could be cheaper. If you really want it, you only need 4 B-level merits and 5000 reincarnation points. The seller of the Xiangang Big Dipper Formation said that it could be purchased with 3 B-level merits and 5000 reincarnation points. Good guy. I just asked the price, and they almost lost half of their money before the price was lowered. Lin Bin quickly realized what was going on. These 2 formations are unique skills for killing enemies across levels. The Quan Xin 7 Sons can suppress the 5 Supremes together, and the Wudang 7 heroes can burst out the combat power of more than 60 Wudang 7 heroes together. If converted to the real world, they are enough for the transcendental reincarnators to challenge the saint-level reincarnators. Lin Bin didn't know whether he could deal with the state defending level. He didn't know the strength of the state defending level. But Ni Xiaoqian's strength is above Lin Bin's. She was able to win entirely because of the unique characteristics of the Heshibi. The Black Mountain Old Demon's strength is far above Ni Xiaoqian's. He also absorbed a lot of dead energy to strengthen himself. In the end, he was beaten by the state-level reincarnation and vomited blood and fled. It is said that he was lucky to escape. This shows that the strength of the state level is definitely far beyond Lin Bin's imagination. But at least, this exchange can double Lin Bin's strength. It deserves the evaluation of A-level. But unfortunately, these 2 sets of formations are too restrictive. They must have 7 people working together to burst out the strongest power. Although the Zenwu 7 section formation can be used by 2 or 3 people, they must practice specific martial arts to cooperate. It is hard to say whether a team can gather 7 people. The martial arts enhancers can only be at most 1 or 2. The things are good things. But it is also an indisputable fact that the practicality is too low. No wonder the price reduction is so wild. After a moment, thinking about it, Linbin sent messages to the 2 people separately. Abin, make it cheaper, otherwise I will buy the Zenwu 7 section formation next door. Abin, make it cheaper, otherwise I will buy the Xiangang Big Dipper formation next door. As expected, the price was lowered a little. The merits can't be reduced anymore. But the Xiangang Big Dipper formation has lost another 2000 reincarnation points. As for the Zenwu 7 section formation, I don't want to lose any more reincarnation points, but I can reduce the merits by 1B. A real loss-making bargain. 3 B-level skills to buy an A-level skill, and it is a skill that is simply tailor-made for him. It can't be more simple. Linbin hesitated for a moment. He still chose the Xiangang Big Dipper formation, which is relatively weaker in power. It's not because the Xiangang Big Dipper formation is cheap, but the Zenwu 7 section formation has stronger lethality, but it also has greater restrictions. 7 different martial arts must be coordinated. Linbin has abundant essence and a strong spirit, and can do many things. But asking him to control 7 magic weapons at the same time, to perform 7 different martial arts. If he can really do this, then it doesn't really matter whether there is a formation or not. The Xiangang Bidao formation is different. The upper limit of the power of this formation is much inferior to the Zenwu 7 section formation, but its fault tolerance is also greatly improved. Even Ji Yuoqing, although limited by only 1 body, has once performed the Xiangang Bidao formation alone. Linbin has no physical limitations, so his performance is naturally not inferior. He chose to buy it, and at the moment, when Linbin bought it, in a foreign house in a city hundreds of miles away, a man showed an excited look on his face and howled, it's finally sold. Finally, this broken formation is finally sold. Oh, it can only be said that everyone has different needs. This Xiangang Bidao formation was tailor-made for Linbin, but for other reincarnations, it was like chicken ribs. It was worth a lot of money, but couldn't be sold. He was really fed up with the feeling of having a mountain of treasure but going hungry. After purchasing the formation, Linbin bought another destiny coin. Destiny coin, C-level prop. Throwing a coin has a 50% chance of recovering all injuries, and a 50% chance of being bombarded by thunder, which will aggravate the injuries. Redemption requires C-level merit x2. Reincarnation points x 1000 points. Note, do you believe in destiny? To be able to recover all states, normally this kind of prop must be at least A level, but now it only costs to C level props to buy it. What's the difference between this and getting a bargain? You have to know that this kind of prop that depends on appearance, for Linbin, who is now blessed with luck, the side effects can be completely ignored, and the success rate is absolutely infinitely close to 100%. Exactly the same effect really made a fortune. That is to say, the number of destiny coins is limited. Otherwise, Linbin would have to exchange all his merits for destiny coins. Then, he could risk his life with others. The exchange was very fast. It only took more than half a day. The Xiangang Bidao formation and the destiny coins were already in hand. Put the coins away. Linbin began to carefully browse the secrets of the Xiangang Bidao formation. Just a rough glance, and he was immediately surprised. The Xiangang Bidao formation was born out of the most profound martial arts of Taoism. Since Linbin became a reincarnation, he has practiced Taoist martial arts and has a foundation. And just by reading it once, he has already understood a lot. Although it cannot be put into use on the battlefield, its proficiency has reached 21%. Obviously, the foundation he has laid over the years is still useful. For several days afterwards, Linbin almost stayed at home and studied the Xiangang Bidao formation. In just a few days, he felt that his strength had greatly improved. And within a few days, Yan Fei successfully returned from the secret realm. She was wearing a white pure cotton knitted vest and a loose shirt on the outside, which made her figure more charming and graceful. She wore a tourist hat on her head, covering most of her beautiful face, but the corners of her lips were still charming. She didn't wear any jewelry on her chest, but the dazzling whiteness was more touching than any jewelry. Brother Bin, I'm lucky to have fulfilled my mission. Fian has successfully entered the Holy Realm. Coming to this new world, it seems that she has really forgotten all the past. Yan Fei hugged Gao Yu, who was crying with joy, with a smile on her face. After being intimate with her daughter for a while, her eyes fell on Lin Bin. Between her delicate eyebrows, there was no longer any resentment in the past, but only full of pride and joy, as if waiting for Lin Bin's praise. Lin Bin was surprised and asked, "How did you complete your secret realm training so quickly this time?" "I just completed my mission. Just like what you said, Fian's strength is invincible in that world. Except for Dongfang Bubei who gave Fian a little pressure, the others are simply not worth mentioning." Yan Fei looked at Lin Bin gratefully and said, "Of course, this is also thanks to the information provided by you, Brother Bin, which allowed Fian to foresee, and Hanzi Langayao could detect the information in advance. In contrast, Fian completed her mission very quickly." Lin Bin suddenly realized, Hanzi Langayao and the Yin Yang spell is hard to defend against even in the real world. In this extraordinary plane, it is simply a one-shot kill. It is said to be a B-level skill, but in fact its uniqueness is not inferior to many A-level skills. As for the so-called slight pressure when facing Dongfang Bubei, it should not be that Dongfang Bubei's strength is stronger than hers. It is really her mage-like fighting style. Facing Dongfang Bubei's extremely fast assassin type, especially the embroidery needle with a point to break the surface. This really put a lot of pressure on Yan Fei. But this was exactly what she wanted. She quickly turned the pressure into motivation, and then took advantage of the situation to advance her own cultivation to another level. Yan Fei sighed sincerely. The next trip to the secret realm will be Fei Yan's promotion secret realm. Lin Bin smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. We can enter the secret realm together next time. I guarantee that you can get a high enough evaluation at that time, unless you and my fate are in conflict, otherwise I'm 100% sure." At this moment, he thought of Lei Jun. It's not that the teammates are not strong, but the two of them are really in conflict. No, Brother Bin is very lucky for Fei Yan, otherwise, how could it be that you, Brother Bin, rescued Fei Yan from the cage, and gave Fei Yan a new life? Yan Fei looked at Lin Bin intently, and said seriously, "So Fei Yan is also willing to lend a hand to Brother Bin? As long as Brother Bin needs Fei Yan, you are welcome to use her at will. Then welcome to join my S-team." Lin Bin stretched out his hand. The two shook hands together. Gao Yu blinked, watching the two people hold hands, but instead of letting go, they held them tighter. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came over her, and she quickly hugged Yan Fei's neck, smiling. "Oh, yes, mother. Brother brought back delicious 1,000-year-old centipede meat. Eating it can greatly improve your skills. Jua will bring you some, and then it will be safer next time in the secret realm." Oh, okay. Yan Fei realized that she was a little impulsive just now, and actually, in front of her daughter, she immediately let go and hugged Gao Yu. She smiled and said, "Before, mother was a little uneasy because she didn't understand the rules of the reincarnation space, but after entering the secret realm once and understanding the process, mother finally determined, Jua, we mother and daughter can finally live a peaceful life." Obviously, this trip to the secret realm gave her full confidence. The secret realm is not for the reincarnationists to survive, but for them to complete the task and improve their strength, so there will naturally be no tasks that will definitely lead to death. Not to mention, her real spiritual support is still here. Thinking of this, her eyes looked softer when she looked at Lin Bin, which made Lin Bin couldn't help but feel an inexplicable touch in his heart. Sure enough, Yan Fei said, "By the way, how is the decoration of the new house going during the few days when Fian left?" Lin Bin's heart moved slightly, and he smiled. "Yeah, it's already decorated. Then it's time for Fian and Jua to move in." Yan Fei glanced at Lin Bin and said, "Yes, you and Jua finally don't have to squeeze into a small bed, and you will sleep more comfortably in the future." Lin Bin laughed. Chapter 231 Happy Cooperation. At the same time, A wide airport. The huge passenger plane, accompanied by a deafening roar, finally landed slowly on the parking lot after a long taxiing. As the cabin door opened, a large number of passengers swarmed out from the exit. They all had time, but they all wanted to leave this small and cramped space as soon as possible. Damn it, I hate China's transportation. There are still backward facilities like passenger planes. So many people squeeze into one plane. Why don't they take their private planes to travel? Isn't it more convenient? A tall and strong man with a height of more than 1.9 meters and a crew-cut white hair had a complaining and disgusted look on his face. Relying on his own strength, he squeezed the passengers around him into pieces. He forced a way forward. It was difficult to squeeze out of the crowd. Seeing the huge words Kane in the crowd of people picking up the plane, he strode over, and his majestic figure, like a crane standing out among chickens, quickly attracted the attention of the people picking up the plane. The two sides quickly reunited. Kane glanced at the man who was surrounded by people and looked like he was malnourished. He frowned and said, "Little 11?" Seeing such a big vampire swaying under the hot sun, he was obviously not used to it. "Brother 9 is here." Deng Yang put on a hearty smile on his face and said, "I'm really sorry. Our reputation has been too big recently. In order to avoid attracting attention, I specifically rejected your request to come here by private jet. I'm sorry, Brother 9. I have arranged a welcoming banquet here, and I'm waiting for you to arrive. Let's go now. By the way, here, are you the only one here, Brother 9? Seeing Deng Yang's ability to deal with things, Kane's previous dissatisfaction was reduced a lot. He said, "Of course not, they are all behind." Deng Yang asked curiously, "You didn't come down together?" "Of course, I'm their leader after all. How can I squeeze in front and they follow me and enjoy the fruits of my labor? So I don't let them follow me, let them squeeze in by themselves." Deng Yang blinked. What kind of weird logic is this? He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, let's go first. I'll leave a brother here to wait for them." "Brother 9, you are in my territory, let's not talk about it first. I have to take care of you first." While speaking, Deng Yang surrounded the ninth apostle Kane and walked to the special car. In the support and affection, he has sensed a lot of information. Tall, with hard muscles. Is he an enhancer of the power system? But there is a faint dark aura around him. If he didn't have the blood clan enhancement and extremely keen perception, he might not have noticed this keen feeling. The gloves worn on both hands seem to contain some unique power, which should be extremely powerful props. It is necessary to pay attention. In a short moment, Deng Yang has come to the conclusion. Double enhancement system, or martial arts to other systems, but still retain the foundation of martial arts. This kind of reincarnation is the most difficult to deal with, because it is difficult to target it from his enhancement system. While martial arts is moderate, there are no obvious defects. Moreover, the dark power contained in his body is deep and powerful. Although only the tip of the iceberg can be sensed, one can have a premonition of what kind of powerful power is hidden inside, if the S-level prop with unknown ability is taken into account. Sure enough, no one who can become an apostle is easy to deal with. The more he understands, the more Deng Yang is glad that he and Lin Bin, two rookies, were lucky enough to kill Wang Ling. If they had changed the venue and there was no suppression of the props of the Reincarnation Association, they would have lost their lives there. Eating, drinking, singing K, washing feet, massage, a set of procedures, accompanied by cordial companionship throughout the whole process. When it was over, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. When Kane came back from a full meal and massage, his subordinates had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Kane's team, Deng Yang couldn't help but be slightly surprised. 7 people. All of them are reincarnations above the extraordinary realm. Although they have not reached the level of the 8th and 9th levels, their strength can be regarded as the best in the extraordinary realm. If I force it, with the current strength of the ghost, plus Li Liang's words, it would be no problem. But the problem is that I'm a latent apostle. I can defect, but if these loyal brothers of mine know my true identity, they might follow the 9th apostle to deal with me. It seems that either an inevitable and irreconcilable conflict between the two sides is arranged, or power is borrowed from the outside. Cain had no idea that the 11th brother who had just washed his feet with him was actually thinking about how to kill him without revealing his identity. He only knew that after 3 rounds of drinking, the 11th apostle who was a partner before had now become his 11th brother. He smiled and introduced the identities of these people one by one. Most of them are his capable men, and most of them are reincarnations from China. Deng Yang smiled, but couldn't help spitting in his heart. Bah, traitor. And when he introduced another one, Deng Yang could not help but be surprised, and said in surprise, "You are Sui Fengqi. Hello, Master Apostle." Sui Fengqi was also the only person who was qualified to participate in the Kingdom of God conference except for the 13 apostles. In a sense, he could be considered a reserve apostle. But Deng Yang did not expect that the real Sui Fengqi was actually a young man of about the same age as him. He looked quite gentle and handsome, and shy as if he was a student who had just graduated from college. Deng Yang exclaimed, "I thought that to become a reserve apostle, you must be at least 30 years old and a reincarnation with extraordinary strength. I didn't expect you to be so young. You are indeed young and promising. I only rely on the influence of my father to achieve my current achievements." Unlike the 11th apostle, he has achieved his current achievements entirely through his own efforts, and he doesn't seem to be older than me. Sui Fengqi's attitude was very humble. Or he also knew that, before getting the S-level world props, no matter how much he was in reserve, he was not a real apostle after all, and he was still a level lower than the real apostles. Cain laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, after all, this S-level world item belongs to Brother Su Fengqi. If he doesn't come, what if I embezzle it?" Su Fengqi said humbly, "Master Apostle, you have been running around for my affairs. I'm so grateful that I can't even think of such unrealistic ideas." "That's right. Anyway, with Zia Feng here, we have gained a great help. With the 3 apostles joining forces, it's easy to capture Gu Yuan." "That's right." The atmosphere between the 3 people was harmonious. After a brief politeness, everyone discussed business. Sui Fengqi asked, "Then what do you think we should do, Lord Ninth?" "It's very simple," Cain said decisively. "Catch Gu Yuan, torture him severely, ask him about the whereabouts of the world-class item, and torture him severely. Don't worry that he won't open his mouth." Deng Yang, this can be considered simple and direct. The more fancy it is, the more flaws it has. If it is too simple, it will be perfect. Cain said in embarrassment, "That's what I think. Unfortunately, my form is too special. Once I make a move, I'm afraid there will be flaws immediately. And my 11th brother is a local. Once he shows up, it will be easy to be exposed. How about leaving this to you, Zia Feng?" This. Sui Fengqi hesitated for a moment after hearing this, wondering if this would alert the snake. But he remembered that this was the only clue to the S-class world item that should have belonged to him, and it was on Gu Yuan. No matter what the situation was, he had to find a way out of him. If he operated it himself, as long as he planned carefully and hit the target with one strike, he would naturally not alert the snake again. Cain's move was indeed suspected of being lazy, but it also handed the matter over to him. He nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Cain laughed and said, "Well, my 11th brother and I will cover it for you, especially my 11th brother. You might as well ask him more when the time comes." Seeing that the 9th apostle was going to slack off, Su Fengqi didn't care, but turned to look at Deng Yang and asked, "Master 11, can I see the information about this Gu Yuan?" "Of course, I will, send my subordinates to take you to see it." Deng Yang nodded and said, "Because my eldest brother, our previous apostle, died because of this Gu Yuan, so we may have more information about this Gu Yuan, but it is inconvenient to carry it, so you may need to go and see it in person. It doesn't matter, the more detailed the information, the better. It would be best if his strengthening system, strength, and fighting methods are recorded. All of them." "Thank you, Master 11. Su Fengqi stood up, saluted respectfully to the 2 of them, turned around and left with a member of the ghost sent by Deng Yang. After Sui Fengqi left, Deng Yang looked at Cain in confusion and asked, "Brother Jiu, what do you mean?" He had wanted to take Sui Fengqi away personally, but he didn't expect Cain to touch him secretly. Cain chuckled and said, "Finally, old 11, you know your limits. and didn't say anything like, "Why did you touch me?" Deng Yang, ninth brother, what you mean is. Cain, I mean, just show your appreciation. Deng Yang looked thoughtful, that's quite interesting. Cain spread his hands and sighed, the main thing is that this task is not interesting at all. It's a tradition in the kingdom of God that, if a world-class item is born from the sacrifice of a martyr, then the item will be branded with the mark of his descendants. No matter who in the kingdom of God obtains the item, it must be handed over to its rightful holder. Although they can receive a considerable subsidy, no matter how generous the subsidy is, how can it be compared with an S-class item? Deng Yang said, this should be, to promote the determination of those martyrs. Sacrificing themselves can pave a smooth road for the people they love. I think this rule is quite reasonable. Otherwise, after the sacrifice, the loved ones will not get the due benefits, and I'm afraid the kingdom of God will fall apart. That's the problem. No matter how hard we try this time, even if we get an S-level item, this item is destined to belong to Sufeng. Cain sneered, why do you think I agreed to let him come? If he doesn't come, we are working for him in vain. When he comes, things are entirely up to him. Whether it succeeds or not, we just help a little, and the main responsibility is not on us. Ninth brother is very insightful. Deng Yang was surprised and said, I didn't even think of this. So, ninth brother came here just to slack off. If that's the case, that would be great. By the way, I know several good places to wash feet. When the time comes, I will take ninth brother to experience them one by one, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Hey, look at what you said, 11th brother. I came here for business. Cain showed a strange smile on his face and said, actually, I also have something important to do this time. 11th brother, let's cooperate. Deng Yang said in surprise, what cooperation? Kill Sui Fenki? But, in the kingdom of God, internal strife is strictly prohibited, especially when he is under our noses. This is not good. This is very bad. We can't do this. No, it has nothing to do with him. Cain leisurely lit a cigar for himself, took a deep puff, and exhaled a smoke ring. He smiled and said, we are all apostles. We all have an S-class item in our hands. However, the functions of world-class items are so magical. Who would complain that they have too few items? Do you remember the boss's instructions? He wants to recover all the lost S-class items. The problem is, the lost S-class items are not just the one in the B185 secret realm. Deng Yang said in embarrassment. This, brother Jiu, you also know that I have just become an apostle, and I don't know a lot of information. You should say it clearly, and don't be too obscure. I don't understand. Cain said, after all, the B185 secret realm is just an extraordinary secret realm. No matter how powerful the world-class items are, they are ultimately limited. But I know that an S-class item has also been lost, and its power is definitely more powerful than the world items in the B185 secret realm. Instead of spending all our energy to make wedding dresses for others, why don't we seek an S-class item of our own? Deng Yang's heart moved slightly, thinking to himself that the more you fight among yourselves, the more opportunities I will have to intervene. He pretended to be very interested and asked, does this S-class item have an owner? Of course, there is a hidden story behind this S-class item. In fact, the reason why our kingdom of God has disappeared for so many years is also related to this S-class item. Cain said, so if we can seize this S-class item, we can not only get an S-class item, but also get rewards from the organization. But this item has not appeared for many years. If we want to find its trace, it is not enough to rely on my own strength. We can only cooperate with each other. Oh, tell me in detail, how do we cooperate? It's very simple. There is only one S-class item. The two of us will cooperate. I will provide intelligence and you will provide manpower. The item will be obtained by each person's ability. Whoever gets it is not allowed to rob it. The person who gets the S-class item needs to give the other person an A-class item free of charge, and then the reward obtained from the kingdom of God must also be given to the person who did not get the S-class item free of charge. Cain smiled and said, in this way, no matter who of us gets the S-class item, we will not lose everything. How about it? It sounds reasonable, but I want to know more information about that S-level item. Deng Yang took a deep look at Kane. He actually thought that this guy's brain was not very good before. He was so stupid to have such an idea. Those who can become apostles are not simple people. So, you agree to cooperate? Deng Yang smiled and said, of course I agree. If I help Sui Fenki, I will get nothing, but if I cooperate with you, at least I can get the reward from the Kingdom of God and an A-level item. No matter how I calculate it, I will not lose money. Kane also smiled and said, I think so too. After all, I have been coveting that A-level blazing sky 7 layering for a long time. Then, happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. The two shook hands. Deng Yang asked, how do you plan to find that S-level item? It's very simple, the Tang family. What? That S-level item and that traitor haven't appeared for many years, but I received reliable information that not long ago, their traces appeared in the Tang family, which is why I dare to cooperate with you. Kane sneered, it would be difficult for me to find them if they didn't show up, but now that they have shown up, then, are you still afraid that you can't catch them? Tang family? Deng Yang showed a strange look on his face, and then quickly disappeared. The new book I handed over, The Immortal Cultivation World to the country by the author's friend Yi Henshu, has officially begun serialization. Everyone is welcome to collect and recommend it for reading. Oh, everyone knows our relationship. We are old friends. Chapter 232, Cell Backhand. Kane obviously came prepared. He had already investigated all the details thoroughly and even had his own detailed plan. The reason why he wanted to cooperate with Deng Yang was, firstly, because the cooperation of Deng Yang, a local, could reduce a lot of trouble. Secondly, if he wanted to make such a big noise in Deng Yang's territory without alerting him, it would be very difficult. In this case, it would be better to play Yang, drag him into the battle directly, and cooperate with each other. According to him, even the worst result would not be a total loss. Even an A-level item would make even an apostle tempted. Deng Yang listened to his narration and plan with a serious look on his face, nodding from time to time, and showing an expression of admiration on his face. The two negotiated for more than an hour. Deng Yang gradually understood a lot of information about this S-level item. Kane felt that this 11th brother in front of him was such a good person. Compared with the predecessor Wang Ling. No, it was the predecessor Wang Ling who was so much better. Isn't the position of the 11th apostle replaced too quickly? It seems that we should cherish the time we spend with this 11th brother. As the two finalized all the details of the plan, Kane finally couldn't resist the rising of the wine, hugged the lady arranged by Deng Yang, and went back to the room to experience it. Deng Yang showed a thoughtful look on his face. After a long time, he also stood up and walked towards the information hall of the organization. At this time, Su Fengqi was browsing a pile of materials that were almost as thick as several sahe in the information hall. He read it very carefully, flipping through it word by word and page by page. Noticing Deng Yang coming over, Sui Fengqi stood up respectfully and asked, Master 11, where is Master 9? He is drunk and went to rest. Deng Yang said casually. Obviously, the two were of similar age, but at this moment he acted like an elder and asked with concern, how did you read the information about this Gu Yuan? Master 11 is so attentive. The information is very detailed. Although I haven't finished reading it, just the initial description has clearly described the details of every secret realm that Gu Yuan has experienced, and even the skills that Gu Yuan may have mastered have been clearly inferred. Sui Fengqi said gratefully, if I were to check this information myself, it would be difficult to check it so thoroughly even in a few months. If I can really get that S-level item back, Master 11 will make a great contribution. The information is very detailed. Deng Yang sneered and said, you don't need to read it. Sui Fengqi was surprised and said, what? I don't understand what you mean. What do you think of Gu Yuan's strength? Very strong. Sui Fengqi showed a solemn look on his face and said, the martial arts system has great limitations for strengthening, so many martial arts strengtheners will turn to practice other strengthening after reaching a certain level. No matter what system can perfectly cooperate with martial arts, the lethality that will be unleashed at that time is far superior to a single strengthening system. But this Gu Yuan, he can actually rely on a single martial arts strengthening to get to this point now, which is absolutely amazing. At least you didn't underestimate him, because he strengthened the martial arts system. Deng Yang asked, if you fight him alone, what are your chances of winning? Sui Fenki said bitterly, I'm about the same age as Master 11, but I don't have the extraordinary talent of Master 11. Up to now, I have only reached the 7th stage of extraordinary cultivation. Even if I meet those ordinary saint level reincarnationists, my chances of winning are not very high, not to mention a veteran saint level reincarnationist like Gu Yuan. If I play him fairly, I'm lucky to be able to escape. That's why I told you don't need to look. You are no match for him at all, and you are destined not to get that world-class item on this trip. Deng Yang sighed, don't you understand yet? Kane has no intention of helping you at all. He would rather that an S-class item that is destined not to fall into his hands never belongs to the kingdom of God. You should understand this, right? Sui Fenki stood up suddenly and said in surprise, what did you say? On this trip, the first apostle gave him 2 tasks. One is to help you find the S-class item that belongs to you, and the other task is to search for another S-class world item that has been lost for many years. If he can find that S-class item, then that item will belong to him. Deng Yang said, if it were you, which task would you focus on? Sui Fenki's face was extremely solemn. He looked at Deng Yang deeply and asked, then Lord 11, what do you mean by telling me this? The 9th apostle wants to cooperate with me, relying on my connections and his information, to find this S-class item, and we have agreed that whoever obtains the S-class item will need to compensate the other person with an A-class item as compensation. In this way, neither side will return empty-handed. Deng Liu sold Kane out completely. He sighed, so I won't help you, and Kane won't help you either. If you deal with that Gu Yuan alone, it's more likely that you will be defeated by him. After Sui Fengchu was shocked at first, he quickly calmed down. He looked at Deng Yang deeply and asked, I want to know, what do you mean by saying this to me, Lord 11? Deng Yang said, it's very simple. Kane has done a lot of homework to get that S-class item. Now he proposes to cooperate with me in fair competition. But what do you think is my chance of getting that S-class item? Sui Fenki pondered and said, it seems fair, but in fact, he has already taken the lead. It is more likely that you, Lord 11, will end up with an A-level item. I suspect that Lord 9th Apostle has even prepared the A-level item to compensate Lord 11. If you can think of it, how could I not think of it? Deng Yang sighed, A-level items are indeed precious, but compared with S-level items, they are nothing. So compared with Lord 9th, I prefer to cooperate with you. Sui Fenki heard the elegant meaning of the song and asked tentatively, one S-level item per person? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. You do your best to help me get the so-called S-level item, and in return, I will do my best to help you get the S-level item you deserve. Sui Fenki said seriously, it should be you who do your best to help me get the so-called S-level item, and in return, I will do my best to help you get the S-level item you deserve. Deng Yang shook his head and said, me first. Reason? I'm an apostle. Although you are a future apostle, you are not an apostle after all. Cooperation cannot be fair. Naturally, you will suffer some losses. Deng Yang said, and Kane is eyeing that item. If I can't get it as soon as possible, he may get there first. And there is actually no big difference between looking for your item now and looking for it in a few years. What? The prop is different from your wife. Are you afraid that it will fall into the hands of others and be ruined? This? How can I be sure that you won't go back on your word? It's very simple. Once you show up, it means that there will be a rift between me and the 9th master because of this S-level item. But it doesn't matter. Our relationship is not deep enough to give up an S-level item. Since I have offended the 9th apostle, unless I don't plan to stay in the kingdom of God, I will never offend another apostle easily, even a future apostle. Deng Yang spread his hands and said, I'm already one of the 13 apostles at such a young age. It is impossible for me to defect from the organization, right? What do I need to do? Sui Fenki was obviously convinced by Deng Yang. It's very simple. Just do what you need to do now, and wait for my notice. I'm confident that the power of my ghost is enough to swallow the 9th apostle, but I still need secret agents for insurance. Okay. Sui Fenki thought about it and found that this matter was actually not disadvantageous to him. If Kane really didn't intend to help him from the beginning, it means that he was hypocritical and even occupied a quota that should have been used to assist him. After all, the main purpose of this time is to obtain his S-level item. If he doesn't help, he will occupy the quota and prevent others from helping. Why should you be polite to him? Deng Yang smiled and said, you continue to watch. The content of today's chat is known to heaven and earth, you and me, and it must not be leaked to anyone, right? Don't worry, even if I die, I will not leak any information to a third person. Lord 11, you can rest assured. I feel relieved when you say that. Deng Yang waved his hand and walked back. He returned to his room, closed the doors and windows, and then covered the surroundings with the power of darkness to ensure that no one could eavesdrop. He then took out his mobile phone and called Lin Bin. As soon as the call was connected, he shouted excitedly, good news, great news. This time, the ninth apostle came with a reserve apostle named Sui Fenki. I have successfully planted a nail between the two of them. If handled properly, maybe I can use his hand to kill the ninth apostle and put the blame on him. Lin Bin, oh, tell me in detail what happened. It's very simple, no more, no more. Deng Yang told Lin Bin in detail all the information he knew before. He was surprised and said, this is really a pillow when I feel sleepy. I didn't expect that there is such a force hidden among the reincarnations, and they have an S-level item snatched from the kingdom of God. When the time comes, we can let them fight with each other, and we will benefit from it. We have even found the blame. It's perfect. There is another force that is the target of the kingdom of God. It has an S-level item, and this force has a grudge against the Tang family. Lin Bin thought, isn't this me? He remembered the news he had heard from Kankan before, that the Tang family was invaded by a powerful enemy and the secret passage was destroyed. He was gloating at the time. After all, the Tang family was in a mess and basically had no time to bother him. But he didn't expect that their bad luck would be even beyond his imagination. It would be fine if he was targeted by him, but he also provoked an unknown force. Now even the apostles want to target him first. Deng Yang said distressedly, I think my plan is perfect, but I still hesitate about when to do it. Theoretically, it is more appropriate to kill them directly, but it always feels a pity not to take the two S-level items. Lin Bin said, the S-level item that Su Fenki wants to find is in my hand. Indeed, you must want the S-level item too. In fact, we can each have one. Wait, what did you say? Deng Yang was shocked. You also have an S-level item? It's not that I'm hiding it from you on purpose, I'm just confused too. Deng Yang could even hear the helpless expression on the face of the man opposite him with his hands spread out. He said, I didn't do anything. I was training in the secret realm. Suddenly, I was prompted to say that I got an S-level item. I was also confused, but I couldn't just give up the thing, right? Deng Yang, I suddenly felt that you didn't tell me because you wanted to take care of my self-esteem. After all, I betrayed my eldest brother and inherited his legacy, an S-level item. You just picked it up. Alas. I suddenly feel fortunate that I turned from an enemy to a friend. Otherwise, with your invincible luck, I might die without knowing how I died. I'm also glad to have a friend like you. If you were my enemy, I might be in a state of panic. The two chatted for a while and soon made a plan. Act according to their plan, and by the way, bite back when the critical moment comes. With their deliberate plan, their chances of success are still quite high. So, 3 days later. Don't worry, brother Jiu. This time, I have brought here the most elite combat forces of our entire ghost, and you will be satisfied. At least, if there is any mistake, it will definitely not be my ghost's side. Oh, I heard that your ghost has a Li Liang, who is quite powerful. Could it be? Ahahaha, Mr. Li is old and has a high qualification. Unless it involves the life and death of the entire ghost, he will not take action. We also have to experience the feeling of an elderly person wanting to retire. Deng Yang smiled and patted the handsome young man beside him, saying, but this is my most trusted right-hand man, Yan Zhu. His strength is also very strong, and he is infinitely close to the saint level. Moreover, I have secretly arranged a lot of people to cover us, but they are just helping us. After all, with our two great apostles taking action at the same time, won't things be easy? The man called Yanza showed a flattering smile to the ninth apostle. That's true, ha 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 ha. By the way, what has Sufenki been doing these days? Kane suddenly thought of Sufenki. Logically speaking, he should have taken the initiative to ask him for help. He even had his words ready. But who knew that he didn't come at all? It made him feel like punching cotton. Deng Yang replied, he has been investigating Gu Yuan's intelligence these days. I arranged more than a dozen helpers for him to accompany him. I guess he is a young man with youthful vigor and feels that he doesn't need help from us, right? Haha, it's understandable that young people are aggressive. Let's go. That guy is so motivated. We can't be left behind by a young man. If he really succeeds, and we haven't finished yet, I have no reason to stay here. Kane strode forward. It seemed that he had become the leader of this operation. Deng Yang did not compete with him, but exchanged glances with his capable subordinates, and followed behind him. Chapter 233. The Tang family continues to be unforgettable. During this period, the Tang family did not live comfortably. Losing the secret realm also means losing the right to mine the secret realm items. For the Tang family, although it will not cause any impact in the short term, the secret realm they control is equivalent to a ticket that allows everyone to see their bright future, so they are willing to cooperate with them. But now, the secret realm of the dignified Tang family has been completely destroyed in front of everyone. This is like being severely attacked by someone, but during this period of time, they have not even found out the origin of the enemy. It is really confusing. And the destruction of the entrance to the secret realm is just the beginning. What is really scary is the subsequent impact and spread of this incident. On this day, the 7 elders of the Tang family gathered together again to hold an internal meeting. In the past, such meetings would only be held when the Tang family was facing life and death, so that all the elders and family heads would gather together and use everyone's wisdom to find a way to avoid the greatest risk for the Tang family. But in just 1 or 2 months, such meetings have been held 4 or 5 times in succession. You know, although the Samsara families don't stick together for warmth, they rarely interact with real Samsaras because of their innate sense of superiority over ordinary Samsaras. Instead, they cooperate with each other in various fields, thus forming an economic circle that no outsider can get in. The circle is prosperous and full of business opportunities, but if you don't have the qualifications, no matter how much money you have, you can't get the bonus in this regard. The so-called qualifications naturally refer to the entrance and exit of the secret realm. The Tang family is different from other Samsara families. Their secret realm is extremely easy, and it produces all kinds of magical props. Therefore, in terms of mining difficulty, it is much simpler than ordinary secret realms. This also leads to the Tang family having more say in the Samsara family circle than other families. But how much benefits they enjoyed in the past, how serious the backlash is now. Therefore, after the Tang family lost control of the martial soul secret realm, the Samsara families have withdrawn from cooperation with the Tang family in various fields, and even formed a new circle, completely excluding the Tang family. Especially the withdrawal of investment by various families has directly made the already not optimistic economic situation of the Tang family even worse. This meeting is obviously also to discuss this issue. However, after several discussions, nothing has been discussed. Now that the Tang family has lost the secret realm, unless they find a suitable replacement secret realm as soon as possible, otherwise, the decline is already inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Sima Buping of the Sima family has brought the woman he kept outside and his little bastard back to the Sima family. Tang Wuking, one of the 7 elders of the Tang family, said expressionlessly. This sentence seems to have nothing to do with the current situation of the Tang family, but in fact, Sima Buping's wife is Tang Xiaoyan, the biological daughter of Tang Wuking, the elder of the Tang family. Although the other party had a mistress before, he was still covering it up, and everyone still maintained peace on the surface. But now he openly and brazenly brought his mistress and illegitimate child back to the family. It seemed as if he didn't take the Tang family seriously at all. Another elder, Tang Zongji also sighed and said, during this period of time, similar businesses have opened up around several of our Tang family's industries, and both the price and service are better than ours. According to investigations, it should be those companies that did it. Haven't you noticed that the 7th day of the 7th month of every year is a day when our major reincarnation families gather together to discuss the second year's cooperation and deepen the relationship between all parties? But this time, no one contacted us. I took the initiative to ask, but they said that the party was cancelled this year due to an accident. Tang Xiaonan asked, what accident? Tang Huali replied, didn't the Free Alliance discover a secret realm that was at least at the killing level some time ago? In order to monopolize this secret realm, those people killed all the Chinese who were present at the time and wanted to block the news, but they failed in the end. Those bastards said that so many people in our Chinese country died, and they were unwilling to resign themselves to it. They decided to mourn for those heroic spirits for 3 months, and there must be no gathering. At this point, he paused and said angrily, but in fact, they just changed the gathering place. Do they treat us as children with this excuse? It may also be that they don't take us seriously anymore, so they don't even need to think of a reliable excuse. Tang Yingshan sighed. It's not that there is no good news. There shouldn't be any more bad news next, right? When he said this, his tone was full of self-mockery. There really won't be any more bad news. Up to now, the second batch of reincarnations entering the B192 secret realm has been confirmed to enter. But there is still no news about their patriarch, which means that Tang Xianhao is almost certain to be dead. On ordinary days, this is of course good news, and they can regain their own power. But now the Tang family is facing a life and death crisis. As the strongest patriarch, if he can come back to take charge of the overall situation, they won't be so passive. Indeed, there won't be any more bad news. Tang Zongji also sighed and agreed. But this time, he was just halfway through his words when a loud bang sounded. The gate of the Tang family was already spinning like a whirlwind board towards the direction of the hall, cutting countless dead trees and branches wherever it passed. Get out of the way. Tang Xiaonan shouted loudly. Tang Yingxing, who was sitting at the top, raised his hand and directly grabbed the spinning door panel. An angry look appeared on his face, and he shouted, "Who? How dare you break the gate of my Tang family? Do you really think that my country is lawless? Ha 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 ha, you reincarnations are the most lawless people. If it weren't for the existence of Han Yun, I'm afraid that the real world would have been messed up by you. Now you are here to argue with me?" Amidst the laughter, led by a tall figure, more than 10 figures strode in. "Isn't it the 9th Apostle Cain?" He sneered. "But you Tang family can be arrogant. I don't care about you, but you should never ever touch our kingdom of God's people. Kingdom of God. Apostles." Tang Yingshan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he secretly cursed himself for being a bad mouth. He said coldly, "When did we have anything to do with your kingdom of God?" Behind Cain, Deng Yang, who was covered with a black flag, sneered, "It's ridiculous. I clearly witnessed the Tang family and the apostles reaching a cooperation before. Now they have turned their faces against us?" Tang Yingshan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "The cooperation was privately decided by the former head of the family, Tang Xianhao. What does it have to do with our Tang family? If you have any objections, you can go to him. What's the point of coming here to show off your power?" Cain waved his hand and said, "I'm not here to settle accounts with anyone. I'm here to ask for compensation." Compensation? Tang Yingshan and others looked at each other and instinctively had a sense of foreboding in their hearts. But Cain didn't give them that much chance to react. He clenched his fist and sneered, "But looking at your character, I know that you are the type who are itchy and mean. If I don't beat you up, you won't hand over what I want. Then teach them a lesson." Deng Yang suggested behind Cain. "Then do it." Cain showed a mad smile on his face and laughed. "The Samsara family is such a big name. Let me see your ability today. Ha 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 ha. If you really beat me, maybe you can escape." He slowly took off the glove on his right hand, revealing the palm inside. It turned out to be an arm with purple hair, twisted and vigorous muscles, and the outer skin was covered with hideous keratin. How could it look like a human being? Seal. Deng Yang couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. He originally thought that the pair of gloves were some powerful props, but he didn't expect that it was a prop used to seal his arm, which was far beyond his expectation. Lin Bin's eyes also shone. He knew more than Deng Yang. Just by looking at the ferocious appearance of this hand, he knew the origin of this ghost hand. It was really a ghost hand. And as the seal was lifted, the ghost hand gradually spread. Compared with the single ghost hand of Hell Teacher, he actually transformed his entire arm into a ghost hand. I'm afraid the lethality is even more terrifying and powerful. What cats and dogs dare to bully my Tang family? Damn it, immediately block the gate of the Tang family. Today I will make these people come and never return. Let them see that my Tang family is not in decline. Tang Yingxian shouted. In just a few seconds, many Tang family reincarnations have surrounded Cain and others. Obviously, they suffered a loss from being caught off guard last time. Now almost the entire Tang family is impregnable, but they didn't prevent the previous wave of attacks, but waited for these apostles. It can be said that it is a mistake. They are all reincarnations, not ordinary people. Don't be polite, kill them all. With a long shout from Tang Yingxian, more than 30 elite members of the Tang family, all with soul rings bursting out around them. Dazzling light flashed one after another in the huge courtyard. After months of oppression, discrimination, and ridicule, now there is finally a source of catharsis. Tang Yingxian growled, waved his hand, and grasped a silver hammer that was much bigger than his head. He leaped up and hammered Huashan with all his strength, smashing it down towards Cain, the leader of the many apostles. Ha 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 ha, the reincarnation family is indeed a reincarnation family. Even a rotten ship has 3 nails. Maybe I can have a good time. Above the ghost hand, black hair was everywhere. The purple-black ominous air almost permeated the entire Tang family. Cain laughed loudly and directly blocked the opponent's B-level weapon with his bare palm. The yin evil air even followed the silver weapon and backfired towards Tang Yingxian. The saint-level reincarnationist was completely suppressed by Cain before he could even take a single move. Come and help me capture the thief first. Tang Yingxian roared. Several elders rushed out from behind him at the same time, each manifesting their own spirit ring weapons and attacking Cain. Cain was fighting against many people alone, and he still laughed continuously. Purple-black air filled his arms. He was originally tall and majestic, but compared to the ferocious appearance of the ghost hand at this time, he still looked much thinner. Let's do it too, so that Brother 9 won't say that we are sneaky. This time we will completely destroy the Tang family, but remember that we can only attack the reincarnationists, and don't hurt ordinary people. The grudges between reincarnationists are usually handled in a muddy way, but once ordinary people are involved, even if you can survive the difficulty increase of the secret realm, I will not help the law enforcers to deal with you. Deng Yang turned around and gave an order to his subordinates. Of course, it is more likely that he was giving orders to his right-hand man. More than 10 elite reincarnations of the ghost organization and Cain's subordinates rushed towards the Tang family at the same time. In a sense, this can be regarded as revenge for personal gain, right? Lin Bin thought to himself, and his attack was much more ruthless than that of other apostles. The reason why he and the Tang family have been at peace until now is that he has never taken the initiative to attack the Tang family, and the Tang family has no time to avenge Tang Xian Heo, because the secret realm was suddenly destroyed. In fact, if Lin Bin shows the magic mirror in the real world, I'm afraid that the Tang family will immediately understand that he killed their head of the family. Revenge for the head of the family may not happen, but they will definitely find ways to take the magic mirror back. From this point of view, it is only a matter of time before the conflict between the two sides breaks out. In this case, it is better to avenge personal gain and make the Tang family unable to recover from this. Moreover, the Tang family can be used to get a glimpse of Cain's true strength and use the enemy to defeat the enemy. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Bin simulated the strength of a transcendental reincarnationist throughout the battle. For him now, any sun-quivering sword could reach this level, and his eyes never left Cain's back. He watched him fight 4 saint-level reincarnationists and 3 transcendental reincarnationists alone. The ghost hand had only spread to the shoulder before. But when the battle was fierce, the purple color of the palm kept spreading until the neck was also infected and turned purple and black. But he was not affected at all. Or in other words, after Cain entered the fighting state, his whole person was violent and bloodthirsty, and his compatibility with the ghost hand was obviously much stronger than that of others. The battle came quickly, and ended very quickly. Cain alone suppressed the most advanced power of the entire Reincarnation family. Just half an hour later, the Tang family was already littered with corpses. But the dead were all reincarnationists. The ordinary Tang family members had already been driven aside. This can also be regarded as the dividing line between the reincarnationists and ordinary people. The life and death of the reincarnationists are common, and they do not involve ordinary people, so they are not under the management of the police, but under the management of the Reincarnation Association. As for the disputes between the reincarnationists, unless they are too much, otherwise, the Reincarnation Association will generally let them go, and this is obviously the reason why Cain and his men dare to take action. The ghost organization has a lot of power in the local area, so it can easily disguise the situation as a private fight between the two parties. A moment later, 6 of the 7 elders of the Tang family had died tragically. The only survivor, Tang Xian'an, was lying on the ground covered in blood. The reason he was still alive was entirely because Cain deliberately spared his life. At this time, hearing Cain's request, he stared at Cain with a pair of unbelievable eyes. She shouted in a tearful voice, "You want to find the whereabouts of those 2 reincarnations? If you want, just tell me. Why are you doing this? We are also looking for them. If you have a way, just tell me. Why don't you tell me? Can't we join forces to deal with them? Why do you want to attack us?" Cain blinked in confusion and turned to look at Deng Yang. Yes, both parties actually have the same goal and can cooperate. Why didn't they make this assumption from the beginning, but just broke in and demanded clues directly? Chapter 234. Do you feel better thinking of me this way? Cain glared at Deng Yang in reproach. It was all this guy's fault. His words and actions sounded like he was trying to force someone to give him clues, but he ended up leading him into trouble. He ignored the fact that not only were these 2 people they wanted to kill, but the Tang family hated them even more. You know, the Tang family's secret realm was destroyed by these 2 people, and they almost wished that the whole world would be their enemy. If they came to explain their intentions, maybe he could even add a powerful assistant to himself. At the very least, if he could get in touch with the Tang family, maybe he wouldn't even have to cooperate with Deng Yang. The Tang family could also play the role of a local boss. At that time, he would get the S-level item, and the Tang family would get their revenge. In this case, the Tang family was actually a better partner than the 11th apostle. Just by looking at Cain's eyes, Deng Yang knew what he was thinking. Deng Yang explained, "Ninth brother, you think too much. These wealthy families have very high standards. If they hadn't been defeated by us, do you believe that you wouldn't even be able to see these big guys? Cooperation? They will only think about how to squeeze you dry and how to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. If you cooperate with them, you have to keep one eye open even when you sleep, because you have to be careful of the hidden arrows from behind." That makes sense. Cain laughed. It's still more pleasant to cooperate with 11th brother. At least this way we are competing fairly, and I don't have to worry about the hidden arrows from behind. After that, he turned and looked at Tang Xian'an. He shouted coldly, "Since you know our purpose, why don't you hand over all the information you have about the 2 reincarnations?" Tang Xian'an's lips trembled, and he said angrily, You are going too far. Even if we don't cooperate, at least tell us your purpose before we take action. Maybe this dispute can be avoided." Lin being comforted, "You can completely think that the casualties of your Tang family were actually done by the 2 reincarnations, and after so many sacrifices, you finally succeeded in delivering the information to the real enemies of the 2 reincarnations. Don't you feel a lot better when you think about it this way?" Deng Yang, "Besides, there is a saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although the Tang family was powerful before, you couldn't be the head of the family and couldn't make decisions. Unlike now, all the people with higher status than you are dead. Although the Tang family is now much weaker, at least you are the head of the family, right? From this point of view, you should be grateful to us." Tang Xian'an. This time, even Cain felt that what Deng Yang said was a bit bullying. He coughed and said, 11th brother, be careful with your words. Let's put the mission first. If we make people angry to death, we will get nothing. Okay, why don't you go and get it? Tang Xiaonan glared at Lin Bin and Deng Yang angrily, but he was not swayed by emotions. Just like now, although he was full of hatred for these two people, he still felt that what they said was actually not unreasonable. At present, the Tang family was dead in name only. What he needed to do was to survive. Half an hour later, we have been investigating the origins of those two reincarnations for some time, but they moved too quickly, and we didn't get any useful intelligence. I didn't lie about that, because if we really found their traces, it might not be your turn to take action, and we would have avenged ourselves. After all, the revenge for the destruction of the secret realm is even greater than the revenge for killing one's father and stealing one's wife, because they are equivalent to killing the father of all of us and sleeping with the wives of all of our Tang family members. While explaining to several people, Tang Xiaonan said, you want information about those two people, but all I can give you now is the surveillance footage at that time. As he said that, he stuffed a videotape into the player. Kane asked, can you see the figures of those two people clearly? Tang Xiaonan replied, yes, but I can't see their faces clearly. That's fine. As long as I can see the figures of those two people clearly, I can find their traces. Tang Xiaonan showed a pleasant expression on his face when he heard this, but thinking of the current situation of the Tang family, he couldn't help but sighed and said, if you come in directly and tell us that you have a way to help us find the two enemies who destroyed our secret realm, we will directly treat you as guests of honor. Why would we fight to the death? At this moment, in his mind, Kane in front of him had already been regarded as a lunatic. Kane ignored him and stared at the screen and the surveillance seriously. These pictures have obviously been seen countless times by others. There is no useless picture for a second. The picture starts with two figures covered with black veils, passing through various surveillance cameras at a very fast speed. They did not intend to hide their figures, but their speed was as fast as lightning. If the supervisors were not particularly careful, they might only see two black shadows and then disappear. The speed of the two men was matched by the Tang family's defense, which was almost like a decoration. There were many reincarnations in the Tang family, and no less than 10 of them had reached the saint level. But none of them were here, and such an important place was entered directly. Seeing the two people throw something into the secret realm, the entrance to the secret realm began to swell, and then slowly shrank and disappeared. Lin Bin looked deeply at the two figures. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he couldn't help but clench his fists in his sleeves. A slightly shocked look appeared on his face, and then turned to nature. Kane sneered, you still want to cooperate with me? If I had known that the Tang family was so useless, I should have called you directly at the beginning and made you surrender. 11th brother, you actually specially investigated intelligence or something, which is too much of a face for these people. As he said, he began to play back the surveillance. Just as Tang Xiaonan said, the two people moved very quickly and perfectly avoided all the frontal angles of the surveillance. In addition, they wore masks, so they couldn't even see the figures of men and women clearly, let alone their faces. Kane took out a camera and adjusted one of the frames. With a click, he took the photo. He said, let's go. Is it ready? Yes, as long as they are photographed by my positioning camera, we can naturally find them. After developing the photos, Kane said, time is precious. I will take a few more photos. When the time comes, I will use your manpower, 11th brother, to assign people to disperse in this city and all the surrounding cities, especially the Samsara Space Association. These two people must be reincarnators, so they must return to the Samsara Association. We wait and see, and we are not afraid that they will run away. Deng Yang suddenly realized that this was the reason why he was willing to cooperate with him. He needed a large number of inconspicuous manpower. Don't worry, brother 9, I will take care of this. Deng Yang glanced at Lin Bin, seemed to realize something, and said, brother 9, go back first, and let me deal with this. Well, be clean. Kane casually reminded him, and turned to walk out. Tang Xiaonan seemed to realize something, and said in surprise, wait. No. You are not keeping your word. He bent his legs slightly, wanting to use his soul skills to fly away as soon as possible. But the next moment, a thick black mist was lingering, obscuring his 5 senses, but Tang Xiaonan didn't care. No matter what was blocking him in front, as long as he broke through all the barriers, could the black smoke be endless? Then, he took the initiative to rush towards an extremely sharp longsword. The longsword did not move, without any sound. Tang Xiaonan was blocked by the smoke, and could not see anything, so he naturally didn't notice it. The sharp blade went straight through his throat. The last time Lin Bin and Deng Yang teamed up was the last time. At that time, in order to deal with Wang Ling, the 2 little noobs almost went all out and cooperated tacitly. Now that they have both stepped into the saint level, the tacit understanding is obviously more complete than before. Tang Xiaonan is also a saint level reincarnationist after all. Facing the 2 people joining forces, he didn't even make a decent resistance and died directly. Kill all the reincarnationists of the Tang family. Deng Yang's voice was low and cold, like the sun without any temperature in the coldest days of winter. He ordered his men, then pretend to be seeking revenge, and remember not to let anyone notice anything unusual. Yes, the men did it immediately. That's what we call cutting the grass at its roots. Deng Yang smiled at Lin Bin and said, "Congratulations, you can finally take out that mirror prop and use it openly in this world. The Tang family will no longer pose a threat to you. Thanks to you this time." Lin Bin sighed. "I was still thinking about how to deal with the Tang family. If we kill the head of the family, the 2 sides will have been at war to the death. But I didn't expect that they would lie down before I even made a move. These 2 assists really helped me a lot. 2 big favors? The second one was naturally from me. I'm afraid you can't remember this meal for the time being. I will ask you to fulfill it later, but as for the first time, do you know these 2 people? I really do know them." A solemn look emerged on Lin Bin's face, and he said, "One of them once trained with me in the secret realm. We have a good relationship, but we didn't get in touch afterwards." Deng Yang said admiringly, "You 2 must be in true love, even if you can recognize who they are without showing their faces and the figures are so blurry. Get out. Let's go to a restaurant and talk slowly. We don't accept bank transfers this time. I'll treat you to a foot wash after we finish eating." An hour later, in a fly-in-the-wall restaurant, the 2 finally sat together for the first time. They ordered a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, fried pig blood, and cold donkey blood. In the end, considering Lin Bin's taste, they ordered him a bowl of rice noodles and meat. 2 barrels of draft beer. After clinking glasses, Lin Bin said, "One of these 2 people's reincarnation name is Chang Feng. According to my speculation, he should not be an ordinary person, but an alien. The main purpose of his entering that secret realm was to protect me from the hands of the apostles, because at that time, the apostles were planning to take advantage of me. But now, you are sitting with the apostles, chatting about the details of the person who protects you." Deng Yang smiled and said, "You probably couldn't have imagined the current scene at that time." Lin Bin shook his head and smiled, saying, "I was not shocked by this, but the reason why the apostles wanted to deal with me at that time was related to an S-level item." Deng Yang's face also became solemn, and he asked, "You mean, the S-level item that Kane is looking for, which was lost many years ago, is actually related to the S-level item that you were secretly plotted against before?" Lin Bin nodded. A slight sense of crisis emerged in his heart again. He originally thought that the matter had been left unresolved. Of the 7 people who survived at that time, only 3 are still alive. But with Deng Yang taking over the position of the new apostle, the kingdom of God has never targeted them again. But now it seems, listening to the tone of Deng Yang's description to him before, the effect of this S-level item is even more magical than ordinary S-level items. Deng Yang looked at Lin Bin deeply and asked, "Could it be that the 2 S-level items that our kingdom of God is planning are in your hands?" "Don't be ridiculous. The Heshibi is indeed in my hands, but I haven't even seen the shadow of that S-level item." "Oh." Deng Yang naturally wouldn't doubt Lin Bin. He frowned and said, "Then you are taking the blame. Wait, you said before that you have been looking for this Chang Feng? You just couldn't find him?" Lin Bin, "In order to find him, I planted 2 secret agents in his organization, but there was no trace of him. Can you believe it?" "Deng Yang, you are really good at planting agents." 2 from the Kingdom of God and 2 from the Plane Walking Thing. It's currently tied at 2-2, and the last vote is crucial. Lin Bin kicked Deng Yang and complained, "Don't joke, I feel heavy in my heart." No, I know what you mean. You are worried about your sister's safety, but you are also worried too much. Don't forget that Kane, who is in charge of this matter, is still in our hands, and with the help of his props, we can find this Chang Feng you are looking for. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? By the way, you wanted to test Kane's background before. How was it? His hands have the power of ghosts, and they should be inhabited by evil spirits. However, while he is controlling these ghosts, he is also suffering from their backlash. You should have noticed that during the battle, his arms were corroded more and more seriously, almost to the neck in the end. Lin Bin naturally knew the abilities and weaknesses of the ghost hand long ago, and he slowly told some of the information he knew in the form of speculation. But after the battle, the corrosion was quickly suppressed. It seems that within a certain degree, corrosion can be completely reversed. I just don't know if it can be reversed after the whole body is corroded. Well, and according to my guess, the gloves should be a seal, but if he encounters an enemy attack, he has no time to take off the gloves. If such a big weakness is not compensated, he can't become an apostle, so he must have other strengthening systems, or simply have powerful props to compensate for this weakness. And he wears a bracelet on his wrist, which is also a seal, a double seal. It seems that he is also afraid of ghosts breaking free. Oh. Deng Yang looked at Lin Bin deeply. Both of them showed a strange smile on their faces. Although there are still S-level props. But didn't Nits also have S-class props back then? But she died anyway. Now both Lin Bin and Deng Yang have S-class props, so dealing with an S-class doesn't seem to be a problem. Wait a minute, I'll take a call. Deng Yang answered the phone. He nodded and hummed and ahed a few times, and said, "My 9th brother is looking for me. He has already developed more than 20 copies of the photos. I will send people to gather at all the places where Chang Feng may appear, and try to find him as soon as possible. As for you, will you continue to follow me, or I'll go with you?" Lin Bin stood up and said, "S-class props must be guarded against. Well, remember not to add the last knife this time. The last knife is reserved for my partner, not for you. The danger is very high this time. I feel more at ease with you here. Don't worry, you call him brother. Are you afraid that you can't kill him?" Deng Yang. Chapter 235. This is the taste of a good man. It's called cooperation, but it's not worth Lin Bin's hard work to find someone. Are Deng Yang's subordinates just eating for free? He paid so much money for the 5 social insurances, so he should use it when he needs it. Don't be idle. Lin Bin went home to wait for news. He didn't really take action to destroy the Tang family this time. Kane alone directly paralyzed the entire elite of the Tang family. This also alerted Lin Bin in his heart. The reincarnation space here is not like the reincarnation space he imagined. The casualty rate is so high, which makes the reincarnationists almost like the protagonists with great luck. Traveling through the worlds to practice, as long as you don't die, the improvement of your own strength can reach an amazing level. And the best among them, maybe the gains from a single secret realm are far from comparable to his, but they have a lot of worlds to practice. They save a little in this world and steal a little in that world, and they are not necessarily inferior to him overall. Just like Kane, if he fought with real strength, Lin Bin might not have any advantage against him, especially the double dragon demon shadow sword did not have any advantage against the ghost hand. It was because he had recently obtained the Zuanian sword, otherwise, he would not even have to fight. But even so, his sense of crisis became even heavier. Whether facing the Black Mountain old demon or Kane, he did not have any advantage. If he wanted to compete with them on an equal footing, he had to practice all the skills he had mastered to a very high level of proficiency. Go home. Then he began to seriously study the Zuanian sword art and the Xiangang Big Dipper formation. In the blink of an eye, another 6 or 7 days passed. This period of time was quite peaceful, and Lin Bin finally had enough time to slowly settle his own cultivation, especially combining the Zuanian sword art with the Xiangang Big Dipper formation, and using multiple minds. The huge amount of mind and spirit required was almost beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That is to say, Lin Bin now absorbed all the essence of the entire evil emperor's relic and was extremely energetic. Otherwise, he might not be able to sustain such consumption. But even so, after trying to perform the Xiangang Bidao formation, Lin Bin also felt tired rarely. During this period of time, some small episodes also happened. For example, after returning from the training, Xiangxin ran to Lin Bin's house as soon as possible, hugged him tightly, and rubbed and stuck to him, which was completely inconsistent with her style of a little demon girl who would not give or take advantage of others. Brother, you don't know how perverted that world is. A bunch of scumbags gathered together. Speaking of this, Xiangxin was full of lingering fear inside. The old scumbag slept with the girl, put on pants, and refused to admit it, and even joined forces with outsiders to beat his wife to death. The big scumbag slept with his apprentice and was not responsible. He also blamed the apprentice for seducing him, ruining her martial arts, and taking their child away. The little scumbag slept with the elder sister and the younger sister, and didn't even care about his own flesh and blood, letting an innocent little life flow away. She blinked her bright eyes, and hugged Lin Bin's arm tightly. Said, "No, I have to take a good breath of the smell of a good man, otherwise, what if I lose faith in men? Lin Bin, I didn't expect you to classify me as a good man. Should I thank you? Brother, you don't have to be polite to me, just let me hug you." Such a warm embrace, so comfortable, such a solid sense of security. Lin Bin was immediately at a loss, whether to laugh or cry. However, looking at the lingering fear on the face of Qian Qian, the so-called disgust is secondary. It is estimated that her worldview has been baptized, and she is looking for him to comfort and act like a spoiled child. Naturally, he comforted her very kindly and invited her to have a simple meal at home. Then, the little girl looked at Dang Junyanfei, who was wearing an apron and had the demeanor of a gentle young woman, and was suddenly shocked and couldn't close her mouth. She was surprised and said, You, aren't you just staying here temporarily? Why haven't you moved out for so long? Yan Fei smiled and said, Fei Yan's home is next door. Because I want to thank Brother Bin for taking care of me. I help him wash clothes and cook when I have nothing to do on weekdays to show my gratitude. Is beautiful, especially her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her eyes are smart and cute, just like a cute elf. But compared to Dang Junyanfei, who is wearing a home dress and does not show any skin, but has her own charm, her temperament is obviously suppressed. She watched Dang Junyanfei sit down next to Lin Bin very naturally and took the chopsticks he handed over. Oh, it turns out that he is also a scumbag. The tacit understanding between the two of them is so good that no one would believe that nothing happened. Not to mention that she has been married and even has children. Even if something happens, she can completely not bear any responsibility. In the end, the psychological burden is gone. So can't she still output wildly? Xiangxin opened her mouth and lowered her head to eat. She kept muttering that men are no good and that Master Zhu made her break up for her own good. But after a few bites, she couldn't help but brighten her eyes and looked up at Lin Bin in surprise. Lin Bin smiled and said, 1,000-year-old centipede meat can improve your skills. I know you haven't come back from the secret realm, so I specially saved it for you. It may not be as fresh as before, but the effect is not reduced. This meal may be enough for your hard training for a year. Thank you, senior brother, you are so good to me. It can be imagined that, if Yan Fei hadn't been by her side, Xiangxin would have been unable to resist, and pounced on him again. Scumbag? What a joke. Such a delicious and effective thing. My senior brother still misses me when I'm not here. Just this point alone is more than 10 times better than that old 3 generations of scumbags. That night, Xiangxin ate to her heart's content. By the way, she shamelessly packed up a lot and took it away. In the following days, she came to get the magic sound box more often. It seemed that she was trying to supervise Yan Fei and prevent her from getting the moon first. Lin Bin didn't care about this. Since Yan Fei moved to live next door, the mother and daughter began to sleep separately. But Gao Yu was obviously obsessed with her mother, so from time to time she would hug the pillow and look for her mother in a daze. Therefore, he really didn't have much chance. But he didn't care. Some things, even if you can't eat them, it's a rare enjoyment to lick the taste of them. We are all adults, and some things don't need to be said too clearly. A glance can teach you what the other person means. The feeling of sneaking around is more exciting. At present, let's focus on improving our cultivation. 10 days later, Deng Yang called Lin Bin and said bluntly without any courtesy, "I found the Changfeng you are looking for." So soon. Lin Bin, who was practicing cross-legged, straightened his waist even more. A solemn look appeared on his face. He had asked the same plain walking girl, Canon, and even asked Elia for help, but after several months, no trace of Changfeng could be found. It was as if he had disappeared. But who knew that the kingdom of God would find his whereabouts in less than 10 days? Who could have imagined that a dignified reincarnation, a powerful time traveler, and a plain traveler would disguise himself as an ordinary farmer? Deng Yang exclaimed, "It's because Yalhan has many minions. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this Xiaomar. Oh, by the way, this Changfeng uses the alias Xiaomar, and he goes out early and comes back late in the farmland every day. If it weren't for that photo, I wouldn't believe that he is the person we are looking for." Xiaomar. Lin Bin was stunned for a moment after hearing this and muttered, "I didn't expect that my previous speculation was true." "What speculation?" "Nothing. When are you going there?" "We have to set off soon." Deng Yang said, "Kane has been waiting for so many days, and he can't wait." "Really? I've never seen anyone so impatient to die." "I'll be there soon. Be prepared, especially your S-level item. Take it with you." Deng Yang said, "I have an S-level item, and Kane has it too. If you don't have it, you will be at a disadvantage. And you have also seen his strength. If you want to kill him, the two of us can't hold back at all." "Don't worry, I always have it with me." Lin Bin stood up and said with a smile, "A lion will go all out when fighting a rabbit, not to mention that we are fighting a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, so we can't be careless." He changed his clothes immediately. He put on the mask made by Lu Maozi himself. In the past, Lin Bin's disguise was quite superficial, but since he had Lu Maozi and the human skin mask he made, Lin Bin's disguise was more perfect. No one would associate him with Abin. He called a taxi and rushed to meet up with Deng Yang. Half an hour later, when he arrived at the agreed place, he realized that the number of people this time was much less than when he dealt with the Tang family before. There were only 7 or 8 elite reincarnations, and only 2 of Kane's men came. It was obvious that they wanted to borrow the power of ghosts to preserve their own strength. Deng Yang said to Lin Bin, "There are only 2 opponents, so what Brother Jiu meant is that quality is more important than quantity, and he has props that can be used to interrogate the real information. What we need to do is to prevent them from escaping. Let's go. I'll be waiting for you." Lin Bin nodded, and he already understood what Deng Yang meant. Lin Bin was playing the role of a subordinate at this time. Naturally, he was not qualified to ride in the same car with Deng Yang and Kane, and his simple character was really not good at being like Deng Yang, who had clearly prepared a killing move against them, but could still call Brother Jiu in a friendly manner and make an appointment for dinner and foot washing in the evening. 3 cars set off one after another. Soon, they drove out of the city and turned onto a small road that was only 2 meters wide. It was bumpy all the way and became more and more remote. After driving for more than 2 hours, the 3 cars had already left the city. The surrounding area was almost all scattered mountains. The lush farmland seemed to be a green forest after being cut, hidden on the uneven mountainous area. It seemed to have a sense of paradise. It's hidden in such a place. No wonder I couldn't find it before. Lin Bin closed his eyes, sensed carefully. As expected, he felt a very secret breath from behind him. It seems that it should be Deng Yang's backup plan. Lin Bin also closed his eyes and rested, slowly warming up his internal strength. After a long time, as the car stopped, Lin Bin suddenly opened his eyes and looked out through the window. At this time, 3 cars were parked side by side on a flat ground on the hillside, and in the distance, farmers who were driving old cows to plow the land could be seen. The terrain here is too steep, and many equipment cannot be brought up, so the manual farming method of many years ago is still maintained. And one of the young men, with long flowing hair and handsome face, is only slightly inferior to Lin Bin. At this moment, he was sweating profusely while holding the plow, and his movements were extremely skillful. At first glance, one might think he was a rich young man who went to the countryside to experience life. Who could have imagined that he had the ability to use the plow as a skipping rope? At this moment, noticing that the car had stopped in front of them, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the group of visitors curiously. Suddenly, the first car was directly torn apart by a black cloud. From the middle of the black shadow, a figure like lightning and light rushed towards the young handsome man. "Everyone, disperse quickly, they are coming for me." Chang Feng screamed and no longer cared about hiding his actions. He jumped into the air and kicked Kane in the air. His leg strength was unpredictable and changeable, but it contained unparalleled strength that could easily resist the black light. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already engaged in close combat for several moves. Chang Feng's strength was obviously much stronger than the group of corpse-eating elders of the Tang family. Facing Kane's sudden attack, he was not affected by the ghost hand with his mortal body. As the two sides attacked one after another, Chang Feng felt a wave of dark and evil thoughts constantly invading his heart. He knew that the other party was not kind. He roared, and the wind around him became stronger. With a heavy kick and the ghost hand colliding, Chang Feng had already used the force to escape to the distance. Ha 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 ha, run away. If you run away, I will kill everyone here. Kane sneered, and the ferocious ghost hand claws were clenched in his backhand. The huge ghost shadow claws were accompanied by a rumbling shock, almost shaking the entire mountain, making everyone feel terrified and wanting to kneel. And the giant claws fell from the sky and attacked all the farmers. Chang Feng rushed back at a faster speed than when he fled. He shouted angrily, "Despicable." He raised his leg and stepped hard on a huge rock next to him. With a loud bang, a thick battering knife with a cold light was already in his hand. He slashed with his backhand. The icy knife energy directly attacked the ghost hand claw. There were bursts of roars. The knife energy shattered when it touched the ghost hand, but the icy energy took advantage of the situation and froze the huge ghost hand into a giant ice sculpture. "Break it for me." Chang Feng shouted and slashed again. The ghost hand, which had no substance, was directly chopped to pieces, and countless ice chips spread in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. This kind of battle is more interesting. Kane raised his hand and pointed at Chang Feng, grinning. "Come on. Try your best to protect these innocent people. There are not many opportunities to be a lone hero, so seize it well." Chang Feng looked solemn. He shouted, "Do it." As soon as the words fell, two vines like snakes broke out of the ground and tied Kane's legs tightly. Another thin figure appeared. He looked at Lin Bin and others in the car with full vigilance. "Your target is me. Where are you looking?" Kane laughed wildly, and the dark blue ghost flames covered it, burning the vines directly. But taking advantage of this opportunity, the people who were still working before were frightened, and their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled outside. Chang Feng took the opportunity to stand between Kane and those people. If they wanted to chase, they had to cross his line. Lin Bin and others also stood apart at the same time, blocking the two people and Kane in an invisible space. "This time, you have nowhere to escape." Kane sneered. "With so many people taking action, no matter how strong you are, it is difficult to escape. It is better to surrender obediently." Chapter 236 New S-level items. Chang Feng stood with a knife in his hand, his expression full of solemnity. The cultivation he showed was completely different from when he first cooperated with Lin Bin. The origin of his family tradition made his strength improve very quickly, especially with the support of many natural treasures and cultivation concepts from other worlds, which made him more powerful, with the explosion of the true energy accumulated over the years. Now, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary saint-level reincarnationists. In particular, the unique family tradition has allowed him to break free from the limitation that martial arts masters cannot attack from a distance. The cold knife energy is chilling to the bone, and everything within 40 meters can be said to be cut. But facing this man of unknown origin with ghosts all around him, even if he has played all his cards, he has not gained an advantage for a moment. Especially as the other party walked step by step, the gloomy aura around him also rose steadily. After a few steps, it has risen to a point that makes Chang Feng tremble with fear. Come on, if that's all you can do, you can call the coffin shop and order a coffin of the right size for yourself. Kane hooked his ghost hand at Chang Feng and sneered, or are you planning to surrender? There is an old saying in your China that a man who knows the times is a hero. It's not shameful to surrender. The point is hard, it hurts, and we fight shoulder to shoulder. Chang Feng whistled and stomped on the ground. He jumped high into the sky. The strong wind gathered and transformed into boundless coldness. A 40-meter long ice blade with the force of splitting Huashan slashed straight at Kane. The momentum was fierce, and before the knife arrived, Kane's foothold had already sunk deeply. Kane laughed wildly, raised his hand to hold the ice blade, and protected his whole body with the ghost energy. Although the cold air was pervasive, it could not get close to Kane's body at all. But behind him, the long-haired young man shouted, "Look at Myro's thorn whip blade." Several vines covered with roses attacked Kane's vital points at different angles at the same time. "You are just showing off your skills in front of an expert," Kane sneered, and his ghost hand gradually extended to his shoulder. The whip blade wrapped around his body, but there was no trace of blood. Instead, it gradually withered because of the contact with the ghost energy, and it did not cause any harm to the enemy at all. "Come here." On the contrary, the young man was held by Kane's whip blade and pulled hard. He lost his balance and stumbled towards Kane. "Look at my Feng He round dance formation." The long-haired man was not panicked at all. Although he flew towards Kane, with his thin body, he might not last more than 2 or 3 rounds in a close combat. But he had another method. The withered and falling petals suddenly turned into sharp blades, and at the same time, rotated and strangled Kane. At this time, Chang Feng's 40-meter ice blade was blocked, and the stern blade energy suddenly turned into a soft surface around his fingers. The cold blade actually showed dozens of sharp blade energy out of thin air, interspersed with rose petals at various angles. The two sides joined forces and formed a killing array in a short moment, leaving no room for escape, and directly pressed all the vital points around Kane. At the same time, the wind god leg was as fast as the wind, and the moves were endless. But Chang Feng was skilled and bold, and he wanted to rush into the siege of the array diagram and fight with him in close combat. Hehe. Come on, come on. Kane still had the upper hand facing 2 people at the same time, but the price was obviously not small. At this time, the ghost hand had eroded from the wrist before, to the shoulder, chest, and now even the neck showed the twisted tendons unique to ghosts. But seeing the other party's embarrassed look after being forced to reveal all his trump cards, he was very happy. The sound of wild laughter continued, especially the ghost energy not only helped him attack the enemy, but also eroded him, making him more eager to kill. 1 against 2. Especially the opponent was a team with 1 long range and 1 close combat, and they cooperated very well. But he was still suppressed and miserable. Especially Chang Feng, the combination of knife and leg. The knife was more powerful than the leg, and the leg was more sharp than the knife, like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, with unparalleled power. For a while, it was impossible to tell the difference between the knife and the leg. Any enemy who encountered such an attack, that was almost beyond reaction, would be in a hurry. But Kane's ghost energy was everywhere, as if countless eyes were monitoring the movements around. All his actions were recorded in his eyes. Not only did he block it without leaking a drop of water, but he also took the opportunity to counterattack, causing considerable damage to Chang Feng. Although he was also slashed with countless tiny wounds by the knife Kiros, and his blood was pouring out, he looked extremely miserable. But at this time, the blood flow instead stimulated the fierceness of the tyrant ghost in his wrist, making him even more arrogant. Ignoring Zuine's direct attack on his shoulder, he tore a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Kane took advantage of the attack and attacked forward, his ghost hand clenched into a fist, and hit Chang Feng's chest fiercely, colliding with Chang Feng's leg force. It was a pure battle of strength. The difference was immediately clear. Chang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and was blasted away fiercely. He was still unable to stand when he landed more than 10 meters away and staggered further and further away. Kane's attack was successful, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He was about to say something with a sneer, but watching Chang Feng retreat further and further, he suddenly realized something, and his face showed an angry look after being fooled. He said angrily, "Asshole, you are having a good fight, and you want to escape." He turned his head to look. Sure enough, the body of Kurama, who was fighting with him just now, gradually turned into petals and scattered. His real body also appeared in the distance, and he and Chang Feng fled in two different directions. The enemy was too strong. Just this one person made them almost powerless to fight back. Not to mention that there were more than a dozen people watching the show nearby. Once these people also took action, Chang Feng and Kang Na were not stupid. Naturally, they would take the opportunity to escape if they could. Kane chased after the two people, but sadly found that his two short legs could not run faster than those two monkeys. He roared angrily, "11th brother, stop them." Understood. Seeing that both sides were in a situation of losing, Deng Yang and Lin Bin exchanged glances and shouted, "Do it." Understood. The Duanshu and Zhengang swords were like meteors, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and attacked Kane's back. There was a loud bang. The ghost hand turned into a shield and directly blocked the two sharp swords, but the remaining force was not dissipated. Even if Kane stood on the ground with his feet, he still forced him back several meters and plowed two deep grooves on the ground. Kane's ugly face, which had already condensed countless purple veins, showed some anger, and he said coldly, "11th brother, although it is fair competition, it is too early for you to turn against us now, isn't it?" Obviously, he regarded Deng Yang's attack as a competition of crossing the river and destroying the bridge. "If I really wait until the S-level props appear, I'm afraid it will be too late for me to take action." Deng Yang followed his words and smiled lightly. "9th brother, don't blame me, you also said fair competition. Then I borrow the power of my ghost organization. You can understand it, right? Now that these two people have been found, the next step is to follow the clues." "9th brother, you are useless." "Hehe, that's right. I underestimated you before, thinking you were too spineless, but I didn't expect you to be here waiting for me with evil intentions." Well, you are right. Now that these two people have been found, the next step is to follow the clues. "11th brother, you are useless." As he said, Kane, controlled with his ghost hand, turned into two demonic auras, entangled, and corroded the two swords. "Look at me using my two swords together." Lin Bin let out a long roar. He couldn't shout out his moves, so he just made up a word. The two swords, Zhengang and Duanshu, drew a wonderful curve in the air, like two masters of the martial arts enhancement system. They easily avoided the erosion of ghost energy and attacked Kane's vitals. An expert knows whether it works or not as soon as he makes a move. Kane exclaimed in surprise. For a moment, he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the two unmanned longswords. No matter how powerful the ghost hand was, it couldn't touch the two swords at all, and was directly restrained by them. The next moment, the world suddenly fell into a silent black and white color. Stepping into the sainthood, his cultivation has been greatly improved. Now Lin Bin's cultivation is so high that when he uses the color of heaven and earth again, the effect is completely different from before. Kane opened his mouth, but was shocked to find that even his hearing was greatly restricted, as if he couldn't speak like a person in water. Only the two swords still had color and attacked his vitals. Kane growled, feeling threatened by the twin swords, which was even more stressful than facing the combined forces of Chang Feng and Zhang Ma. For a moment, the dark color of the ghost hand became even darker, almost spreading to his whole body. A layer of ghost energy protection was formed on his body, and the twin swords were unstoppable, but it was difficult to cut through the ghost energy protection. It was really amazing. Lin Bin did not use more means, and even did not use his favorite twin swords, Yanri and Jingli, because he did not want to reveal his true identity. And with the strength he has shown so far, it is enough. Deng Yang obviously knew this very well. He laughed and said, "What's the matter? Can't this brother I invited be the output throughout the whole process? Whether our ghost can get another S-level item depends on us today. Let's get started." If Deng Yang turned against them, I'm afraid that the people in the ghost organization would never follow his footsteps. But the two apostles were fighting for an S-level item. Even if it was brought to the first apostle, each had his own reasons. Everyone was for the benefit, and no one was nobler than the other. Naturally, the stronger one would win. Thinking of this, the ghosts were immediately full of fighting spirit. They rushed towards Cain with a roar, and even the several subordinates brought by Cain were directly beaten by the ghost masters. Those who could come here were all the elite among the elites, with extremely high strength. Now they attacked at the same time. The technology enhancer directly raised to heavy machine guns, and the fierce artillery fire directly submerged Cain. The enhancer of the mental system also stared at Cain with his eyes fixed, seemingly wanting to kill him with his eyes, but in fact, his mental power had already been like a vast ocean, and he launched waves of scouring against him. The magic enhancer muttered something. One after another, the majestic flames turned into giant dragons, circling and attacking Cain. The extraordinary reincarnationists all have their own strengths. They attacked at the same time, with amazing momentum. Deng Yang laughed even louder, and tore off his clothes with force, exposing his entire upper body completely to the sun, and then angrily cursed. His body suddenly began to swell. He turned into a giant more than 2 meters tall, and his face changed drastically. Although he was not hideous, black battle patterns appeared on his face, and he looked a little more desolate and ancient. The huge wings behind him stretched out. He turned into an arrow from a string and attacked Cain. He even whistled in his mouth. Time. The Blood Clan's companion skill. At the same time, it accelerates the time of itself and the enemy. The Blood Clan has an infinite lifespan, and is naturally undamaged. But Cain's skin really began to show some slight old wrinkles. Lin Bin retreated. The two swords returned to the sheath, and an amazed look appeared on his face. I didn't expect Deng Yang's strength to be so strong. With the help of the entire organization, if he was under such an attack, he could only use the 7 layering of blazing sky to resist it, and then use the Xiangang Big Dipper formation, which was not yet proficient. If there was no Xiangang Big Dipper formation, he would never be the opponent of these reincarnations. Then, there was an inexplicable relief. His progress was too fast. For example, people like Xiangxin and Zhu Yuan were actually much stronger than him before, but now, they have been severely suppressed by him. But this Deng Yang has no foundation, but his strength has not widened the gap, but he has kept up with his pace. This made him feel that he is not alone. Even Lin Bin can feel the pressure now, and Cain is obviously no exception, not to mention that he is still injured. He really didn't expect that Deng Yang would be so impatient. He couldn't wait to attack him before he even saw the S-level props. Being caught off guard, he was seriously injured. However, after being seriously injured, there was an even more ferocious backlash. Get out of my way. Countless attacks all bombarded him, and a cloud of smoke and dust filled the air, mixed with Cain's painful wails. In the smoke and dust, there was an extremely angry roar, mixed with loud bangs. An endless and cruel dark force spread in all directions. If the power of the ghost hand before was ominous and greedy, then this new power was absolutely deep darkness. There was no evil intention, but it was the purest evil and evil. A bunch of idiots dare to attack me without knowing my trump card. Deng Yang, your stupidity is beyond my imagination. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and everyone joined forces to cause Cain a fatal injury. But it did not make him completely lose his ability to fight as imagined. At this time, his left arm was completely exposed to everyone. A red and black claw that was thinner than the ghost hand, but more ominous, was exposed. It was glowing with a faint blue glow, completely different from the purple black of the ghost hand. However, as the faint blue color appeared, the corrosion of the ghost hand gradually faded, as if it was full of fear of the faint blue color. Behind him and above his head, a huge demon figure that seemed both real and unreal seemed to be embedded in his body. As Cain slowly stood up, the demon phantom on his body became taller and taller. Is this your S-level world item? Deng Yang felt the endless breath, and his body couldn't help but tremble, with a look of desire in his eyes. Absolutely pure darkness. I want it so much. Lin Bin, who was standing in the distance, couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly, and said in surprise, Devil's Hand? Nero? He couldn't help but touch the azure rose in his arms instinctively. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. I can't protect you this time. This time, the flood really washed away the Dragon King temple. Lin Bin never expected that he and Cain actually had the props from the same person. He finally understood why Cain dared to use the ghost hand wantonly without fearing the backlash of the ghost hand. It turned out that he had a bigger trump card. The blood of the demon Sparta. The demon hand from Nero. And he also mastered the ability of demonization. Although the tyrant ghost was strong, it was obviously inferior to the legendary demon hand. Ha 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 ha, come on, fight, fight. After the demonization, Cain's expression became even more crazy. Don't panic, Lord Cain, we are here to help you. Accompanied by a long roar. In the distance, several figures who had been following far away rushed over here. It turned out that the subordinates who were entangled by Deng Yang's people before had broken free and rushed towards Cain, wanting to meet up with their apostle. But after the demon shadow appeared behind Cain, the whole person seemed to have lost all reason. His originally tall and majestic body was bent down by the pressure, as if the demon shadow weighed 1,000 pounds. His eyes were glowing with scarlet light, and how could his bloodthirsty vertical pupils still have the brilliance of humanity? Facing his subordinates who came to help, Cain's palms glowed with an ominous blue light, and the next moment he clenched them directly, as if accumulating energy. After a short pause, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed away, accompanied by several shrill screams. Those subordinates had been torn to pieces by Cain. Die, die, die. Cain stared at Deng Yang, licked the blood dripping on his face by his subordinates, and rushed towards him with a grim smile. After the demonization, the already extremely powerful power rose by more than one level. Even if all the elite forces coming this time were the ghosts, they could not resist his force. Deng Yang waved their huge wings behind him, retreated to the rear, and did not fight him head on. But even though the vampires themselves were agile and strong, and with the added strength of the werewolves, his speed was actually much slower than Cain's. The next moment, Cain had already appeared in front of him. Want to kill me? I'll take your life first. Cain grinned, obviously not losing his mind as expected. The real devil's claws grabbed Deng Yang's chest. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Deng Yang growled, and his body suddenly swelled several points. His body gradually grew sideburns like steel needles, and his face became even more hideous. With a bang, the two monsters, that looked like humans, but were not humans, had already collided with each other. A contest of absolute strength. Deng Yang was pushed back repeatedly, and his feet plowed 2 deep pits on the ground. But with the double bloodline blessed by the werewolf ancestor bloodline, he did not lose like Changfeng in the contest of strength. But obviously, he was also at an absolute disadvantage. Get out of here. Cain suppressed Deng Yang. Seeing the ghosts around him coming to make trouble, he roared angrily. The shadow behind him turned to face behind him, and swung out several claws in succession, mixed with the fiery demonic energy. These subordinates who wanted to rescue their leader were actually shattered by the demon's grasp. Don't come over. This is not an enemy you can deal with. Deng Yang's body was almost as big as the demon at this time, but compared to the Spartan bloodline, his ancestral bloodline was obviously inferior to the Spartan bloodline. In other words, the opponent only relied on the arm to explode. If it was the original owner, I'm afraid he would have been crushed into meat paste now. Be careful. Suddenly, a small golden sword fell from the sky. Like a meteor, it pierced Cain's head. Cain laughed wildly, suppressed Deng Yang with one arm, and slammed his other hand into his waist and abdomen with a bang. Deng Yang was smashed out like a cannonball. Then he raised his hand to block the golden sword. Seize the blade with bare hands. With his amazing dynamic vision, his success rate is 100%. He has even anticipated the next move, taking the opponent's weapon, and then throwing it at Deng Yang as a hidden weapon, killing him with the enemy's hand. The action can be considered chic and handsome, but the next moment, the devil's claws grasped the weapon, and a burst of white smoke came out. Cain screamed in pain, and the demon shadow was somewhat disintegrated. He roared, and the demonic energy was stronger. The ghost hand followed suit. All the body, except the devil's claws, was completely transformed into the tyrant ghost state. It was obvious that he was going to break the golden money sword with force. Sure enough, Although the B-level weapon is highly targeted, it is obviously not enough to face the world-class props in the ghost hand that starts at least A level. Lin Bin was not surprised. He held the Zuanian sword tightly in his hand and slashed at Kane, shouting, "Take my 4-elephant sword formation." Before entering the Kyanupline, 4 swords were his limit. But now, controlling 4 swords is as easy as driving an arm for Lin Bin, and he can even arrange the 4 swords into a mysterious sword formation. This is also one of the advantages of the Xiangang Bidao formation over the Zhenwu 7 section formation. Even if 2, 3, or 4 swords can form a formation, although the power is far inferior to the perfect formation, it is obviously much stronger than the previous random slashing. The 4 swords of Zhengang, Duanshu, Luanshen, and Zuanpio each slashed at Kane from different angles with a mysterious sound of breaking through the air. After Kane was demonized, he was almost immune to the damage of all weapons below level C. However, although there were many of these weapons, each of them was cold and awe-inspiring, as if they could break his defense. Especially these sword blades are like slippery loaches, and they are entangled with each other, almost weaving into an endless giant net, leaving him no choice but to flee in a panic. While Lin Bin blocked Kane with the Xiangang Bidao formation, he rushed behind Deng Yang, stretched out his hand to hold his back, and used the Teikai force relieving method to help him spin around in a circle, which has already relieved the huge force, thus helping Deng Yang reduce the greatest damage. "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have broken bones and tendons." Deng Yang patted his chest with lingering fear and exclaimed, "It will take at least a minute for the injury to heal. It's terrible." Lin Bin suddenly had the urge to throw this thing at Kane. I didn't expect his S-level item to be so powerful. Deng Yang looked at Lin Bin and said, "Where's your trump card? Why don't you take it out? Or is this sword formation your trump card?" "My trump card is a passive skill." Lin Bin naturally understood that Deng Yang's so-called trump card actually refers to the S-level item. He said disdainfully, "I have full confidence that after this battle, if he can't kill me, he will be punished by the world." "What?" Deng Yang blinked, wanting to say what kind of nonsense prop is this? Afterwards. Isn't it afraid that you won't survive afterward? And what the hell is the punishment of the world? Lin Bin asked back, "Don't talk about me. Where is your S-level item? Don't look at me. I really have it." Deng Yang said, "But my item is too powerful. It can directly summon the Dark Undead army. By then, I'm afraid the whole of China will not be able to accommodate me. So it can't be used unless it is absolutely necessary." Why do you think the previous apostle came to our China without an S-level item? To put it bluntly, he knew that he couldn't use it at all. The two turned to look at Kane. At the same time, jealousy appeared in their eyes. Speaking of powerful, the characteristics of the S-level world item are not to be underestimated, but the limitations of the two of them are huge. And Kane in front of him was besieged by 4 swords and roared continuously. Even with the addition of the Masters of the Ghost Organization, he couldn't take him down. Unless you go all out and use all 9 swords. But the Xiangang Bidao formation has just been obtained and is not yet proficient enough. Lin Bin's expression was extremely solemn, but his voice suddenly rang in Deng Yang's ears. "I know his weakness." Deng Yang looked at Lin Bin, whose lips were still in surprise. "This is the sound of nature, and the sound can echo directly in your heart. There are some things you should listen to, and I will say them." Lin Bin said, "According to my judgment, the Devil's Hand is an S-level item, while the Ghost Hand is an A-level item. The Devil's Hand is not important, but the Ghost Hand actually has a big flaw. Just like now his whole body is almost transformed into a tyrant ghost, theoretically he will be killed by the Ghost Hand's backlash. The reason why he can still remain calm is because of the existence of the Devil's Hand. The Devil's Hand can easily suppress the Ghost Hand, which means that, as long as the Devil's Hand is still there, he can use the power of the Ghost Hand without worrying about backlash." "You mean, why don't you think he just uses the stronger Devil's Hand? There must be some restrictions when using S-level items, right?" Deng Yang's eyes lit up, and he understood what Lin Bin meant. He roared, "I will fight for your chance, and you must wait for the opportunity." After that, he soared into the sky again, his huge wings like blades, slashing at the demon below. Lin Bin stood still, looking calm. He watched Deng Yang fighting with Kane again, but his strength was inferior to Kane's to begin with, and now that Kane was demonized, the gap in strength was even greater. But Deng Yang had both werewolf and vampire blood, and with the blessing of the original bloodline, his recovery ability was amazing. Even if his bones were broken, he could recover in a few seconds. The fierce battle between the two sides seemed to be evenly matched, especially the splattering of blood, which made the battle more intense. And Lin Bin had been watching from the side, until a moment later, his eyes tightened. 4 swords came out again, and when Deng Yang and Kane retreated from their fists, the 4 sharp swords broke through the layers of energy gushing out. They stabbed directly at the vital points around Kane. Kane sneered. He had heard the phrase "seize the opportunity" before, so he had been on guard. Now seeing Lin Bin moving out, he was about to fight back, but he was directly entangled by a black soft whip. It turned out that when Deng Yang retreated, his arm suddenly turned into a soft flesh robe, which was wrapped around Kane's chest, and he rushed back with the force, hugging Kane tightly. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 sharp swords directly pierced Kane's body, but because he was on guard, the 4 swords did not hurt at all, and stabbed his legs or hands. Lin Bin rushed forward, the golden sword in his hand, stabbed into his chest fiercely, but it was blocked by the skin of the tyrant ghost. The 3 of them were entangled together, and the combined strength of Lin Bin and Deng Yang could barely control his movements. Ha 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 ha, it's just like this, you still can't deal with me. Kane laughed wildly. At this time, it seemed that the 2 of them had restrained him, but the demonic energy and ghost energy were both extremely corrosive. After a while, the 2 would be corroded to death. Deng Yang suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Sui Fenki, if you don't make a move now, when will you make a move?" What? Kane was suddenly shocked. Sui Fenki, who had been hiding in the dark and watching the battle, was also anxious for a while when he heard this, and then he made up his mind. Once this name was called, it meant that he and the 9th apostle had completely split and become enemies. If he didn't make a move, then even the 11th apostle would be offended. Anyway, Kane didn't take him seriously, so why should he worry about anything? Even if there was a big mistake, the 11th apostle would be there to take care of it. Thinking of this, Sui Fenki didn't hesitate at all. Seeing the 3 people in a stalemate, he soared into the sky and reached out to his chest. He actually pulled out a stone sword that was more than 2 meters long and slashed at Kane below. He howled, "Master Apostle, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not taking my affairs to heart from the beginning. But Master 11 is willing to help me take back my world-class props." After saying that, he glanced around and saw that Kane was entangled all over his body, with only the demon arm exposed, which was the only gap. He slashed the arm with a sword. There was a loud bang. The demon arm soared into the sky and was directly caught by Deng Yang's other arm, which softened and lengthened. Kane lost the demon arm and his face froze. All parts except his head and arms had been transformed into a demon, but it seemed to be suppressed by something, and the spreading momentum could not spread to his head and arms at all. But now the demon hand was cut off. The power of the demon was no longer restrained by anything, and it spread rapidly to Kane's whole body. Kane wailed in pain. The next moment, the power of the demon began to rush left and right in his body, with a loud bang. In front of everyone, he was directly and fiercely exploded. Blood mist filled the air. The 9th apostle was killed without a complete body. Sui Fenki looked down at the weapon in his hand in shock, blinked his eyes, and thought to himself, when did I become so powerful? Deng Yang's face changed drastically. He looked at Sui Fenki angrily and shouted, "Sui Fenki, I know you have a grudge with Brother 9, but how could you kill him? Don't you know that internal strife is strictly prohibited among the apostles?" Sui Fenki, What? Didn't you ask me to take action? I asked you to hurt him. How could you kill him with one sword? Deng Yang sighed deeply and said, "Internal strife is strictly prohibited in the kingdom of God. This time, I can't protect you." Sui Fenki. Chapter 238. My good brother. Everything went according to the plan. But who knew that he would be labeled with such a big black hat as a result of just a casual move? Sui Fenki was young after all, and was at a loss for a moment. He instinctively retorted, "No, that's not right. Didn't you ask me to do it? I asked you to do it, but I didn't ask you to cut off his hand. Don't you know that Brother Nine's arm was his real body at that time? I wouldn't think you wanted to kill him, even if you cut off his head, but you actually cut off his hand. Deng Yang sighed. Alas, the dispute between Brother Nine and me is just a dispute over interests. In fact, even if I defeated him and got the S level item that should have belonged to me, I would hand over the A level item we agreed on to him as promised before. Didn't I tell you that we were just fighting as gentlemen? In fact, even though we fought to the death, after it was over, we were still good brothers who drank and washed feet. But you. He sighed and shook his head, saying, Sui Fenki, I know you have something against Brother Nine, but I never thought you could do this. Have you forgotten the first article of the Divine Kingdom Ordinance that forbids killing each other? This time, I really can't protect you. Sui Fenki was dumbfounded, looking at the broken body lying on the ground. Pointing at Deng Yang, he wanted to say something, but he really didn't know what to say. He wanted to call him shameless, but it was true that he killed the person, and he deserved to die. Sui Fenki suddenly noticed 3 cars in the distance, all facing this side. Needless to say, the driving record in the car should have recorded everything. This is really impossible to refute. Sui Fenki's first thought was to cut the grass and root it out. Then he realized that with his strength, it was more likely that the other party would wipe out the door. No. Since my strength is not enough to compete with him, why doesn't he kill me to win the credit for the organization? Thinking of this, Sui Fenki suddenly had a blessing. He bowed to the ground respectfully in front of Deng Yang and said loudly, Brother, please teach me. Deng Yang sighed. Alas, there is no way. It was me who took the initiative to propose this cooperation. If I ignore you, wouldn't it be too shameless of me? You still know? Sui Fenki said bitterly, Brother, my father died for the kingdom of God. If I betray the kingdom of God now, wouldn't my father's sacrifice be wasted? Please save my life, brother. I can save you, but I have one thing to make clear. You are not allowed to call me brother. We are still equals. In the future, you will definitely be the most respected apostle, especially now that the 9th apostle is dead. You can actually replace him. At that time, we will be fair. What do you mean by calling me brother directly? Replace the position of the 9th apostle? Sui Fenki glanced down at Kane's broken body and said in surprise, Brother, do you have a way? But I haven't got my S level item yet. Could it be that brother? No, Lord 11, you want me to inherit Lord Kane's S. Deng Yang suddenly became angry and shouted, the body and hair are given by parents, and we dare not damage them. This is the beginning of filial piety. Your father sacrificed his life for you to get an S level item. You are so good that you are willing to damage your body for a mere S level item. It seems that, when your father decided to sacrifice himself, you must have been extremely happy that you got an S level item, and you didn't feel sad at all, right? No. Of course not. It's just that without an S level item, how can I become an apostle? In an emergency, I have to take over temporarily. If I were to nominate, it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Lord 11. Well, what we need to do now is to get rid of all of Brother Nine's subordinates. The 4 people who came with him are all dead. There are 3 left. These 3 people will be handed over to you. Go ahead, don't leave any alive. Kill them all. I will help you deal with Kane's body. Oh, this matter, Brother Nine and I. Deng Yang wanted to promote the relationship between the 2 more. But after thinking about it, he felt a little guilty. He simply kept silent. Yes. Sui Fenki vaguely felt that something was wrong, or he was not stupid, naturally understood that this matter was too coincidental, and there might be someone behind the scenes who was plotting sinisterly. But now he has entered the aisle, and it is difficult to turn back. Even if he understood, he could only go all the way to the end. Fortunately, the other party's mind is not pure. If this 11th apostle really betrayed him, he can also bite back. Unless this 11th apostle does not want to mix in the kingdom of God. Otherwise he will definitely not be able to withstand the investigation. The most important thing at the moment is to cut the grass and root it out. Sui Fenki immediately ran back. Go and help Sui Fenki. Remember, all the subordinates left by Kane, leave no one behind, and kill them all. Then we can say that they died at the hands of Gu Yun. Yes. The subordinates drove away to cars, leaving one for Lin Bin and Deng Yang. After confirming that there was no one around, Deng Yang showed a playful smile on his face. He ran to the car first and took out the memory card of the driving recorder. He smiled and said, "You said before that it would be bad to plant a third spy among the apostles, so we can train one ourselves. From today on, this Sui Fenki will never dare to resist me again. What's the difference between this and one of our own people?" Lin Bin clapped his hands and praised, "You are still amazing. Hey, I can't do it alone. Kane's strength is far beyond my expectations. If it weren't for you, I might have really capsized in the gutter this time." Deng Yang smiled and said, "Fortunately, everything went well. Next, it's time to divide the spoils. It's a pity that there is only one S-level item. You take it. As an apostle, the power of the S-level items of the 11 apostles is really inconvenient. It is more of a symbolic meaning. This devil's hand in your hands can make you more legitimate. Although the devil's hand is an S-level item, the power is indeed extremely powerful, but Lin Bin was unwilling to remove his arm and transplant this. What if the arm full of death and magic conflicts with the eternal life sutra? Well, I can try to cut off my own arm and transplant this thing. It happens that I'm a blood clan. Even if I get tired of it one day, I can just remove it. The broken arm can grow back. It's so convenient. That's perfect. You can take the ghost hand too. You are a blood clan physique. Your ability to withstand ghost energy should be stronger than this Kane." Lin Bin praised, "Your current strength is not weak, but compared with a true apostle like Kane, I'm afraid it is still a lot inferior. With these two arms, your strength will be greatly improved. And as you said, you can remove it if you are not satisfied. If it is replaced by someone else, this thing will be installed permanently. But in this way, I owe you a big favor." Alas, this is not a favor that can be repaid by eating and washing feet. No, I have to compensate you. Wait a minute. Deng Yang first fumbled on Kane's body for a while. After a moment, he handed Lin Bin a small camera about the size of a palm. Positioning camera, A-level prop. Take pictures of things related to the enemy into the camera and track the enemy through photos. When approaching, it will heat up. Note, I'm not a police dog. Lin Bin nodded happily and said with a smile, "Although this thing is only an auxiliary function, it is indeed very useful at critical times. Well, I will accept it. No, being a person is about reciprocity. No matter how good this thing is, it is only A-level. At most, it can be changed to a ghost hand. I took this S-level prop, so I have to give you an S-level prop in return. Got it?" Deng Yang rummaged through his storage belt. After a long time, he handed Lin Bin a book with a painful look on his face and said, "Take it." Lin Bin took it. Bible of the Dead, S-level prop, the final destination of the dead. Holding this scripture, you can include the souls of the enemies you killed in the book, and at the cost of sacrificing a page of the book, summon a strong enemy to fight on your behalf. By sacrificing all the pages, you can summon all the undead armies recorded in the Bible of the Dead to fight for you. Note, are you killing people like crazy? Is this the S-level item you inherited from your eldest brother? Lin Bin suddenly realized why Deng Yang did not use his own S-level item at the critical moment just now. This item, like the Bible of all things, belongs to the cultivation system. It has almost no power when it is first obtained, or just use it as a disposable item. But the power that will explode at that time will probably destroy the world. Since I got this item, I can count the number of people I have killed with one hand. This item doesn't work very well in my hands, so I'm just compensating you. We are even now. Deng Yang said with a painful look on his face. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Brothers who are involved in interests can't go far. I want to be brothers with you for life, so we must be fair. No, we must be as fair as possible. This is the limit of what I can do. You are not allowed to refuse, otherwise you don't treat me as your own. But the question is there something wrong with the way you settle accounts? Lin Bin was speechless. He thought that in theory, Kane was killed by the two of us, so it is fair for each of us to have an A-level item, but this S-level item has half of mine, and half of yours. In theory, you only need to return half of the S-level item to me. But this. Lin Bin suddenly felt that Deng Yang's family might be relatively wealthy. For him, not being at a disadvantage is equal to taking advantage. He sighed. Forget it, I won't take advantage of you. I still have a werewolf ancestor bloodline and a vampire ancestor bloodline in my hand, both of which are sea-level small things. I can't use them. I'll give them to you, otherwise I'll really feel bad. Anyway, they are things he can't use, so why not give them to Deng Yang? Maybe it can make his bloodline purer. Deng Yang was delighted when he heard this, and said with embarrassment, alas, I didn't expect you to be so good at being a human being. In this case, I should naturally give something back. Okay, let's stop being polite. I will accept this S-level prop with a thick face. You must not reciprocate. If you keep doing this, I guess we can exchange equipment and props with each other in the end. Lin Bin hurriedly pressed Deng Yang. By the way, could there be husky blood in the werewolf ancestor bloodline? Deng Yang always feels a little lacking now. However, 2 unused C-level items can make up for the loss of half of the S-level. In fact, he has made a fortune. Especially the Bible of the Dead, which seems to have great defects in use, but in fact, if it is used well, it may be more useful than the Bible of everything. When he gets the Bible of everything in the future. Wait. Why do I think the Bible of everything is in my pocket? Lin Bin shook his head. Put away the distracting thoughts. Take it. We are a family, so don't say anything. If you take it, I can safely connect these 2 arms to myself. Deng Yang suddenly looked at Lin Bin with a strange expression and said, after inoculating these 2 arms, it is equivalent to gaining all the power of Cain, Abin. I'm afraid that I will be stronger than you by then. Don't you envy me? We are not enemies. I'm so happy that you are strong. I'm not the kind of villain who hates you for having, laughs at you for not having, despises you for being poor, and fears you for being rich. Lin Bin thought about it in his heart. In order to hide his identity in today's battle, he did not use all 7 swords. The Zuanian sword has not been used yet, and the magic mirror has not been used. Even if you really get all of Cain's power, and we 2 fight fairly, it's hard to say who will win. After all, the Zuanian sword has too much restraint on evil power. Okay, now that the spoils have been divided, it's time to arrange the situation. Have you thought about what to do? Lend me Cain's head. Lin Bin sighed. It seems that my good brother will have to work hard next. Fortunately, he is full of hatred for the apostles now. I don't think he minds taking another blame. Anyway, if he fights against the apostles now, I will definitely stand on his side and help him with all my heart. You stand on his side? I remember that it was you who wanted to deal with the apostles from the beginning, right? He is so miserable. From an originally irrelevant outsider, you pushed him directly to the C position. Deng Yang also sighed. Fortunately, I didn't respond to Su Feng's call of Big Brother. Now I have discovered that, if you are a big brother without a strong character, my big brother Zhu Feng will end up like this. Whoever dares to call me big brother in the future, I will kill him. After everyone had divided the spoils, the 2 of them went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mountain villa, Gu Yuan was leisurely drinking tea and reading a newspaper. He seemed to be at ease, but in fact, he was muttering something in his mouth, as if he was talking to someone. Strange. I have been disguising myself for several days, deliberately exposing myself. Why haven't the apostles taken action yet? It's really abominable. Now I understand that it's impossible to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, if you can only steal for 1,000 days. Do I have to keep disguising myself if they don't come? Don't worry, Mr. Gu. These apostles dared to enter our Chinese territory to cause chaos. We naturally can't let them go. Alas, I'm not in a hurry. Drinking tea and relaxing every day is just a way to exercise my body, but it's wasting your time. It doesn't matter to us. This is public money to go out and fish in the water. We are also happy to take turns to rest. That's good. Wait, there are reincarnations approaching. What? They are coming? Gu Yuan's face condensed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He and the apostles are sworn enemies. Now that he has seen the living apostles, he naturally cannot tolerate them leaving China alive. Wait. No, it's not the apostles. No, it's the apostles. But it doesn't seem to be the living apostles. It's the reincarnation Abin. He came with a corpse. He was seriously injured. Could it be that he fought with the apostles? What? My brother? Gu Yuan stood up suddenly and said in surprise, could it be? He stood up for me? Chapter 239 I, Gu Yuan, am the nemesis of the apostles. Knowing that Lin Bin was here, Gu Yuan rushed out quickly and saw a man walking slowly towards this side. He was covered in blood and had a heavy breath. He was obviously seriously injured. On his body, he was carrying a mutilated corpse with broken arms and a shattered body. Just by looking at this body and Lin Bin's current state, you can tell what kind of harsh and cruel battle the two had experienced. Brother. Gu Yuan screamed and rushed forward. Lin Bin showed a weak smile and said, brother, I have fulfilled my mission. The apostle who dared to attack you has been killed by me. After that, he fell forward weakly. Brother. Gu Yuan hurriedly supported him and said with emotion, why do you need to do this? Lin Bin smiled bitterly and said, brother, the reason why you are the enemy of the kingdom of God is entirely because I sent you into the B185 secret realm. From this point of view, it is simply because I have added such a powerful enemy to you. How can I let you face the kingdom of God alone? Since the ninth apostle Cain dared to trouble you, I will naturally help you deal with it. Brother, what you said makes me feel ashamed. Gu Yuan was immediately moved. Even the staff of the Reincarnation Association next to him looked at Lin Bin with admiration. What a good man. I didn't expect that this reincarnationist Abin was not only legendary, but also so kind-hearted. If this matter was really as he said, it actually had nothing to do with him. He actually forced the responsibility on himself. Unfortunately, I still misjudged my own strength. Lin Bin sighed, although I'm already a saint-level reincarnationist, I have made too much progress, and my foundation is too low, so I have suffered a loss in the fight with Cain. It is estimated that it will be difficult for me to recover from my injuries for a long time in the future. The secret realm is fine, but if the kingdoms of God know that I killed Cain and come to seek revenge on me, I'm afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. In the subsequent battles with the kingdoms of God, I may not be able to help you too much, big brother. Brother, you have done enough for me. How can I let you face these kingdoms of God alone? Hearing Lin Bin's words, Gu Yuan suddenly came to his senses. That's right. There was actually no grudge between his brother and the kingdom of God. He helped him out several times. But now that he has killed this ninth apostle, doesn't it mean that he is also standing directly on the opposite side of the kingdom of God? But he was so seriously injured. If the kingdom of God attacks. Brother, you are so shameless. Let me give you this credit. Gu Yuan took the body from Lin Bin and said seriously, the ninth apostle did not die in your hands. I and the brothers of the Reincarnation Association set a trap to trap him. This matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Bin was moved and said, brother, even if you didn't kill the ninth apostle, I would have to fight him. You helped me kill him, which actually saved me a lot of trouble. If I can do something for you, I will feel much better. Don't refuse again. Yes, Mr. Abin, if this credit falls into our hands, we can actually get a lot of bonuses. In this way, you lose a big threat, and we get a considerable reward. We have the best of both worlds. Several other reincarnations also spoke out to persuade him. But how can I let my big brother take the blame for me? Lin Bin wanted to say a few more hypocritical words, but thinking that too much is as bad as too little, he could only change his words. Well, forget it. Anyway, after I recover from my injuries, as long as there is a conflict between you and the kingdom of God, I will definitely not stand idly by, and will definitely help you. So it doesn't matter whether it's you or me. Then I'll leave Cain's body to you, big brother. Brother, I have a top grade jade dupil here. Take it quickly. No. Big brother, you are the first line facing the threat of heavy rain and strong winds. You need this pill more than me, so don't be polite to me. Keep it and use it at the most appropriate time. Brother. Lin Bin sighed in his heart. He was still a little thin-skinned. Otherwise, he would have shamelessly taken the pill. But for now, it's enough to get rid of the blame. Lin Bin was helped into the house by Gu Yuan to rest, and the combat members of the Reincarnation Association looked at Cain's body. After a short silence, one of the reincarnations named Lin Jin suggested, speaking of which, for the safety of Mr. Abin, should we make a bigger splash in this victory? That's right, expose the body, and then directly condemn it to the kingdom of God. We won't tolerate the people of the kingdom of God wreaking havoc. If anyone dares to come again, we will kill them without mercy. Expose the body? It's not that exaggerated in modern society. Just take a photo of the body and put it on the forum. The people in the kingdom of God are all reincarnations, so they can naturally see it. Okay, I'll report it to the association first and get the reward first. By the way, let's give Mr. Abin a share when the time comes. But he just said that he doesn't want it. We took the risk for him and we are already very loyal to him. These rewards should be ours. Hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. After a moment, Mr. Gu is so lucky to have the friendship of such a good brother. Yes. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 days later when Cain's body was exposed on the reincarnation forum, accompanied by a righteous condemnation. The reincarnationists were also very excited. The two sides had restrained each other, but they had long been fed up with each other. Now seeing their own association slap the other side in the face so hard, they were naturally very excited. Still in that virtual reality space. But this time, the number of people in the Apostle Conference changed from 14 to 13. The 9th apostle fell. 4 apostles died in succession. Even the first apostle could not suppress his anger and shouted, "Can you give me a reasonable explanation for the failure of this mission?" And it's Gu Yuan again. It seems that once he is involved, the apostles of our kingdom of God will become stupid and let him slaughter them. The former 11th apostle, the former 11th apostle, the former 7th apostle, and now there is another 9th apostle. I don't believe that a mere saint-level reincarnationist can be so terrible that he can kill 4 apostles of my kingdom of God in succession. Sui Fengqi lowered his brows, but he couldn't help but panic in his heart and looked at Deng Yang instinctively. This matter, in fact, has another reason. Deng Yang explained in a deep voice, "It's Cain's fault. Leader, you ordered him to help Sui Fengqi take back his S-level item, but he felt that this S-level item could not belong to him, so he didn't take it to heart, but wanted to find another S-level item that was said to have been lost for many years." The first apostle asked, "Then what?" Then, he didn't investigate the information about Gu Yuan at all, but focused on searching for clues about the other S-level item. His attitude was almost fanatical. In his words, this S-level item involved an event in the past of the kingdom of God, so it is of vital importance to the kingdom of God. If he can get that S-level item, not only will the item belong to him, but you, the leader, will also give him an extra generous reward. The first apostle fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, he sighed and said, "It is indeed something that only an old man like him can know." Deng Yang said regretfully, so after getting the clue of the S-level item, he could no longer hold back, and planned to settle Sui Fengqi's affairs as soon as possible, and pursue his own interests wholeheartedly. Then, he made the mistake of being greedy for merit and reckless, ignoring the intelligence that Sui Fengqi and I had worked hard to investigate, and went straight to find trouble with Gu Yuan. Then, everyone knows what happened later. Gu Yuan had already set a trap, waiting for him to fall into it. How did Gu Yuan know that we were going to attack him? I'm very curious about this. How did Gu Yuan know that we were going to attack him? This is what I want to say next. Deng Yang said in a deep voice, "I suspect that there is a traitor among us." You mean, the deaths of Lord Nitz, and the previous Lord Wangling, and Lord Zufeng are all related to that traitor? The 7th apostle Shi Zixuan perfectly displayed his characteristics of an Uchlika, and angrily said, "The death of Lord Nitz is related to one of us." Apart from this possibility, I can't think of any other possibility. But don't ask me about the evidence, I don't know anything, it's just a guess. Deng Yang thought to himself that at this point, so many apostles have died, anyone who is not stupid can probably guess the problem in this regard. It would be better for me to take the initiative to bring it up, and it can also reduce my suspicion. Or, he glanced at Sui Fengqi and thought that the person who took the bag had come anyway. Now this person can be used first, and when he can't be used, he can be pushed out. Perfect. The first apostle said, "Don't talk about things without evidence. The most important thing is how to deal with the follow-up matters. I have a suggestion about this matter." Everyone was surprised to find that the 11th apostle was particularly active in this meeting, but it was not surprising. After all, he was the person involved. What proposal? Deng Yang said, I propose that Sui Fengqi be the 9th apostle. Sui Fengqi looked at Deng Yang gratefully. Good big brother. No, good 11th brother. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. Not right. The 6th apostle said, he doesn't have an S-level item in his hand, which is unreasonable. But the reason why he couldn't get the S-level item is entirely due to the fault of the 9th apostle Cain. Deng Yang said in a deep voice, we have obtained substantial clues. The S-level item actually fell into Gu Yuan's hands, but now because of Cain's alarm, I doubt that Gu Yuan will easily let the S-level item show up again. If we want to take back the S-level item, the difficulty will undoubtedly increase a lot compared to before. Sui Fengqi has not been able to get his S-level item until now. Cain has an unshirkable responsibility. I think he needs to make it up to Sui Fengqi. And it doesn't matter if there is no S-level item. Anyway, there is no new replacement now, so Sui Fengqi can temporarily take over the position of the 9th apostle and become an agent. After he takes back his S-level item, can't he be promoted to a regular person? That makes sense. I agree. Shizixuan nodded and said, what the 11th apostle said makes sense. On the other hand, if there is a high possibility that a traitor has appeared among us, I think vigorously supporting newcomers will be helpful for us to eliminate this traitor. The 8th apostle sneered, it seems that you have already directly identified the so-called traitor as us old apostles. There was a bit of hostility in his voice. Shizixuan said in a natural tone, no, I just think that a newcomer should not have the ability to possess the information about Lord Nitz, Lord Wanling, and Lord Zufeng, and to assist Gu Yuan in killing them, right? Stop arguing. What the 11th apostle said makes sense. The Phantom organization cannot be idle. Someone must be in charge of the overall situation. Zufengqi is very suitable. As for whether there is a traitor, the first apostle said, whether there is a traitor or not, Gu Yuan has indeed become a thorn in the side of my kingdom of God. He must not be kept. Cain has failed, so we will send new apostles to deal with him. He should have 2 S-level items belonging to my kingdom of God in his hands now, and we must find a way to take them back as soon as possible. Hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment. Although Gu Yuan was only a saint-level reincarnationist, he was able to kill several apostles of the kingdom of God in succession. This was obviously not a coincidence. His strength was definitely not as simple as an ordinary saint level 1, and now that he had obtained the S-level item that should have belonged to Zufengqi, his strength would certainly be even more powerful, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could rival a nation-level reincarnationist. Even those who could become an apostle were not simple characters. But this kind of thing of making wedding dresses for others and risking one's life, no one would be willing to do it unless they were stupid. The first apostle said in a deep voice, no one is willing to volunteer. Deng Yang sighed, I have fought with him, but unfortunately, my strength seems to be restrained by his S-level item. I'm no match for him at all. I would just be delivering food if I went. The first apostle sighed and said, indeed, this person who was able to kill 4 of our apostles in succession must be extremely powerful, and he also has close ties with the authorities. The risk of killing him by force is indeed too great. It seems that we need to build a safe situation before killing him. Deng Yang asked, what's the safe way? The first apostle spoke word by word, find a secret realm and make him disappear forever in the secret realm. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then they understood. It seems that 4 masters and apprentices died directly or indirectly at the hands of Gu Yuan, and the boss was a little anxious. Chapter 240 Suspicion. This is the hemostatic herb you asked for. How are your injuries? In the mountains. In a hidden valley. The 2 people who were being chased and fleeing in a hurry finally found such a safe place to rest and began to treat their wounds. Kurama is not a simple human. It is very easy for him to conjure various herbs. However, Changfeng has high agility, high attack and low defense, but he was forced to be the main tank facing Cain head-on, so the injuries he suffered were naturally serious. Fortunately, they are just some superficial injuries. Changfeng took the herbs and applied them to the wounds on his body. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This man's arm is very strange. In order to prevent his power from getting close to me, I can't give it my all. It's a blessing to get this little injury. It's a pity that the people of Bakesy village have been implicated. I have to recover as soon as possible and go back to see them later. I have to make sure they are safe before I can rest assured. I'll go." Kurama said softly, "But no matter what the situation in Bakesy village is, we can't live there anymore. Do you have anything you want me to bring out for you?" "No, I'm alone." "Nothing." "Who?" he just said halfway. Chang Feng's face suddenly changed. With Kurama's expression, he instantly became very calm. With a wave of his hand, several vines with sharp thorns entangled, forming an extremely tight defense in front of the two people. "Don't be on guard. I'm not an enemy." Outside the valley, the fire shadow swayed. The figure reflected was also twisted and swaying. As he walked in, the shadow gradually lengthened, bringing a heavy sense of pressure to the two. After the battle with Kane, both of them were seriously injured, and now the enemy has come to their door. Moreover, Kurama held the thorn whip. His eyes were filled with the color of a beast's pupils, and he whispered, "You said you are not an enemy, but I have smelled your scent. During the battle in the daytime, you were also beside me. How? Are you planning to wipe out the roots?" Chang Feng showed a strange look on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Kurama, don't be on guard. The one coming should not be an enemy." "What? Consider it my friend. At least you still think you are my friend." The person who came was Bin. He got the A-level prop positioning camera. Finding people became extremely simple for him. He just took the photo he had taken before. It was only the back of the person who came, but it actually showed an icon mark. Following the icon, the photo would also use the degree of heat to remind the distance from the target. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an A-level prop. Although it is not a combat type, with this item, it will be too easy to find someone in the future. After trying it out, Bin was very satisfied with the item and was in a good mood. He complained to Chang Feng, "I clearly added you as a friend at that time, but you disappeared when I contacted you later. If your name had not turned gray, I might have thought you had died in the secret realm." Chang Feng: "No, I should call you Nifeng, right? There were speculations about this before, but they were not certain. But now seeing the fierce and powerful leg skills in the 40-meter blue sword, Bin is now almost completely sure." Chang Feng, or Nifeng. A wry smile appeared on his face and he sighed. "It seems that Abin, you have investigated me." Zhang Mo looked at Bin in surprise and asked, "He is Abin?" Bin keenly heard the hidden meaning in his words and asked back, "Why, is Abin different from others?" Zhang Mo asked, "How did you get mixed up with those people?" "It's very simple. Those people are my target, but they were looking for something, so I wanted to take advantage of the conflict between the two, but I didn't expect that they were looking for you. From this point of view, they helped me a lot before they died." Bin said, "And the village is fine. Kane and his subordinates have been killed by us. If you want to live back in the future, there will be no problem. The place has not been exposed." Nifeng said gratefully, "Thank you, Abin." "You're welcome." Bin said. "Nifeng, Bin." After a moment, Bin asked, "Then what?" Nifeng asked back, "What then?" Bin sighed and said, "I have always heard that the leader of the Kamikaze Hall, Nifeng, is kind-hearted, but I didn't expect that it was just a lie. If I hadn't killed Kane for you today, it would be useless for you to escape to the ends of the earth. Didn't I say that? He has a tracking item in his hand, and you have been locked by him. By then, not only will you be unable to escape death, but even the people of Bakesy village will probably suffer an unexpected disaster. From this point of view, it's not too much to say that I saved your life." He spread his hands and said, "But the way you repay your savior is to thank him? There is no practical meaning." Zhang Ma said, "I have a B-level item in my hand. If you want, I can give it to you. This is a normal reincarnation. For the saint level, 1 or 2 B-level items are already considered rich. For example, those S-level and A-level ones, my taste has become very picky." Bin shook his head and said, "That's not what I want to know." Nifeng asked, "Then what do you want to know? Why did you attack the Tang family?" Bin said, "Before, I thought you had some other grudges, But when I found out that you were among the attackers, I was certain that this time should be the same as the last secret realm. You attacked to protect me, right? After all, the timing is just too coincidental. I just killed the head of the Tang family, and you directly destroyed the secret realm of the Tang family, and cut off their roots. Nifeng. Lin Bin, so let's talk about the old stuff. At whose request did you protect me? Kang Ma shook his head and said, sorry, Mr. Abin, we can't say. Nifeng also smiled bitterly and said, sorry, Abin, she saved my life, and I can't betray her. Lin Bin sighed, didn't I save your life? Nifeng fell silent after hearing this. After a long while, he sighed and said, the secret realm I was in was attacked by the apostles. I was their main target. Later, their mission failed, but by chance, I came to the real world with the help of an apostle's reincarnation table. Zhang Ma called out, Mr. Feng. I just told Abin something I could say. Nifeng said, as an organization where aliens gather together for warmth, the plane walkers are tit for tat with the apostles. But in fact, the plane walkers are not omnipotent, especially since the kingdom of God has multiple S-level props. The power of the plane walkers alone is not enough to compete with them. Sometimes, even they may not be able to rescue people in time. Lin Bin said thoughtfully, so what? When I first came to the real world, I was still attacked by the apostles. I was seriously injured and almost dead. Later, I was rescued by someone. The other person not only saved me, but also taught me how to survive in the real world. Later, it was at his suggestion that I joined the plane walk. But in fact, I have never forgotten his life-saving grace, so if he needs me, I will naturally repay his kindness. Lin Bin, man, him, a woman, or an animal? I have already been unable to repay him for his life-saving guidance, so how can I betray him? Nifeng said, you can understand it as another organization besides the apostles and the walkers, an organization that is independent of the official and even hidden deeper than the apostles and the plane walkers. But in a sense, this organization is very loose, because most of us spontaneously surround him. We aliens have no roots in this world, and suddenly we meet someone who is willing to help us, so we naturally regard him as a relative. I see. Is there anything else you want to say? Nifeng shook his head and said, that's all I can say. Thank you. Lin Bin turned and walked out. Nifeng asked, are you just leaving like that? What else? Anyway, the reason you were exposed is because you attacked the Tang family, and the reason you attacked the Tang family was actually to clear the crisis for me. In a sense, your disaster this time is still because of me. Can I still hang you up and torture you? Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, don't refuse to drink when I ask you to drink next time. I tell you, Kane's tool for finding people has fallen into my hands. It's easy for me to find you. You can't run away. Watching Lin Bin leave, Zhang Ma frowned and said, you told him too much. What else? If it weren't for him, even if the people of Baxi village didn't die directly in their hands, who knows what insidious means those reincarnations would use to deal with them? Once these people are harmed, I will never be able to atone for my sins. Nifeng sighed deeply and said, and maybe he may not understand what I mean. If he can't even understand this, he wouldn't have come to this point today. Zhang Ma sighed deeply, complained, I really miss the days when I was a demon fox. At that time, I had no conscience and did nothing. I didn't feel guilty. Unlike now. Alas. Anyway, the matter of the apostles has finally come to an end. Akane died. No matter how crazy the kingdom of God is, it is impossible to take revenge at this time, when the security is so strict. Either think of another way, or wait for the storm to pass. Lin Bin can finally go home, and enjoy a few days of leisurely life. Especially since Zhu Yuan and Shan Mixon, mother and daughter, had also returned from their training. Lin Bin had even gone to their house to welcome them back. Unfortunately, Shan Wanjing happened to be there, thinking about her mother's return from training, and had something to say to her, so in the end, only Zhu Yuan was left with Lin Bin. But it didn't matter. It was still the same room, different people, and such a relationship, which was enough to satisfy Lin Bin's habit, who was still very innocent. Although some things were expected, they might just be like that, when they really got them. It's better to keep the freshness and expectation before getting them. Lin Bin was not in a hurry. It's not worth it. Just like there is still an ambiguous Yanfei at home. Sooner or later, she will be his, so there is no need to be so anxious. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that Gaoyu, this little girl, is particularly obsessed with her mother, and sometimes she doesn't bother her mother, but instead bothers him. He has already entered the miserable state of being disturbed by the child in advance. That night, he returned home happily, with a different style, which made him feel very satisfied. During this time, apart from occasionally lashing out at Zhuyan and Shan Mixon, he was not idle either, but seriously considering some very important information that Nifeng had told him. It seemed that Nifeng's words were just telling Lin Bin some of his experiences, but in fact, there was a lot of information hidden in his words. It was not a person, but an organization, but compared to apostles and walkers, it was relatively loose, and also more secretive. But most of its members should be aliens. This organization even had some overlap with the plane walkers, just like Nifeng served as both this organization and the plane walker. In other words, when aliens first came to this world, they would not only be recruited by the plane walkers and the official, but some would also join this mysterious organization. Thinking about it, he called Cannon and asked, "Cannon, when you first came to the real world, besides plane walking, did you come into contact with any other organizations? Other organizations besides plane walking?" Cannon blinked and was about to answer, but Lin Bin suddenly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, no need to answer, definitely not. Think about Nifeng, think about Kangma. This organization seems to recruit some kind-hearted people with more conscience." It was really stupid for him to think of asking Cannon. Cannon pouted in dissatisfaction and complained, "I always feel that people have been severely insulted by you. Did you call them specially to trample on them? Don't talk nonsense. It's just that I think I know you better. It's better to ask Fixuan than to ask you." The two chatted for a few words. Lin Bin hung up the phone and completely curled up on the sofa, looking at the kitchen. She Fixuan smiled positively, helping Lin Zhu and learning to cook from her. Even Lin Bin didn't know when she and Lin Zhu had such a deep friendship. During this period of time, the two women regarded themselves as sisters, and Shi Fixuan often came in and out of his house. Even Shi Kingsuan became a frequent visitor here. But this sudden friendship didn't seem to be a big deal before. After all, it was hard to tell the friendship between women. But now, combined with Tang Yufu's sudden appearance before, Lin Bin suddenly felt that he was a little blinded by the light. Chapter 241 I was led astray, asking for monthly ticket support. 4 of the 7 people have died. Let's exclude the possibility that the reincarnationist may have faked his death. After all, the possibility is very low. Lu Linlin is 100% an ordinary person. Lin Bin used various props to test her many times and found that except for some different evil thoughts about him, she was no different from ordinary girls. After that, the only 2 suspects were Lin Bin and Lin Zhu. However, Lin Bin knew his own family and knew that he was innocent. But he was even more reluctant to suspect his sister. In addition, even the apostles did not pursue the matter anymore. In Lin Bin's opinion, they must have confirmed that none of the 7 people they wanted to find were the ones they wanted to find, so they let it go. But now, combined with the information given by Changfeng, no, Nifeng before, their organization actually has a very close connection with aliens, and even most of the members are aliens. He didn't say it explicitly, but his words clearly gave him such a hint. Would Nifeng's words be unbelievable? Of course not. She was a legendary super saint mother. Even when facing the supervillain who killed his parents, he could still feel compassion. It can be seen how conservative he is. Even if he has changed a lot in countless experiences, a person's nature has already been formed. There will only be slight differences, and there will never be big changes. Lin Bin realized that he had actually overlooked very important information before. For example, the existence of Tang Yufu. A retired reincarnationist should be secluded and never ask about things in reality. Just like Teacher Bei, who is an alien, if she hadn't taken the initiative to reveal her identity, Lin Bin would never have thought that Teacher Bei, who had taught her for several years, was actually from another world. Similarly, in theory, after becoming a reincarnationist, Tang Yufu should be as far away from him as possible. But now, there are a lot of reincarnationists around him. Only Tang Yufu appeared because of his sister. If you think about it more deeply, the timing of her appearance is actually after he became a reincarnationist. This timing now seems to be untenable. And the previous destruction of the Tang family. The time should be right after I told Lin Zhu about my battle of wits and courage with Tang Shi and Heo, and then Nifeng and Kang Ma went to destroy the secret realm of the Tang family. No way. Could it be that my sister is actually a hidden boss? Is she really one of the 7, the owner of the S-level item that the apostles wanted to find but couldn't get? Lin Zhu, who was standing up straight and chatting and laughing with Tang Yufu, suddenly seemed to have sensed something. She looked back at Lin Bin in surprise and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, I'm just happy to see you recover." Lin Zhu blinked, turned around, and sighed in a low voice. Abin is also at the age of being interested in the opposite sex's body. It's time to find a girlfriend. Tang Yufu, huh? I'm not talking about you, I'm just saying. Oh, you scared me. Tang Yufu gently patted her fleshy chest, and the trembling frequency was like her heartbeat at the moment. It really missed a beat just now. And Lin Bin looked away. There are still many doubts that have not been solved. If she really has an S-level item, why doesn't she heal her legs? Over the years, the enemy has not found any trace of her. Even if her S-level items cannot be cured, she should have enough means to exchange for some items that can heal herself. And how did she train with her broken legs? Well, it should be when I left. Otherwise, why did she ask me when I would be back every time she trained in the past? Did she not want me to know about this? There are too many difficult to explain questions. But now with Nifeng's testimony, Lin Bin is almost certain that the holder of this secret S-level item is most likely her sister. Should we continue to investigate? After learning the truth, Lin Bin's heart suddenly relaxed. You know, when he was training in the secret realm, what he was most worried about was actually Lin Zhu's safety. Although the disputes between reincarnations do not involve family members, if someone is really forced to the end of the road, should we put our hopes on his principles? Lin Bin does not have much expectation for the confidentiality function of the Reincarnation Association. But if the sister is actually a big boss, let's not talk about why she didn't heal her legs. Anyway, now she has been healed by him. In other words, the last shortcoming has been made up. If she is surrounded by so many extraordinary people, he naturally doesn't need to consider safety too much. As for Lin Zhu's other identity that she didn't tell him, Lin Bin didn't take it to heart at all. The two siblings have depended on each other for many years, so there is naturally a certain degree of trust. When he first got the identity of a reincarnation, didn't he hide the news from her? Many times. Concealing is not because of being unfamiliar, but just because you don't want to make the other person worry. I told her, because I think the time is ripe. Similarly, she didn't tell me, because the time is not ripe yet. It seems that there is no need to dig deep. Wait until she feels mature enough, and then open her heart to him. Thinking of this, Lin Bin's heart suddenly let go of a huge stone. He stood up and walked over. He hugged Lin Zhu directly from behind. Lin Zhu froze, then sighed helplessly. I just said that you are also at the age of being curious about girls, so you use your sister to explore? Nothing. I just thought of the painful days in the past, and then thought about the life now, and then suddenly felt very happy. Lin Bin turned his head to look at the landlady, and said seriously, Mrs. Tang, my level is gradually improving. Although theoretically the frequency of entering the secret realm will gradually slow down. In fact, I feel that the frequency of my entry into the secret realm is getting faster and faster. When I'm not around, please take care of my sister. Before, he always felt that he owed the landlady something. But if the landlady was saved by Lin Zhu and was willing to be her assistant, then it would be justified for her to protect her. Yeah, you're welcome. The landlady was stunned for a moment, then nodded in response. I'm going to practice. Lin Bin gently hugged Lin Zhu, then turned around and walked back. He was still muttering in his heart, thinking that he would have a chance to give his sister some subtle advice in the future, telling her that Nifeng was indeed kind-hearted, but too pedantic, and easily swayed by emotions and favors. Where you sit, you think about the problem from the right angle. Before, he was grateful to Nifeng for telling him so much information, but now, with his butt tilted, he suddenly felt that Nifeng's temper was very bad. It seems that he has to give him a good beating in the future. Anyway, this matter has come to an end temporarily. Lin Bin finally had enough time to seriously comprehend the mystery of the Xiangang Bidao formation. He can now reach the point where 5 people form a formation. And it feels that Yu Liyuan has not reached the limit yet. You know, the upper limit of the power of the Xiangang Bidao formation itself is indeed far less than the Zhenwu 5 section formation, but it is better in that it has many variations. 2 people can form a formation, 3 people can form a formation, 5 people can form a formation, and even after 7 people, 9 people and 13 people can form a formation. When Ji Yuojing broke into the Quanzin sect, what they encountered was a total of 128 disciples, each with 64 people forming a formation, using both the positive formation and the counter formation. It can only be said that the Quanzin sect has no successors, and they have been clinging to the things passed down by their masters. After decades of research, they have really developed a lot of things. And now, all these things have fallen into Lin Bin's hands. Lin Bin has the 8 swords of the King of Yu, plus the 9 swords of the Chaos God, which can completely form a 9 swords formation. Although the skills can only be polished with water grinding, the strength can still increase. If the 9 swords formation is completed, Lin Bin feels that he may have no one to resist him under the protection of the country. For a long time afterwards, Lin Bin fell into a state of doing nothing. Every day after breakfast, he would take the fantasy soundbox to find Yan Fei, ask her to help him adjust his vocal music, and then practice with her. Sometimes, Xiangxin would come to rub it. Shi Fixuan was thin-skinned and embarrassed, but she really liked the accelerator of the fantasy soundbox, so sometimes the 2 sisters would come together to bother him, of course, under the name of visiting Linzhou. In just over 20 days, Lin Bin's power improved slightly, and his understanding of the Xiangang Bidao formation also increased significantly. At this time, the essence of the evil emperor's relic really began to show its power. When absorbing the evil emperor's relic, Qian got the most direct improvement. Every time she practiced dual cultivation, her own cultivation could make great progress, which was why she was so eager to practice dual cultivation. But at that time, Lin Bin's gains seemed far less than hers, but now, he has already left her far behind. Even though Qian had used the 18th level of cultivation in the heavenly demonic law to forcibly improve her own strength to the level of entering the saint. But as a saint, Qian can fight 7 people alone, which shows how big the gap is in the first level of entering the saint. With the improvement of the reincarnation, the gap in strength will only get bigger and bigger, and even at the same level, there will be an insurmountable gap. During this period of time, Lin Bin also paid attention to some external information from time to time. For example, the Samsara Association has officially launched a wanted list for the Black Mountain Old Demon. Regardless of life or death, if you can successfully obtain his head and bring it back, you will be rewarded with an A-level item, 1 A-level merit, and 5,000 Samsara points. This is almost a full harvest of a nightmare level secret realm experience. No, with an A-level item, even a nightmare level reward cannot match the reward of the Black Mountain Old Demon. From this point, it can be seen that the Samsara Association should have fought with the Black Mountain Old Demon several times afterwards, but the more such tasks of capturing enemies in their own base camp, the easier it is to be restrained. In addition, the Black Mountain Old Demon is unscrupulous, and I'm afraid that the association is still the one who suffers. Therefore, they seem to treat the Black Mountain Old Demon as the boss of the nightmare level secret realm. But compared with the nightmare level lack of geographical advantage, the Black Mountain Old Demon is alone, and this is simply a treasure given by God. Therefore, many Samsara teams heard the news and moved. Many notorious secret realm hunters also began to search for the whereabouts of the Black Mountain Old Demon. Even Lin Bin couldn't help but be tempted. A-level props, such as control props like the magic mirror, auxiliary props like the positioning camera, and even offensive props like the Zuaniuan sword and defensive props like the 7 layering of blazing sky. No matter which type, they are all precious treasures. Now that the Black Mountain Old Demon is seriously injured, should he use the positioning camera to pick up this bargain? But soon, He gave up this naive idea. Capital never gives benefits to the people below for no reason. Since they suddenly gave so much, it must be that the Black Mountain Old Demon has some other amazing skills that make them feel headache. So just throw the pot to the reincarnations below and let them have a headache. The more this situation is, the more he can't move. Especially since he has a grudge against the Black Mountain Old Demon for killing his wife. Although in this battle, there are also some signs that Nizaokian took the initiative to die. But if Lin Bin explained what happened in detail, the Black Mountain Old Demon would probably be even more angry. It turned out that he was the only one who felt happy, and his existence was always a torment for her. A dog licks his lover, but he can also turn into a wolf warrior when facing other people. Therefore, Lin Bin forcibly curbed this temptation with great willpower. He even contacted Li Lei specifically to tell him not to do it. He was already carrying the blame, and if he acted rashly, it would be easy for him to turn from a hunter to a prey. Li Lei naturally agreed. He had been shadowed by the Black Mountain Old Demon. For a while, ordinary people were unaware of it, but the reincarnationists could all feel that there was almost an earth-shaking shock in the reincarnation circle in China. The peaceful time passed for more than a month. In the end, Lin Bin's peace was broken by a phone call. Abin. Director Lei, you're looking for me? Lei Meng reminded him seriously. Did you overlook anything during this period? Did I overlook anything? Lin Bin hurriedly reflected on himself and carefully considered what important factor he had overlooked. It was so important that Director Lei came to remind him personally. Could it be that he had made some serious negligence? But after thinking about it, he was confused and said, "No, you haven't come to work for 2 months." Lei Meng's anger seemed to be difficult to suppress. He said angrily, "Now, come and punch in immediately. You have to be worthy of your monthly salary, right? Hurry up, there is a distinguished guest who wants to see you. Don't let people wait too long." Distinguished guest? Got it, I'll go right over. Lin Bin then realized that, oh, by the way, I also have the identity of a formal employee of the World 20th Bureau. Alas, it's all Sister Kyan's fault. She has led me astray. Slacking off at work has become a daily routine. Lin Bin sighed sincerely. Chapter 242. Working in a secret realm. The leader summoned him. In addition, he was already feeling guilty and at fault, so Lin Bin did not delay and rushed to the World 20th Bureau as soon as possible. As the door of Raymond's office was pushed open, Lin Bin's face showed the expression of a loyal henchman at the right time, and asked, "Director Lei, I heard that you were looking for me, so I rushed here as soon as possible." "Oh, President Bei, you are here too? Brother K. Hello, Mr. Abin." K-88 smiled cordially. After experiencing the training of the Kainu plane together, his smile to Lin Bin was less polite and more cordial than before. Raymond could not help but roll his eyes, but he carefully hid it. Although he was very dissatisfied with Lin Bin's lateness and early departure, but now in front of outsiders, he naturally had to give Lin Bin enough face. He just knocked on the table and said, "President Bei has something to find you, and it's not good to keep her waiting for a long time, so I called you to come back." "President Bei?" Lin Bin glanced at Beiyuki, who was sitting leisurely in the vice seat next to him. He and she had not seen each other for a while. Now that they met again, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and they were no longer the same. Because of this, in Lin Bin's eyes, the person sitting there was not a beautiful woman at all. It was clearly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The power contained in that thin body was frightening. Lei Jun, who had strengthened the Tagiro system, was as fragile as a child in front of him. "President Bei, you are too polite." Lin Bin had a kind smile on his face and said with a smile, "If you want to find me, let Brother K call me, and I will visit you in person, right? Brother K has my contact information, right?" K-88 nodded and said, "Of course, but the president insisted on coming in person, so it is difficult for me as a subordinate to stop him." Beiyuki held the tang sword in her hand, and her silver hair covered most of her eyelids. But you can still see the calmness and ease contained in her eyes. She can open your head at any time. If you need a favor from someone, you naturally have to go in person. She used a knife to pick up the milk and fruit on the ground next to her and said, "I also brought a gift." President Bei is too polite. If you need anything, just tell me. Why are you so formal? Not to mention that you helped me a lot when I was the weakest. I would not refuse my relationship with brother K. And Linbin paused, relying on his outstanding memory, and said, I remember that you said at the time that you might need me in the future. You have a good memory. That's right. I did you a favor at that time for this moment. Bayuki said, in fact, the reason why K88 became a teammate with you last time in the secret realm was actually arranged by me. Linbin, what? K88 apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Abin, I didn't tell you the real intention. In fact, after checking your secret realm evaluation, President Bay wanted to verify your performance in the secret realm with his own eyes, and the facts have proved that your performance is very good, even better than Li Lei, a veteran saint-level reincarnationist. You have been supporting me since I was the weakest. You still have to personally review me now? Linbin said in surprise. So serious? Are you planning to let me save the world? I just asked you to help me bring someone next time you go to the secret realm. Bayuki took out his mobile phone and said, come in. A moment later, a crisp and pleasant female voice came from the phone, with a little embarrassment, and said carefully, that, boss, I may not be able to come in. Bayuki frowned and said, what did you do again? I didn't do anything. I was just curious, so I invaded the World Fragment Early Warning Alarm Detection Bureau and checked some information I wanted to see, and then I was arrested. The voice on the other side cried and explained. I have explained. I have no ill intentions. I just invaded for fun. I didn't mean it. It was just my fingers that didn't obey me. Bayuki, give me the phone. Raymond took the phone handed over by Bayuki and said, little girl, just tell them that it was Director Lei's order to let them release you. Hey, yes, Director. The voice on the other side immediately became energetic, as if it could sense the instant arrogance of the other party. After finding a backer, K88 apologized and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Raymond shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, she is the first person in history to call our World Administration Bureau's name correctly. From this point alone, she is our World Administration Bureau's forever friend. K88. A moment later, a petite girl with short hair that reached her forehead and shawl walked in with careful steps. He laughed. Boss, you called me? It's her. Bayuki ignored her flattering greeting and said to Linbin, I hope that next time we go to the secret realm, you can take her into the experience and help her become a saint-level reincarnation. Linbin, this is. Hello, boss. My name is Zardao. I'm an alien. I have followed you since the original world fragments. Zardao looked at Linbin with more and more satisfaction and said with a smile, I just secretly hacked into the system of the World Administration Bureau and browsed through your specific battle record. My god, this is the first time I've seen a human stronger than you. The next time I go to the secret realm, I'll leave it to you. Linbin glanced at the girl who seemed to be very familiar and asked, so, President Bay, you mean that I should take her to get a rating of B or above in the next killing level secret realm? Bayuki, that's right. Linbin, I won't ask about the secret realm mercenary team. With your strength, President Bay, I will take her directly into the nightmare level secret realm. Without her, my chances of clearing the secret realm are 90%. With her, the chances may drop to 30%. Bayuki said, I need someone whose strength is at the saint level, but whose combat power is far more than that of a saint. This can ensure that, after being neutralized by her, I will still have the ability to pass the secret realm. Our Science and Technology Association is not without capable people, but the abilities are duplicated. Technological enhancement is very useful in some scenarios, but it is completely useless in some scenarios, so I need a jack of all trades. Zardao said dissatisfiedly, what are you talking about, boss? Am I that useless? I'm actually very powerful. Shut up. I've seen too many rookies like you who are both green and playful. If I didn't have some fellow countrymen feelings for you, I would really let you fend for yourself in the secret realm. Bayuki glared at Zardao. She was frightened and trembled. Then she picked her fingers and complained in a low voice, saying things like, isn't it just that I accidentally overwrote your save file when I was playing your game? Why am I so angry? So that's how it is. Lin Bin looked at Xiaodao, who was grinning at him. Is this what it feels like to have a backstage? Even the bodyguards in the secret realm have been arranged. I'm really envious. He turned and looked at Raymond. Raymond, what are you looking at me for? It's up to you, whether you agree or not. Lin Bin said, I have no problem, but I can't guarantee it. I can only say that I will do my best. Your words of doing your best are enough. Bayuki nodded and said, then I'll leave her to you. When you enter the next secret realm for training, just remember to contact her. Hehe, I have quietly added my number to your phone. Remember to contact me then. Xiaodao waved at Lin Bin very kindly and smiled. Then, we will have a happy cooperation. As he said that, he took small steps and followed behind Bayuki. Mr. Abin, goodbye. K88 said goodbye very politely and followed behind them. In the huge office, only Raymond and Lin Bin were left. Raymond knocked on the table and said, you have to be careful in the secret realm this time. President Bay may say she dislikes it, but she has been making arrangements for her 2 years ago. This shows how much she values this little girl named Xiaodao. Don't let her get hurt in the secret realm. No one can guarantee something like this, especially since I don't know her true strength. But as long as she can listen to my instructions honestly, it's basically a sure thing for her to get a B-level secret realm next time. Well, what you said is very true. Raymond said, actually, I asked you to come here for something important, but now it seems that the plan may have to be changed temporarily. Lin Bin asked, what plan? During this period of time, a brand new secret realm has appeared, and the stabilization speed of this space secret realm is much faster than that of a normal secret realm. Lin Bin asked, Director Lei, what do you mean? Raymond did not answer, and continued, not only that, since half a year ago, the time from the appearance to the stabilization of the space cracks in the new secret realm has been advanced from 1 month to 20 days, and in the past 6 months, a total of 23 new secret realms have appeared in the World 20th bureaus in various places. According to subsequent detections, more than 14 of them are at the extraordinary level, and 5 have reached the killing level. Do you know what this means? Only 4 ordinary secret realms? Raymond said, no. There is only 1 ordinary secret realm, and the other 3 are nightmare level secret realms. Lin Bin was surprised and said, so few? In this case, where will the new reincarnationists train themselves? Yes, even you are aware of this problem, which shows that this problem is really serious. Raymond said, I'm afraid that there will be a fault in the reincarnationists. In the near future, the reincarnationists before the extraordinary will probably no longer have the opportunity to enter the secret realm to train themselves. Of course, this is not a problem we need to worry about, but the difficulty of the new secret realm has increased dramatically, and the first to be affected is our world administration. During this period of time, the casualties of the world administrations in various places have been extremely heavy. He sighed. During this period of time, the difficulty of new secret realms in various places has increased. I originally planned to let you fulfill your duties and enter a brand new secret realm for training, but I didn't expect that you would suddenly bring a burden with you. It seems that it is more appropriate for you to enter a regular secret realm for training. No, let me do it. Lin Bin's heart moved when he heard this, and he quickly took the initiative to volunteer. The losses of the world emergency bureaus in various places are not small, so we must be more cautious. I think I have some experience in entering unfamiliar secret realms. Let me take care of the training in this secret realm. Oh, are you sure? Lin Bin said, since Xiaodao can participate in the promotion to the secret realm, it means that her strength has at least reached the peak of the extraordinary. The words like burden are probably because President Bay is too concerned. In fact, how could there be such a fool who is both inexperienced and playful? And even if there is, there are no other reincarnations messing around in the new secret realm, so I will be more comfortable with it. If that's the case, you may not have much time to rest. No need to rest. I'm ready to go through fire and water for you, Director Lei, and I on the battlefield. That Miss Yanfei, she just happened to arrive at the promotion secret realm, so let's deal with her together. Can we do it with 2 people at once? Yanfei is not a burden, but a helper. I have formally invited her to join my team. In some ways, she can play a very important role for me. Okay, you are no longer a new reincarnationist, and it is time to lead newcomers. Everything is up to you. Understood. Linbin nodded seriously. After returning, Linbin informed Yan Fei of this matter as soon as possible. The most shocked person was Gao Yu. She was surprised. What? Are we going to enter the secret realm again so soon? And you, brother, are going in with mother? Wait, Gao Yu showed a bit of strange expression on her face and asked tentatively, could it be that you two are secretly doing something behind my back under the pretext of going to the secret realm? I've been watching TikTok a lot recently. Some parents do this. They fight in front of their children and then make up and go out for barbecue. You two wouldn't. It was an experience with Linbin, especially since Yan Fei had previously told Gao Yu some details about the secret realm. Knowing that the danger level was not as high as she had imagined, Gao Yu was no longer worried. No, it would be better to say that she was more worried. In the past few days, since moving to the new home, she always felt that the atmosphere at home was weird, and her mother always wanted to avoid her, and she didn't know why. This time entering the secret realm, wouldn't it be a complete avoidance? Although she is still just a little girl, relying on her studious spirit and the information exploding on her mobile phone, Gao Yu knows some of the knowledge she should know. She asked a little melancholy, brother, do you still like me after you come out? Yan Fei said angrily, Jua, what nonsense are you talking about? Jua, you think too much. Linbin also said, and it's not just the two of us. There may be a relative who wants to intervene. Gao Yu immediately asked alertly, insert. Who? Linbin. Chapter 243. The stumbling block is finally gone. Another few days of rest. During this time, Linbin and Yan Fei were both busy. With the help of the power of the magic sound box, they worked hard to improve their own cultivation. Listening to the melodious vocals, Linbin felt that his brain was much more sensitive. The effect of comprehending the Xiangang Bidao formation was also much faster than before. The magic sound box, as a level prop, must have hidden a huge secret. But as they left the world of Kinchi Mingayu, this thing became an accelerator for Linbin and his friends to practice. Of course, different kinds of music have different effects, and the specific ones still need Linbin and Yan Fei to develop in depth. This time, they didn't have to wait too long. 7 days later. Sister, this time I'm helping a friend pass the secret realm, and Fian also needs to participate in this assessment, so I decided that it is not appropriate to cause too much trouble in the secret realm this time. Just make sure that I can reach a level above B, and then return directly. So I estimate that it will take 6 or 7 days at the shortest, half a month or a month at the longest, and I will basically be back. During this period, Jua's homework will be left to you. Anyway, 1 sheep is driven, and 2 sheep are released. I vaguely guessed about my sister. Therefore, before leaving this time, Linbin did not even need Linzu to ask, and he had already taken the initiative to tell Linzu about his itinerary in detail and concisely. Linzu said with a smile, why did you say it so clearly? I was afraid that you would worry, and now your legs have recovered. If there is any place you want to go, you can rest assured to let the landlord take you there. It doesn't matter if you come back a few days late. You should have your own life. Anyway, with the landlord's wife, I don't worry about your safety at all. Linbin felt that he was really considerate. This level of hint. It's like telling her, go ahead, go and experience. No need to save face for me. Okay, I get it. Remember to be safe. Linzu gently stroked Linbin's head and said softly, yeah. Linbin turned to look at Yan Fei. At this time, Yan Fei was still hugging Gao Yu, who was reluctant to leave. The little girl was crying and acting coquettishly with her mother. When she turned around and saw Linbin, she was even more sad. Linbin hugged her affectionately. He turned to look at Yan Fei and said, let's go. Well, Fei Yan will follow Brother Bin's instructions. Or is it better to call me Captain? Whatever, it's just a title. Anyway, there are only 2 of us in this team, and we don't have so many rules in private. With Gao Yu and Linzu's reluctant farewell, Linzu took Yan Fei to his H9 and drove to the Science and Technology Association. When they arrived at the Science and Technology Association, they hadn't entered the door yet. Xiaodao had been waiting at the door with a huge suitcase for a long time. When she saw the car, she jumped and waved, saying, I'm here. Linbin opened the door and let her sit in the back seat. Xiaodao couldn't help but exclaimed, "Boss, you are so fast. I thought you would need 10 days or half a month to prepare. I had asked our boss for several research projects to make some extra money. I didn't expect it would only take a few days." Linbin turned around and said casually, "After all, you are all promoted to the secret realm, so it's better to have less trouble than more. Hurry up and pass the level, to relieve the big stone in your heart. I like your confident look, boss." Xiaodao laughed. "No wonder our boss doesn't even trust those hired teams, but only trusts you. It's amazing. Hey, wait, us." She squeezed to the front from the middle, and then met a peaceful face. Yan Fei smiled slightly, reached out and gently touched her little head, and said softly, "My name is Dongjin Yan Fei. You can just call me Yan Fei." I didn't expect that Miss Xiaodao, at such a young age, has already reached the limit of extraordinary strength, and has the qualification to be assessed as a saint. It's really amazing. Xiaodao blinked and said blankly, "What a beautiful sister. You are also very cute." Yan Fei looked at this little girl who was not much older than her daughter, and her eyes became more kind. But Linbin was thinking about another question. Qian Qian once told him that if a woman calls herself I when facing others, but calls herself something else when facing you, then it is very likely that this woman is acting coquettishly to you. Don't disbelieve it. She is also a woman, and no one understands women better than women. So what she called Fian before was all acting coquettishly to me. Linbin glanced at Yan Fei and suddenly felt that a charming young woman was indeed more appealing. At least he knew that when Kankan acted coquettishly, she was just doing it for fun. But when he found Yan Fei acting coquettishly, he became a little excited. He coughed a few times in a hurry and said, "Okay, we are about to set off. This secret realm is a brand new one, and everything is unknown. So although I want to make a quick decision, it's better for us to understand each other's strength. Miss Xiaodao. Just call me Xiaodao, boss. You don't have to be polite. We are a temporary team, so you can just call me the captain. I don't deserve the title of boss." Xiaodao said disapprovingly, "Nonsense. I invaded your World 20th Bureau last time, but I saw your battle record and data with my own eyes, which are much more detailed than the official ones outside. Boss, your data is more luxurious than my boss's." Linbin asked, "Since you already know my abilities, that's great. This Miss Yan Fei also has martial arts enhancement, but she prefers spells and magic. What type of enhancement do you have?" "Technological enhancement." Xiaodao patted her chest proudly and said, "Did you see my big suitcase?" Linbin took a look and asked in surprise, "Are they all weapons in it?" "Of course not. It's full of my luggage, spare clothes and the like." Linbin said speechlessly, "Then what do you mean by letting me see it? I want to remind you why I don't use the storage space to put this suitcase. Do you know why? Because my storage space is already filled with various types of weapons." Xiaodao said proudly, "And unlike those ordinary technology enhancers, I also have the ability to resonate with wild beasts. I can control some wild beasts with not so high IQs for my own use. Otherwise, why do you think I have become a reincarnation with strength beyond the extraordinary at such a young age?" Yan Fei exclaimed, "So amazing." "Of course. Although people should not boast, it is also wrong to be too modest. So maybe my strength is not as good as yours, big brother, but don't underestimate me for this. In that case, why does President Bei want me to take you to the secret realm?" Linbin asked. "With the strength you described, it feels like, unless you encounter a secret realm that is extremely restrained, there will be no problem even if you solo. He can control ferocious beasts and summon weapons. It is like a combination of a lance and a summoner. Although it cannot be said that there are no flaws, its strength is definitely much better than that of ordinary reincarnationists. In this case, Bayuki actually wants to find a strong bodyguard for her. He doesn't even care so much about his own daughter, right? Alas. Who made me unlucky?" Xiaodao's proud little chest drooped down in an instant, and she took out a card from her hand dejectedly, handed it to Linbin, and said, "Take a look." Linbin was surprised to find that it was a prop. Bad luck points card, S-level prop. It can accumulate bad luck when you are unlucky and turn it into points, which are automatically accumulated to exchange for luck points. Note, it's really not my fault that you are unlucky, but being unlucky is actually pretty good. S-level prop? Yan Fei couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Looking at Xiaodao's eyes, she couldn't hide her amazement. She was Dungeon Yan Fei, with a noble and mysterious status, but as a reincarnationist, she was a poor bastard. Until now, she didn't even have a decent prop. Although Linbin didn't mind subsidizing her to help her get rid of her poor status. But she had her own reservations. She felt that she could never repay the favor she had received from Linbin in her lifetime. How could she be willing to be just divine attached to Linbin? Therefore, she hoped to get what she wanted through her own efforts. Because of this, she was naturally surprised to see this young girl actually took out an S-level prop. "Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it?" Xiaodao said. "So if you team up with me, and you encounter a bomb that's about to explode, and you have to decide whether to cut the red line or the blue line, don't hesitate, let me do it. I will never make a mistake, and the last shot, the most critical chance, to fight for your life, can all be given to me. The success rate can reach 100%. Yan Fei exclaimed. "Great, doesn't this mean you will never make a wrong choice?" Linbin, "But if you have this item, bad luck should not be an active choice, but a passive choice, right? For example, once you enter the secret realm, you will be plagued by bad luck, and you have no control over the increase in points." Xiaodao, her previous proud look collapsed again, and she said aggrievedly, "You know it again. So my boss doesn't let me ride in her car now. It was obviously a good car before, as long as I get in. She has changed 6 tires, 2 front windshields, and..." Before she finished speaking, there was a bang. The car, which was originally driving very smoothly, suddenly tilted to one side. Yan Fei was surprised and said, "It's not that effective, is it?" Linbin hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel, and then straightened it. After a moment, he parked the car. He got out of the car to check. Needless to say, the left front wheel had a big hole, because it ran over a stone, and now it was emitting burnt smoke. Yan Fei's cherry lips were slightly parted, and the expression on her face looked a bit cute and silly. It was the first time she saw the magical effect of the prop. She didn't expect it to be in this way. She exclaimed, "Is it so coincidental?" Linbin glanced at the small card in his hand. The value on it was originally 149, but now, it has become 151. Whether it is related to this matter or not, of course, you can guess it with your butt. He sighed. "I'm really sorry for you." Not long ago, the effect of he-she-be made Deng Yang laugh hard. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he saw something with an effect that was even more ridiculous than he-she-be. It was indeed magical, concentrating all the good luck in one point. It was just using all the bad luck in daily life to accumulate, and then exchange it for an absolute victory. Whether it was a profit or a loss, I'm afraid only the person involved knew it. Put this prop away quickly. Fortunately, I still have a spare tire. It won't be a problem to hold it to the entrance of the secret realm. Linbin took out the spare tire from the trunk and took out the jack. Although he had no experience in using the spare tire, with his current strength, there was no problem in forcing it to use it. After a moment, he clapped his hands and said, "Let's go. I still suggest that you try not to drive." Xiaodao looked at the mountain road ahead a little timidly, with one side surrounded by mountains and the other facing the cliff. She said, "I'm really worried that your brake line will have problems. You are all martial arts enhancers, there is no problem, but I really can't." "Don't worry, my luck is actually very good." Linbin thought that the he-she-be should be able to bless me, but a moment later, looking at the road construction, the sign prohibiting passage, Linbin had to admit sadly that, unless Xiaodao was hostile to him, the he-she-be would never be able to protect him. "Forget it, I'll contact a friend of mine and ask her to help me drive the car back to the World 20th Bureau. I'll take you two over on the sword." Linbin first called Bushuang. When she heard that it was Lin Bin who wanted to order her, Bu Shuang's voice was several plus signs louder than usual, saying that there was no problem at all, and that she would take care of her car from beginning to end. Then he waved his hand. The widest Zengang sword had already flown out and stopped at the feet of the three people. He sighed. It's a bit crowded for three people to fly together. You two should overcome it. I don't believe that this bad luck scorecard can make me fall from the sky. That's right. Then Sister Yanfei, please help me. My sense of balance. RRRRR. As Lin Bin rushed into the sky with the sword. The thrilling feeling, like riding a roller coaster, made Zardao scream in fear. There were no accidents this time. Not surprising. If such an accident happens again, it will be a life-threatening situation for Lin Bin. She will naturally not allow it. Although this confrontation of destiny is really strange. But the three of them finally succeeded in reaching their destination. At the same time, when the three entered the secret realm, received reliable information, Abin has entered the secret realm, inside the kingdom of God. Oh, really? That's great. This Abin is obviously Gu Yuan's right-hand man. If you want to take Gu Yuan's life, you must first transfer Abin away from the target. By then, without a capable assistant, I want to see how Gu Yuan can fight against us on his own. Yes, this time we can finally set up a real killing plan against Gu Yuan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The Secret Realm of Flowing Water, the Ironclad Imperial Master. This was the result that the apostles came to after spending several days carefully referring to the information provided by the death of the former 7th apostle Nich. After all, the other times were more or less mixed with conspiracy, intrigue, and calculation. Only this time was a real fight with real swords and guns. This also made them come to a conclusion. There is a reason why Gu Yuan was able to kill 4 apostles in succession. Although his personal martial arts are indeed commendable. But in fact, his strong connections are also indispensable. Just like the time when he dealt with Nich. He actually called so many helpers, and even the aliens in the plane walking were recruited by him. Over the years, the Kingdom of God has always sent people to supervise the overall movements of the plane walking, but that time, they didn't notice anything. It can be seen that the action was not the overall action of the plane walking, but the spontaneous action of some members inside. And the most difficult one among them is a reincarnation named Abin. Whenever there was a fight between Gu Yuan and the Kingdom of God, this reincarnationist would fight on the front line like a henchman. Shizixuan emphasized that this boy was indeed Gu Yuan's #1 loyal henchman, and having him by his side was almost like giving Gu Yuan more power. Deng Yang immediately proposed to eliminate Lin Bin. Shizixuan said with regret that it was indeed the right option to get rid of this boy first, but it was easy to alert the enemy if he did it at this time. If Gu Yuan noticed it at that time, with his cunningness, who knows what kind of reaction he would give. After all, the 9th apostle Cain died tragically because Gu Yuan noticed his movements in advance. As soon as this was said, everyone agreed, saying that it would be better to wait until Gu Yuan was alone. And now, the time has finally come. In this way, the plan to eliminate the owl can finally be launched. Because Gu Yuan's name contains the word bird, the plan this time was set as eliminating the owl, and in terms of the plan previously discussed by the apostles, it can be said that Gu Yuan has an unprecedented super luxury loop. Through an S-level prop in the hands of the first apostle, a secret realm that has been entered many times was made into a new secret realm by the method of mirror flowers and water moons, and then it was transferred to the territory of China. In this way, both parties will inevitably scramble for ownership of this secret realm, and their assigned masters to wait for them in the secret realm. From this, it can be seen how much they paid to deal with Gu Yuan. Even the S-level props were used more than once, and a secret realm was lost permanently. And for this action, they had already started to plan in advance half a month ago. For example, this new secret realm has actually been sneaked into by someone, but in the end, it ended up with serious injuries and dying. If it weren't for the emergency escape props, maybe he would have died in the secret realm by now. After he came out, he only left one sentence. Martial God of War. The apostles obviously understood why they were enemies with Gu Yuan. Speaking of which, it was just a coincidence. Because Gu Yuan wanted to find a treasure book called the God of War Atlas in the secret realm, and they killed the only person who might know the location of the God of War Atlas by chance. The two sides had a grudge. It was just a coincidence, but this was just a skill in the secret realm of extraordinary level, but it caused their kingdom of God to lose 4 capable apostles. In this case, let him succeed because of the God of War, and fail because of the God of War. The people of the kingdom of God naturally understand the rules of the secret realm very well. Many secret realms may be connected to each other, but the time difference is only a few decades. The name of the God of War. It is hard to guarantee that Gu Yuan will not be looking forward to it. They can only use this method to let Gu Yuan take the initiative, to fall into the trap, so as to dispel his doubts. Let me take action this time. Shizixuan volunteered. I still can't get over the death of Lord Nich. This time, I must avenge Lord Nich, and kill that Gu Yuan with my own hands. No need. The first apostle said, you don't have to take action this time. I will set up a trap in the secret realm in advance. If you also enter it, I'm afraid you will inevitably be killed or injured. Shizixuan exclaimed. Oh. So dangerous? Humph. I dare to guarantee that, as long as Gu Yuan dares to enter it, I will definitely make him go without return. Become a saint? Even if he is at the level of a national guardian, he may not be able to escape. The first apostle sneered. Shizixuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and Deng Yang also suddenly relaxed. He thought that it was fortunate that Abin had entered another secret realm to train. He was praised by the first apostle. I'm afraid this secret realm must be a place where there is no chance of survival. If he really went in, they would have to find a way to rescue him, which would be very troublesome. If the fishing is successful this time, only Gu Yuan will be caught in it. Huh? Who is Gu Yuan? Do they know each other? Yes, it doesn't matter. Then don't worry about it. In fact, it's a completely targeted conspiracy. It really hits Gu Yuan's sore spot. Martial God of War. That day, Gu Yuan, who was still browsing the news on the Reincarnation forum as usual, was indeed attracted. There are many people who can be called God of War, but the martial God of War. Naturally, he couldn't help but be distracted and have a lot of imagination. Could it be that the secret realm connected to the B185 secret realm appeared? If so, although the B185 secret realm was destroyed, wouldn't I be able to successfully obtain the God of War Atlas again through another secret realm? Gu Yuan's own family knows his own business. His strength has reached this point. Even among the saints, he can be called a top figure. But that's all. It's wrong to practice the secret of immortality if he hadn't found a solution in a secret realm somewhere else. If it were anyone else in the B185 secret realm, they would probably have died. But even if he was lucky enough to survive, he was destined to be unable to break through the cage of the saint level. Guarding the country, that was just an unattainable dream. But if he could get the War God Atlas, once his mind moved, it was hard to control. He began to seriously investigate the information about this secret realm, and the more he investigated, the more surprised he was to find that the martial arts development in this secret realm was really very similar to the B185 secret realm he had been to twice. It's a brand new secret realm. I don't know if my brother. No, he has entered another secret realm to train. Gu Yuan sighed. If it was a brand new secret realm, and if Abin was still there, he could team up with him. At that time, he would not have to pay any price, and could enter it freely. But now, it's unknown when he will come out. It seems that he can only act on his own. Gu Yuan immediately called Zhao King, the president of the branch of the Samsara Space Association. Fortunately, he still has some other connections. Lin Bin had no idea that the Kingdom of God had waited until he left in order to deal with Gu Yuan. At this time, the three of them had already entered the secret realm. A brand new secret realm. It was narrow and smooth. When entering it, one could clearly feel the tightness. Lin Bin sighed as he walked. I really miss this feeling of entering for the first time. When was the last time? Alas. As a member of the World Administration, Director Lei is really good to me. If it were me, I would not tolerate this idea of slacking off. Xia Dao asked curiously, so, boss, do you like the secret realm that has been entered by many people, or the secret realm that has not been ruined by anyone? Lin Bin said casually, in theory, I still prefer this kind of secret realm that has not been tossed and ruined by others. In this way, I don't have to consider the thoughts of other reincarnations. After all, who knows whether the reincarnation who enters the secret realm with you is a human or a ghost? What hooks have they left for you to take? It seems that boss likes challenges. Indeed, this kind of plot with unknown difficulty and nothing is known can better reflect your ability, boss. Xia Dao said with admiration. It's very similar to my boss. As he spoke, the three of them had successfully entered the secret realm. Suddenly, the previous haze and darkness were swept away, and a clear sky appeared. Ah, such fresh air. Xia Dao couldn't help but let out a long breath and said with satisfaction, this is fresh air from nature. I can't breathe it enough. It's not just the smell of nature, there's also a fishy smell. Lin Bin wrinkled his nose. After the eternal life secret was completed, his 5 senses were sensitive, and his sense of smell was even better than that of a police dog. Therefore, he could smell the fishy smell that was faintly visible among the grass and trees, which was extremely pungent, and even vaguely. Come out. Yan Fei shouted softly, and her 10 fingers pinched out the magic formula with great dexterity. A ball of golden light sank directly into the bushes, and then dragged towards the outside world. A black poisonous snake that was as thick as an adult's forearm had been pulled out by her, and judging from its direction, it was coming towards them. Xia Dao couldn't help but shiver in fear. She muttered, there's actually a snake, long, thick and slippery. Ugh, so disgusting. Can't you control wild animals? Lin Bin motioned Yan Fei to throw the black snake in front of Xia Dao and said, try to control it first. Let it stay with us. It can also protect you. What? Let me control it? No. Okay. Looking at Lin Bin's expression, that was completely unmoved by her, Xia Dao immediately understood. The big man in front of her not only has a personality like her boss, but also a temper that is determined by what he says. She pointed her hand at the black snake dejectedly. After a moment, the originally weak luck suddenly became surprised. Huh. Failed. Lin Bin frowned and said, failed? You didn't want to? Nonsense. You dare to doubt my integrity. Xia Dao said in disbelief, my ability is innate. The lower the IQ, the stronger the control. Theoretically, the snake's brain is so small that it should be easily controlled by me. I didn't expect it to be. Strange, although my luck is very bad, but the skill with a 100% success rate, no matter how bad it is, there should be no possibility of failure, right? Or is my bad luck getting stronger? She hurriedly checked her bad luck scorecard. Then she was surprised to find that the score did not increase. Oh. Lin Bin was immediately interested when he heard it. He used the 100 steps flying sword technique to forcefully control the black snake and lifted it up. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, it seems that this black snake has no effect on us. In this case, let it go. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly changed his words and said, it's not good, let's roast it and eat it. The snake's body instantly stiffened. The next moment, its eyes suddenly emitted a scarlet light, and it bit towards Lin Bin's neck. Then its head was directly cut off by a sword. Blood splattered. The black snake's body fell to the ground weakly and kept twitching. It can really understand what we say. Yan Fei said solemnly, so, the reason why Miss Xia Dao failed to manipulate it is because the IQ of the snake is too high, almost comparable to that of us humans? Lin Bin shook his hand and said, it's a demonic aura. Since practicing the inherited skills left by Yan Shiksha, Tai's demon killing and protective spell, he has been extremely sensitive to the evil demonic aura of this kind of animal. But the strength of this snake demon is so weak, not much stronger than ordinary snakes, and it can actually open up its own spiritual intelligence. Lin Bin said thoughtfully, and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. In the Chinese ghost story, martial arts is still the way to enlightenment. Although there are many monsters, most of them are monsters formed by the condensation of the resentment of the dead. Those who can become human beings as spirits are all very capable. such as Senpudu and the Tree Demon Grandma. However, in this secret realm, even such low-powered monsters can evolve into spiritual intelligence that is not inferior to humans. The popularity of monsters may be even better than that in the A Chinese ghost story. In a sense, it is a bit higher than that in the A Chinese ghost story. Combined with the topic of the substantial improvement of the new secret realm that director Lei lamented before, Lin Bin suddenly felt something in his heart. Ordinary secret realms may be eliminated soon. Similarly, the difficulty limit of secret realms may also increase greatly. The immortal cultivation method he is looking forward to should be not far away. At this time, Xiaodao suddenly shouted in surprise, "Ah, the task is here." The reincarnation watches of the three people all rang. They looked down and saw a few lines of small words clearly appearing on the reincarnation table. Secret realm mission. Kill the Imperial Master. Completion reward. 3000 reincarnation points, 1B level merit. Mission time limit, 7 days, failure penalty. 2000 reincarnation points. Kill the Imperial Master? Lin Bin thought for a moment, but found that among all the relevant plots he knew, there were too many stories related to the Imperial Master. Wasn't Senpudu also an Imperial Master? But there was no exception. Anyone who dared to call himself an Imperial Master was a person with some skills. Let's go. Let's find out first. This secret realm involves the promotion of Fian and Xiaodao, so it's better not to cause any more trouble and get through it as soon as possible. Lin Bin walked forward first. Chapter 245. Don't question the firepower of a tech enhancer. This is common sense. The three of them walked towards the inhabited areas. The scenery along the way was picturesque, but because it was almost completely in the state of primitive forest, there were many flying insects and animals, and these animals were extremely fierce. Even if Yan Fei released the Soul Dragon to deter the three people along the way, it only slightly reduced the frequency of attacks. Among these animals, snakes were the most numerous, until several people walked out of the forest and came to a turbulent river. Lin Bin's eyes were like torches. On a stone on the other side of the river, he saw a slender figure. Or should I say a snake? The white little snake had its head drooped, dying, and looked like it would be washed away by the river at any time. Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise and jumped over. He picked up the little snake, just before it was washed away by the river. The touch body was cold and transparent, as if it was about to be completely cold. No, the snake itself is cold. This should be its own body temperature, so it is not cold yet. After saving the white snake, he used his own spiritual sense to reach out and drag in the grass next to him. He then touched a green hairpin. The green hairpin was hidden in the grass and was not visible at all. It was because Lin Bin's eternal life secret was extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. Otherwise, if someone else came, he would probably return empty-handed. Lin Bin showed a strange look on his face and muttered, "I suddenly feel that I seem to know where this place is. The white snake, the hairpin, and a large number of snakes. This should be the secret place where the white snake originated. It can also be regarded as the prequel to the legend of the white snake. And in this world, there is also the immortal cultivation method that Lin Bin has been thinking about day and night. It's just that the Taiyin Zhengang is obviously too insidious and evil, and it is not an orthodox method of cultivation at all. But the evil method has arrived, so how far can the righteous method be? What's wrong, big brother? Have you found anything?" Xiaodao asked with both hands open. "Well, there are indeed some discoveries." Lin Bin looked around. The jungle here is lush and uninhabited, as if no one has ever set foot here. And judging from the attacks they encountered along the way, ordinary humans should not be able to find this place. So, did they escape here? Lin Bin returned to the other side of the river, handed Yan Fei a hairpin, and smiled. "Look, what is this?" Yan Fei took the hairpin and couldn't help but brighten her eyes. She exclaimed, This. I heard someone say in the reincarnation forum that there are treasures everywhere in the secret realm. It depends on whether you can find them. Is this what it looks like to really find them? Brother Bin, you can take out an A-level item with just a casual touch. Jade hairpin, A-level item, a top-notch magic weapon produced by Bayo King Fang, which can absorb external forces and transform them into the spiritual energy you need, and can also help in the face of the enemy with infinite power. It costs 2000 points of reincarnation points to take it out of the secret realm. Note, men are not worthy of using me. Boss. Is this the skill that boss uses to clear the secret realm? Xiaodao's eyes were also wide with shock. How precious are A-level props. Who would have thought that you could pick one up casually? Lin Bin handed the hairpin to Yan Fei and smiled. I'll give it to you. He naturally knew the origin of this thing. But as a reincarnation, good things belong to me when they fall into my hands. Do you still expect to return them? This jade hairpin was first held by the snake mother and then lent to the white snake by her. But now, it belongs to his Lin family. Yan Fei hurriedly stretched out her hand to push it away, saying, no. Such a precious thing, how can Fei Yan accept it? This thing is considered to be obtained by the two of us. Naturally, whoever sees it has a share. Either you use it, or I use it. Are you asking me to fight the enemy with a hairpin? That would probably make the enemy laugh. Or do you want me to wait until I get out of the secret realm before giving it to you? Do you want to save an extra 2000 reincarnation points? Whoever sees it has a share. Xiaodao looked at Lin Bin eagerly, but Lin Bin ignored her. People with talent should get a share. As for outsiders, I don't exploit you, because President Bei has taken good care of me. If you want benefits, you have to be your own people. Lin Bin smiled and said, although you are strong, you are still too young to enter the secret realm. You haven't had time to get yourself some suitable props. This is probably the biggest disadvantage of you aliens compared to orthodox reincarnationists. You don't have enough time to grow, so you have to face the same threats as reincarnationists. This hairpin can be of great help to you. Don't be polite with me, of course. Lin Bin paused slightly, smiled and said, if you really feel that you owe me a favor, you can compensate me after this secret realm is over. Yan Fei was startled when she heard this and vaguely understood what Lin Bin meant. She took the hairpin with both hands, bit her lips gently, and said, then Fian thanks Brother Bin for his kindness. Big brother, can you pick up some more props? Xiaodao looked at Lin Bin eagerly and asked, as long as the function is useful, I can buy it with points. No, I want to ask, is your S-team still recruiting people? Do you think I can do it? Lin Bin smiled immediately. Just as he was about to reply, in the distance, a rustling sound suddenly sounded. Dozens of guards rushed out of the jungle with weapons in hand, and behind them, a black spiritual light whistled in, and wherever it passed, the dense bushes were all destroyed. Until it stopped at the feet of several people. At this time, from the direction of the coming to the feet of the three people, a wide path of more than 2 meters has been opened up. A young man in a brocade robe and a veil on his face, sat on a sedan chair, and came here leisurely. He glanced at the spiritual hairpin held by Yan Fei, and then at the white snake, held by Lin Bin. A playful look flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand and said, kill the man, and bring back the hairpin and the snake. Yes. The two guards standing in the front responded. Looking at the three people, there was a fierce light in their eyes, and they bent their bows and shot arrows. Several sharp arrows attacked the three people. Are you chasing so fast? Lin Bin looked down at the small white snake in his hand. He entered a secret place that had not been messed up by anyone. That is, this scene now is a fragment that happened in the plot. Is it the time when she was chased at the beginning of the plot? Because she was too tired to maintain her original form. If she had not participated, she would have been discovered and had to fight with the enemy, so that she would have exhausted the last bit of demon power and then even lost her memory. By chance, she was picked up by the people of the snake catching village. But I didn't expect that I would be the one who intercepted her. Then he replaced her to fight against these people. But it doesn't matter. After all, his target is the lineage of the National Master. In other words, the target is not just the National Master, but all the people in the entire National Master system need to be completely wiped out. These people are also among them. Facing the arrows, Lin Bin snapped his fingers and shot them. Several key forces bounced on the tip of the arrows, and the clever force directly changed the direction of the arrows, and shot them in the opposite direction. Puff puff puff. The sound of several flesh and blood being pierced was heard. The force of the arrow shot back was several times stronger than before. Several guards could not react at all and were strangled directly. Oh. The young man who had originally looked leisurely showed a bit of astonishment on his face, slowly sat up straight, and exclaimed, "Is he still a little capable?" That's right, if he didn't rely on his own little skills, no one would dare to wade into this muddy water. But soon you will know that the little skills you think you are just trifles in my eyes. Showing off your skills in front of an expert. He was halfway through his words. His pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Linbin, who had appeared behind him at some point, in shock. A long sword flashing with cold light was firmly placed on his neck. "I'm sorry, but I really don't want to listen to your nonsense. I just want to ask if you have a brain." Linbin asked, "If you have a brain, just take us to find the so-called national teacher you are loyal to." Bold. The half of the young man's face that was exposed was swollen and red, and he was obviously very angry because of Linbin's contempt. He shouted, "I want your lives." He pinched the magic formula with his hands and shouted, "Go." As soon as the voice fell, the gold threads woven from his body suddenly broke out of his body and turned into dazzling golden rays, which shone brightly and entangled Linbin and others in front of him. But the next moment, the red petals bloomed in all directions with him as the center. The blazing sky covered 7 circles. Linbin can now control this A-level item freely and even play some tricks with it. Just like now, the 4 petals slowly stretched out and then slowly closed inward. It was originally an absolute defense against the outside, but now it formed a tightly closed cage. The man in brocade clothes was trapped inside. The thousands of golden threads seemed to be powerful, but wherever they passed, they only caused ripples on the petals of the 7 layering of Chishianfu, and could not move it at all. He was so angry that he roared endlessly. He gathered thousands of golden threads into one, breaking the surface with a point, and wanted to directly break the cage that imprisoned him. But at the moment, when the golden sword came into contact with the 7 layering of Chishianfu, there was a crisp sound. The golden sword broke with a sound. That's it? Linbin sighed with some regret. After all, it was a crooked way. He had gone astray from the beginning. Now that he met someone who practiced the orthodox Taoist method, it was like meeting his nemesis. He had originally thought that this Taiyin Sutra of all methods returning to the origin might be something he could take aside to comprehend. But after thinking about it carefully, his eternal life secret 7 element in one could actually quickly absorb external spiritual energy for its own use. In a sense, it was not much different from the Taiyin true art. It saved a lot of trouble. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the petals shrank sharply. "Either betray your master's whereabouts to me, or I will forcefully read your soul here. However, although you will not die in this way, you will become an idiot. You choose." Linbin paused for a moment and shouted heavily, "Speak." This one word. The magical power of Tai's sin removing demon slaying body protecting spell has been used. It was like thunder, and it hit the ears of the man in brocade clothes. He screamed in pain, and blood oozed from his facial features. What was even more terrifying was that the petals closed, as if they were going to crush him into a pulp in a few seconds. "Say," I said, "my master's ship is 200 miles to the southeast. My master ordered me to return immediately if I couldn't find the enemy after chasing for more than 100 miles, but I was greedy for the enemy's magic power, so I rashly chased him so far." He wailed in pain. "Oh, thank you." Linbin's voice fell. His palm suddenly clenched into a fist, accompanied by a loud bang. There was a sound of broken bones and tendons coming from inside, and as the petals dispersed, only a body in extreme pain was left lying there. Xiaodao was shocked and said, "Big, did the boss kill me so cruelly? He and I are both practicing the same path, but I follow the orthodox Zuanman, absorbing the spiritual energy of the sun and the moon to supply my body and become one with the world, while he kills and injures living beings, absorbs the blood and ki of monsters to cultivate and make them his own, and follows the path of collecting and replenishing. Such a person will not be wronged, even if he dies 1,000 times. So are you afraid of killing the wrong person?" Linbin casually put the white snake into his pocket. After explaining a few words, he said, "Let's go." "Where to go?" "Kill the national teacher and complete our mission." Linbin said, "Didn't I say that?" This secret realm is an upgrade secret realm, so it is not advisable to cause too much trouble. If you want to dig deeper into the secrets of this secret realm, you might as well come back when you have free time. Now, it is right to kill the target and complete the mission directly. Big brother is right, I will listen to you. Xiaodao didn't dare to speak, because she always felt that this mission was not so easy to complete. But there was still a chance. It seemed that her bad luck had never come back after she had been with the man in front of her, except for the flat tire. Lin Bin summoned the flying sword and asked the two women to stand on it and fly in the direction pointed by the man in brocade clothes. Half an hour later, the flying sword stopped at the riverside. The river at this time was no longer a small stream, but spread out, as vast as the sea. In the middle of the river, a five-toothed giant ship was cutting through the waves and sailing slowly forward. The momentum seemed extremely shocking, especially when Lin Bin and others pressed the flying sword and landed on the riverside. Compared to this giant ship, they looked like three tiny ants. Xiaodao couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect that such an ancient society also had such spectacular ships. Yan Fei asked seriously, how do we get in? Why do we have to go in? Su Run looked at Xiaodao and said, Xiaodao, aren't you a technology enhancer? What is your most powerful weapon? Can it directly sink this ship? Xiaodao, Lin Bin, no way. Is a saint level technology enhanced reincarnationist so weak? Then just take out all your weapons and shoot at this ship. No matter how strong the enemy is, he is still a flesh and blood body. I don't believe that, if all the ammunition in the entire storage space is poured out, he can still be unscathed. Xiaodao said angrily, are you going to drain me dry? Lin Bin asked back, do you want to lie all the way here? Xiaodao coughed softly and said, let me explain. What I said before was not because it was beyond my ability, but because you actually questioned the firepower of a technology enhancer. That's why I was so confused and angry. Understand? Chapter 246. This hatred is still very strong. The Wu'er warship slowly sailed across the lake. The speed was not too fast, but wherever it passed, fish and shrimp suffered. Under the shadow, it seemed like a mountain descended, with infinite pressure. The big ship was majestic, and the soldiers on the fleet did not relax at all, and they were alert all the time. Such a team is almost invincible in this backward era. However, who could have imagined? A force from another time and space had already quietly set its sights on this warship. The boss is so abominable. He dared to underestimate the firepower of a technology enhancer. What's the difference between this and laughing at a woman for having flat chests? Xiaodao was wearing a beret at this time, and her smart eyes were blocked by Harley glasses. Her exposed mouth kept muttering. At this time, the riverbank had already been filled with various powerful weapons. Ballistic cannons, electromagnetic cannons, beam cannons, and various weapons such as positioning and striking systems. At this moment, Xiaodao was sticking his butt out and stuffing one heavy shell after another into the barrels of the cannons that were arranged in formation. Yan Fei was amazed at what she saw. Although she had never seen the power of modern weapons, just looking at the cold muzzles that flashed with cold light and Lin Bin who had already hidden far away, she followed Lin Bin very tactfully, watching Xiaodao working there alone. She stroked the hairpin that was now inserted diagonally in her hair. Yan Fei hesitated for a moment, but still took the initiative to reach out and hold Lin Bin's hand. For her, the value of the hairpin as an A-level prop was only the lowest. What really mattered to her was the meaning behind the hairpin, which was his care for her and his appreciation and expectations of her. A moment later, the two saw the thin arm sticking out of the bushes and made a thumbs up gesture to indicate that they were okay. Lin Bin nodded heavily, indicating that she could attack at any time. Yan Fei asked in a worried voice, Brother Bin, do you think these artillery fire can take the life of the national teacher? Lin Bin, I think it's very unlikely. In fact, this Xiaodao is really unlucky. She actually got such an S-level item. Her firepower is really strong, but in a sense, she is really unlucky, because this secret realm can be called her nemesis. After all, the armed forces of real technology have come to the fantasy world of cultivation. It cannot be said that there is no achievement. All fears come from insufficient firepower. As long as the firepower is sufficient, any threat can be easily wiped out. But Xiaodao's firepower is too biased. They are all powerful weapons. Although she can control the beasts from her native land to protect herself, she can also protect herself in other secret realms. But in this secret realm, this ability is directly abolished. Any powerful beast has already cultivated spiritual intelligence and does not like her so-called control at all. If she were to wander around in this secret realm by herself, with her small body, a small demon might be able to take her life. If she wants to pass the level, she must cooperate with others. No wonder Bayuki thought of him first when she was promoted. After all, they are all looking for teammates, so they must find the most suitable one. With emotion. Bang, bang, bang. The ground under their feet suddenly shook violently. Like an earthquake, the animals in the mountains and jungles all raised their heads alertly and then seemed to realize that danger was coming and quickly fled to the distance. The next moment, countless artillery fire rushed into the sky and all fell on the huge warship. The Wuire warship was too huge and could not dodge in time. At this moment, it completely became a target. In just a moment, mixed with a roar of boundless and fierce artillery fire, broken wooden ships flew across, and raging flames had already erupted on the warship. Enemy attack. Quickly form a defensive formation. There is an artillery attack. Artillery. Where is the artillery? On the big ship, the soldiers were well trained. Even though no less than 100 people died in the first wave of attacks, they did not panic at all. Instead, they organized the most correct defense at the first time. But unfortunately, facing an attack that they did not understand at all, their so-called correct defense made them the best target. He hit the target. Xiaodao laughed softly, made a handsome pose, raised one hand to the sky, and snapped her fingers. A huge tantalum bomb that was twice as long as her head fell straight from the sky and landed on the warship. Bang. With a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the warship was directly blown into two pieces from the middle. Help. The enemy came from the sky. God's punishment. Are we being punished by God? The warship tilted to both sides. The soldiers were unstable and slipped or fell directly into the fire. They were burned by the flames of gunpowder and screamed in pain. Those who were lucky fell into the water, but they could not escape death. They looked up at the huge warship that was slowly pressing towards them. In such a short time, it was a luxury to dodge. Awesome. Yan Fei had already stared straight at it. Although the Wuire warship was far from being comparable to the Mirage, it was already a huge ship beyond the imagination of the ancients. Unexpectedly, it was shattered by this wave of artillery fire. But at this moment, above the broken ship, black clouds gradually gathered. Slowly formed a huge figure with a dark face. Where was there any human figure? But the eyes were as cruel and vicious as a falcon. It was the national teacher. After appearing, the national teacher immediately stared at the source of the firepower. His clothes were intact. Obviously, although the previous round of attacks seemed terrifying, it did not affect him at all. In fact, it might even be a coincidence that he completely avoided this main target. Xiaodao's eyes were moist. He took out the bad luck scorecard. Needless to say, it just increased by 5 points. This damn bad luck. Devil, die. The national teacher shouted angrily. This five-tooth warship was not his, but the property of the Tang Empire. He just used it by relying on his own power, but now it was destroyed here. I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the Emperor in the future. In anger, he attacked without mercy. He pointed at Xiaodao. Countless black talismans came out and circled in the sky. It seemed extremely terrifying. After a moment, it turned into a black tiger and bit Xiaodao. Big brother, help me. Tears flew from the corners of Xiaodao's eyes, and she covered her head and ran towards Linbin. It turns out that this girl's output is as fierce as a tiger, but her output is not enough. She didn't even break the enemy's skin. She just attracted hatred and pulled the person out. Linbin shouted, Fei Yan, you go to the ship and kill everyone on the ship. I will take care of the national master. Fei Yan understands. Yan Fei nodded, and her figure floated like smoke, running towards the broken warship in the distance. Their mission is not to kill the national master, but to kill the national master's lineage. This means that it is not just the national master who needs to die, but all those who practice the national master's skills. Fortunately, Yan Fei is not the kind of saint who can't stand the blood. especially in the secret realm. In order to complete the task, many times you really have to do things against your will. She didn't hesitate at all, and Lin Bin whistled and raised his left hand to Zardao. The 7 layering of the blazing sky covered Zardao directly behind him. Bang! With a loud bang, the 7-layered ring of the blazing sky cover was shattered by this attack, and the second petal was born, resisting the remaining force of the attack. Zardao shouted in surprise, "Big boss, hide behind me." Lin Bin waved his hand and 7 swords were unsheathed at the same time. "Oh, you are still a fellow practitioner?" The national teacher sneered. "Even more damnable." "Ha!" he roared. The talisman paper missed the attack and immediately disintegrated, turning into countless arrows, attacking Lin Bin directly. Bang bang bang. The 7 swords circled in the air, impenetrable. All the talismans were blocked, but the attack of the national teacher also prevented Lin Bin's Xiangang Bidao formation, which was about to take shape, from taking shape. Lin Bin exclaimed in surprise, obviously not expecting that the national teacher's strength was so strong. Come again. It was not easy to meet a strong enemy. Lin Bin's heart was also burning. He stretched out his hand and bit his finger, smearing blood on his palm, and shouted, "The sky and the earth are boundless. The universe borrows the law." The blood-red palm thunder blasted straight towards the black cloud in front. Amidst the loud bang, a huge gap was blasted out of the cloud. The 8 swords of King Yu were like meteors, taking advantage of the gap to attack the national teacher. "Get up!" The national teacher shouted fiercely, and a huge copper banner floated behind him, with a bright light and a clear sound of spiritual bells. A golden barrier formed in front of him. B-level weapons passed by one after another, causing ripples. Not bad. Lin Bin had the idea of trying a move in his heart. He roared. The dragon roars in the sky, and the sword turns into thousands. The 7 magic weapons suddenly split into countless sword lights, and wherever they passed, there were dense sword shadows. What kind of trick is this? The national teacher was stunned. Although the sword controlling method is magical, he doesn't know it. But for him, it is not a magical method. But this split sword light. He looked at Lin Bin with a bit of greed in his eyes, and laughed softly. "You are a real cultivator? Ha 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 ha. It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. The real Zuanman authentic method. My master has been waiting for it for a long time." Obviously, he also knew that what he practiced was a crooked way. Although it can prolong life and increase power, it is difficult to achieve the real positive result. It's just that he has been searching for many years, but he still can't make progress. But now he sees Lin Bin. He laughed. "Since you are here, stay." The giant banner behind him showed its true form. It was actually a ghost banner made entirely of skeletons. The spiritual light on it turned into a dark blue ghostly aura, which turned into a series of spiritual claws, grabbing Lin Bin. Lin Bin didn't move his feet, but just stretched out his hand to hold Zardao's waist and clamped her under his arm. The figure disappeared without a trace in an instant, and then appeared several meters away. The sky and the earth were also covered with grey. The giant banner that was spinning endlessly seemed to be blocked by something, and the momentum of rotation suddenly stagnated. He no longer held back. He still controlled the 7 swords. He held the golden Zuanian sword in his palm and shouted, "Take my sword." The figure flashed one after another, without any trace to be found. He held Zardao in one hand, and slashed towards the national teacher with the sword in the other. Ha 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 ha, what a magic weapon. Mine, mine, all mine. The national teacher's eyes were more greedy. His palms changed one after another. The giant banner was spinning endlessly, and the dark blue spiritual light spread around, forming a field of hundreds of meters, directly including Lin Bin. But the dark blue spiritual light could not infect Lin Bin. Sensing the invasion of ghostly spirits, the Zuanian sword suddenly shone brightly. At this time, Lin Bin had already forced to the side of the national teacher. He slashed with a ruthless sword. The national master roared, and the ghost flag behind him spun in front of him to resist, but was directly cut into 2 by the sword. What? The national master was stunned. It was obvious that he did not expect that the ghost flag he had forged by refining thousands of lives could not resist the power of this sword. Seeing the next sword continue to attack, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged and retreated. But Lin Bin started with martial arts, and now he was in front of him. He immediately had the upper hand. The Zuanian sword was wielded freely, and the 7 swords shuttled in front of him, as if he was controlling the 7 swords with one sword. Although it was not the Xiangang Bidao formation, it was like 8 people joined forces to attack one person. The sword light was bright and moving, and the sword shadows were endless. At close range, Xiaodao was dazzled and fascinated. He murmured, "Is the big brother so awesome? Arsehole, arsehole." How arrogant and proud the national master was before, how embarrassed he was now. He never expected that the young man in front of him, who looked only in his early 20s, had such profound cultivation and endless vitality. He was the nemesis of his ghost banner. Now his magic weapon was destroyed. He had no time to set up a battle formation to fight him to death. After a few moves, even his hair crown was cut off by a sword. He shouted angrily, "Come here, quickly bring me the battle formation diagram." No one answered. In a panic, he looked back, but saw that someone had stood on the bow of the ship. Her long hair was fluttering, and her face was beautiful, like a banished immortal, but her fair face was stained with a little blood at this time, which seemed to add a bit of charming and moving temperament to her. At her feet, there were corpses lying everywhere. They were all his capable disciples and servants. The enemy came prepared. "Damn it, I will fight you." The national teacher was furious, roared angrily, and his palms glowed with a ghostly blue light, obviously intending to make a last stand. But the light of the Zuanian sword of Lin Bin on the opposite side suddenly shone brightly. Lin Bin's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, he appeared behind the national teacher. Then, the 7 swords made several sharp sounds, and they had been inserted into his body one after another. The national teacher widened his eyes in shock, staring at Lin Bin in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that he would be defeated so cleanly. "You did a good job. I enjoyed the fight," Lin Bin praised, and tapped his head lightly with the long sword. The national teacher's head tilted, and he rolled down like a ball. There was no sound anymore. "Dead? Died now?" Xiaodao cheered excitedly. "Yeah, that's great. I didn't expect my mission to be completed so quickly. Isn't this too fast?" But the next moment, she shook her watch a little confused and asked, "It's so strange. Why is there no prompt?" Chapter 247. Think 3 steps ahead. The national teacher was already dead. With his death, Lin Bin took out the Bible of Death, and saw clearly that on one page of the Bible, the sketch of the national teacher appeared, which was so lifelike. Obviously, the national teacher had been captured by his Bible of Death. A moment later, Yan Fei also floated back from the boat towards them lightly, indicating that there was no one alive on the boat. Facing a powerful enemy from another world. Although Dungeon Yan Fei was so powerful that no one else in the Yin Yang family could think of him except Deng Huan Tai. But facing these elite disciples brought by the national teacher, although they successfully completed Lin Bin's instructions, the whole process was obviously not easy. Therefore, they were stained with some blood. But even at this time, the reincarnation table did not give any response. No matter how Xiaodao fiddled with the reincarnation table, it was useless. After tossing for a while, she asked Lin Bin a little timidly, "Then, is it my fault again?" Looking at the cautious look of the little girl, Lin Bin was amused. It seems that, since she got the bad luck collection card, this girl has had the idea that, whenever there is any mistake in the mission, it is always right to be the first to summarize her own mistakes. "Don't worry, I guessed it long ago. This mission is not so easy." Lin Bin smiled, and touched her little head, rubbed it hard, indicating that he did not mean to blame her, and explained, "Our mission is to kill the lineage of the national teacher. Although the national teacher is dead now, the remnants are still there. If we don't clear these remnants, I'm afraid we can't complete the mission." Xiaodao asked, "Where are the remnants?" "It should be in the Imperial City," Yan Fei said. "Since he is called the national teacher, he is naturally by the Emperor's side, and his base must be in the Imperial City. Maybe not only in the Imperial City." Lin Bin thought about it, and directly shook out the white snake from his sleeve. At this time, the white snake was still drowsy and looked unconscious. Lin Bin slowly raised his hand, and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy into his palm with the eternal life secret, gradually condensing into a thick white spiritual liquid, which he gently shot into the body of the white snake. The white snake's head swayed slightly, and with the help of this slightly hot spiritual energy, it slowly condensed from its previous snake form into a human form. Change. The snake turned into a human. Xiaodao's pair of lively eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "This is not scientific at all." Yan Fei was not surprised. She already knew that different worlds have different world rules. She just thought, is this the real reason why Miss Xiaodao couldn't control those beasts before? These beasts not only have wisdom that is not inferior to humans, but even their bodies are approaching human bodies. Do they want to cultivate into humans? But there is a name for this kind of cultivation, that is, demons. Lin Bin explained. Then why did she still wear clothes when she turned into a human? Could it be that, after becoming a human, they also inherited the human concept of shame? But if that's the case, why didn't they wear clothes when they turned into snakes? Xiaodao's question was particularly tricky. Lin Bin didn't know how to answer for a while. While the few people were talking, the white snake received the extremely pure spiritual energy, and her previously groggy mind became much clearer. She slowly opened her eyes and saw several figures in front of her. Her first reaction was to instinctively retreat quickly to protect herself. Then she smelled a very strong smell of blood, looked back, and was immediately shocked. She naturally remembered what her mission was. She even remembered that she only had a face-to-face encounter with the national teacher and was directly injured by him to the point that she was almost unable to escape. If she had not transformed into her original form and followed the turbulent undercurrent of the river, she would probably have become a part of the national teacher's power. But now, the ship that was like a demon cave to her was now in a blazing flame and was slowly and silently moving towards the river and the body of the national teacher next to her. Even if it was just a corpse, thinking of its previous power, Xiao Bei couldn't help but tremble. She said cautiously, "Who are you?" As she spoke, her eyes instinctively moved to Yan Fei's hair. The hairpin given to her by her master has fallen into the hands of the other party. No, she has also fallen into the hands of the other party before. Lin Bin replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that the national master has died in my hands. From now on, no one in the world should catch snakes on a large scale. Of course, if there are too many of you and the ecological balance is destroyed, that's another matter." Xiao Bei was surprised and asked, "Did you kill the national master?" "In fact, I will not only kill the national master, but also all the people or monsters who are related to the national master." "Are you also a monster?" "No, I'm a human, but internal strife has always been a hallmark of humans, isn't it?" Lin Bin said. "So, in order to eliminate the remnants of the national master, I need your help." "Okay, me. What can I do to help you?" After confirming that the people in front of her were indeed the real murderers who killed the national master, Xiao Bei's previous vigilance had gradually been let down. If they could kill the national master, what's the point of her vigilance? Except for increasing the other party's pleasure, it has no effect at all. Besides, the other party didn't seem to have any ill will towards her. Lin Bin asked, "I want to know where the snake mother is." "Master, why are you asking about her whereabouts?" "Lin Bin, don't you know that your master is actually in cahoots with the national master?" "Impossible." Xiao Bei's face changed drastically. Even when facing Lin Bin who could dominate her at will, she was still angry and said, "You killed the national master and saved all of us. I'm very grateful to you, but this is not a reason for you to slander my master. Your master and the national master should have a secret cooperation. She regularly sends some masters to assassinate the national master. Of course, it is called assassination, but it is actually just delivering vegetables. She can get a period of peace through this, and the national master is like planting vegetables. He also understands the principle of draining the pond to catch fish. Therefore, a certain balance is reached between the two sides." "Impossible. Master is not that kind of person." "Then why did she send you to assassinate the national master when she knew that your strength is far from that of the national master?" Lin Bin asked. "If she really wanted the imperial master to die, she should have sent out all the elite members of the entire snake clan, especially herself, to gather the power of the snake clan to fight the imperial master to the death. But she chose to send you. Don't you think this is suspicious of alerting the enemy?" Unless this is a tacit understanding between the two of them and you are just a poor victim caught in the middle. Impossible. The master must have her own difficulties. What you said is absolutely false. I guess you are not the first person to assassinate the Imperial Master. Where did all those people before you go? Why did the Snake Mother let you go one by one, even though she knew you were going to die? Can't you figure out the reasoning between? Xiaobei's extremely pale face quickly became panic. Obviously, she also associated it with the unreasonableness. I'm asking you now, are you willing to tell us the location of your master? The pretty boy showed a look of interest, then reacted and said firmly, impossible, you are just lying to me. Alas, what a stubborn little goblin. Well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Anyway, the national teacher is dead now, and the Snake Mother has lost a nemesis. It is estimated that she will come out to stir up trouble soon. When she shows up, it won't be too late for me to kill her. It's just a day earlier or later. Lin Bin waved his hand. Then he winked at Xiaodao. Xiaodao asked curiously, boss, what are you looking at me for? Lin Bin. This stinky girl who has no tacit understanding. He had no choice but to use the sound of nature to transmit. I asked you to install a locator on her. As a technology enhancer, don't say you don't have this thing. Xiaodao suddenly realized her expression did not change, and she just nodded slightly. Xiaobei asked, are you really willing to let me go? You are just a poor chess piece caught between two big guys, without any autonomy at all. I forced you to do anything, but as a thank you for saving you, I will take this hairpin away. Anyway, it was not yours in the first place. Xiaobei naturally did not dare to say anything more. She just looked at Lin Bin in doubt, opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something, but hesitated for a moment, and ran away quickly. After running more than 100 meters away, she turned into a snake, and slipped into the river like a loach into a cave. Obviously, she was not stupid, and guessed that Lin Bin might want to follow her quietly, and follow her trail to find her master. So she turned into her original form, and took the water route again. Even if the other party had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to find her trail. This little demon is quite cunning. Lin Bin sighed and asked, Xiaodao, has the tracker been installed? Of course not. Xiaodao raised her nose proudly. It's nanometer level. If even an amateur, like you can see it, how can I hide it from the eyes and perception of that demon? Don't worry, as long as you are willing, you can find her trace at any time. Well, then let's go to the Imperial City first, get rid of the remaining remnants of the Imperial Master's mansion, and then find a way to deal with this Snake Mother. If that doesn't work, we can only rely on the power of the Emperor to deal with these remnants. But I'm familiar with this set. Basically this process should be no problem. Big Brother is awesome. Xiaodao looked at Lin Bin with respect. I didn't expect that he would take one step and look 3 steps ahead and even consider all the details of the mission. That would not go smoothly. And she didn't know anything on her side, but he had already found out everything about the Snake Mother and the cooperation. But she also has her advantages, and she will never ask if she doesn't understand. Just complete the task assigned by the boss, and follow him to win. On the contrary, Yan Fei showed a hesitant look on her face, but after hesitating for a while, she still said, Brother Bin, Fei Yan thinks this is not a good idea. Oh, why? If we kill the national teacher, it will alert the enemy, especially since you, Brother Bin, have informed the fairy girl of our task before. She will go back and tell her master about it. Even if her master doesn't believe it at first, once she knows that everyone in the national teacher's mansion has been killed, she must know that her disciple did not lie. If she comes out to fight us to the death, it will be simple, but I'm afraid that she will hide in the dark and dare not show up at that time. Oh, Fei Yan, you have considered it more detailed than me. What do you think we should do? Why not act separately? Yan Fei suggested. Let's split into 2 groups. One to go to the national teacher's mansion to strangle the remnants, and the other to follow the girl now. Go hand in hand and complete the task together. Speaking of this, Yan Fei paused and said, Brother Bin, it is impossible that you have not considered this. According to Fian's guess, it is because you, Brother Bin, are worried about Fian or Mr. Xiaodao acting without you. You think that without you, our safety will be difficult to guarantee. But Fian is not the kind of woman you think, Brother Bin, who needs to rely on others to survive. Even if she acts alone, she can complete the task smoothly. Fian is your assistant, not a burden or concern. Lin Bin nodded and sighed. Maybe it's because my previous teammates were too unreliable, and I worried more unconsciously. Fian is very happy that Brother Bin is willing to worry about her. Xia Dao asked curiously, then how do we act separately? Who will be in a group with whom, and who will act alone? As for me, Xia Dao will be in a group with me. Lin Bin glanced at her and said, if you act with Fian, I suspect you will directly drag her down to the failure of the mission, and you may also make her the enemy of the whole world. Xia Dao pouted and complained, impossible. I feel like my luck has turned this time. Although I'm still unlucky, it's just some harmless bad luck. That's because I happen to have a luck item on me. Once your bad luck will hurt me, it will be neutralized by my item, so it will only be you who is unlucky, but I won't be hurt. Lin Bin dragged Xia Dao forward and said, and I need you to help me track Xiaobei's whereabouts. Let's go, Fian, remember to be careful. He saw it. Yan Fei was actually dissatisfied with him. She thought she could be independent, but he always tied her to his side, leaving her with no place to use her skills. She was unwilling to be a vase, so she proposed to act separately, wanting to use her actions to prove that she was capable enough to be his teammate. Of course, her proposal was actually correct. Acting at the same time is more conducive to completing the task. Maybe she was right. He really loves to worry too much. It might be better to let go appropriately. And Xiaobei sighed. She shuttled quickly in the water, and the wet environment was very suitable for her slender body to perform. Although the speed was fast, her mind was already in a mess. What the man said made sense. Is it true? Could it be? Could it be that the master had to send out some sacrifices regularly for the development of the tribe, to take into account the overall situation and the safety of the entire snake tribe? This is not impossible. Or is it that she was really blinded by greed and cooperated with the national teacher? In addition to 1,000 thoughts in her mind, she was more worried about the safety of the sister who grew up with her and practiced together. If it was really the latter, wouldn't she be in danger? She must go back as soon as possible and persuade Xia King to stay away from that place of trouble. The national teacher is dead, and most of the crises in the outside world have been eliminated. At present, the outside world is safer than the snake cave. In her anxiety, she did not notice that behind her, in the sky, two figures stood on a sword in front and behind, always following her. Xia Dao looked at the white shadow in the water and said worriedly, if that snake mother is really as problematic as you said, once Xiaobei goes back and knows her true identity, won't it be very dangerous? Lin Bin said casually, the mission comes first. She is unwilling to cooperate. Do we still have to worry about her safety? The protagonist of the plot. Just because she is the protagonist, she will be given special care? It's nonsense. You know, which secret realm doesn't have a protagonist? Does it mean that when you see these protagonists, you completely lose yourself and revolve around them? If the initial impression is not bad, you can help if you can, but if it goes against the mission, then there is no problem with completely ignoring or even being hostile. Since they, the reincarnations, have entered this world, then the protagonist of this world is no different from ordinary people. They, the reincarnations, are the protagonists. Chapter 248. Too bad it's too early. Xiaobei transformed into her original form and swam quickly towards the snake cave. At this time, her mind was already in a mess, so how could she notice that someone was following her? She was not stupid. She was even a little smart. It was a pity that she was not experienced enough in the world, so her smartness turned into stupidity. While walking along the way, she carefully thought about the past years of her life. She had never had such an idea before. But now, after a little guidance from Lin Bin, she found that there were too many things in her past life that could not stand up to scrutiny. She was not the first one to assassinate the national teacher. Obviously, everyone failed, but why did her master still happily send one after another, allowing the strength of their snake clan to be constantly weakened? Although she had tried to explain it from various angles, no matter which explanation, it was completely untenable. 3 hours later, she followed the lake into the river. The originally pure white snake body looked like a black shadow under the reflection of the water. In a flash, it had dived into the deepest part of the lake, crossed a deep mountain in the water, drilled out from the bottom, and then emerged. It was another world. A deep cave hidden in the underwater world was gloomy and terrifying, but it was the gloomy environment that snakes liked the most. Xiaobei had just appeared when she was hugged by someone, mixed with a familiar breath. A happy voice sounded in her ears, and she said in surprise, "Xiaobei, you are finally back. You went to assassinate the national teacher. I have been worried about you." Xiaobei saw this sister who had lived with him for many years, and his expression was also relaxed a lot, and then quickly turned solemn, pulling her to hide in the corner. Xiaoqing asked curiously, "What's wrong, Xiaobei?" Xiaobei said anxiously, "There's no time to explain so much, Xiaoqing. Remember, listen to me, you have to leave here quickly." Why? Don't ask. Go quickly. Remember, wait for me by the stream, where we usually practice. I will go over and meet you soon. No matter whether what that person said is true or false. If it is true, the snake mother will become very dangerous. Before, she had the national master suppressing her, and she still needed them to charge for her, but now the national master is dead. Who knows what kind of character the snake mother will become? If it is false, that person's boundless malice towards the snake mother must be true. With his strength that can easily kill the national master, the snake mother must not be his opponent. Xiaoqing will also be in danger if she continues to stay here. If the snake mother is really not what she thought, Xiaobei is willing to die to protect her, but she never wants her sisters to fall into the same situation as herself. Xiaoqing wanted to say something, but was directly pushed out by Xiaobei. She said anxiously, "Don't say anything, I still have to see the master. If there is anything, I will explain it to you in detail later." Xiaoqing was pushed out of the cave. She took a deep breath, tried to suppress her throbbing heart, and walked quickly to the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, snakes of the same kind can be seen everywhere. More, on the contrary, are half-human half-snake monsters. The snake clan did not have so many monsters, but the mother snake passed down a very simple and easy to practice technique, so that those snakes with poor qualifications can also successfully practice and open their spiritual wisdom. However, because of their poor qualifications, this has also led to the current good and bad of the snake clan. Those with high talents, such as Xiaobei and Xiaoqing, have already transformed into human form, but those with poor talents will never be able to open their spiritual wisdom in this life. But obtaining the technique and forcibly opening their spiritual wisdom may not be a good thing. If you can't cultivate into a human body or a monster, you can only maintain this kind of neither human nor snake appearance. Because of this, the minds of these monsters have long been twisted beyond recognition. Seeing Xiaobei, who was ordered to assassinate the national teacher, return, they were surprised, but also had some regrets. It seemed that they were very sorry that she didn't die there. And she came to the deepest part of the cave and saw the snake mother. "Xiaobei, are you okay?" The snake mother has a slender figure with a protruding front and a curved back. It seems that she should be an enchanting beauty, but unfortunately her expression is too gloomy, which also caused her face to lose the beauty of a woman, and instead looked more like a sinister woman who was always calculating something. Seeing Xiaobei return safely, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she quickly recovered and said with relief, "It doesn't matter if you fail. From the beginning I didn't think that the assassination of the national master could succeed. His strength is too strong. Your safe return is the greatest joy. Xiaobei, the national master is dead. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you are still alive." "Wait, what did you say?" The snake mother was stunned and looked at Xiaobei in shock. Xiaobei answered truthfully, "My disciple failed to assassinate the national teacher and fled with serious injuries, but was picked up by a mysterious person. When I regained consciousness, I found that the national teacher had been chopped by the sword of that person, and all the disciples he brought with him also died tragically by the Kang River. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to check. The body should still be there." "Mysterious person? What mysterious person?" The snake mother stared at Xiaobei and asked, "Did you witness the death of the national teacher with your own eyes?" "Yes." Xiaobei knelt on one knee and said, my disciple was unconscious at the time, and the hairpin given by the master was taken away by that person. It doesn't matter. If the national teacher is really dead, it doesn't matter whether the hairpin is there or not. The snake mother called out, Changpan. Disciple is here. A gloomy man with a strong figure, half man and half snake answered. Go check and see if the national teacher is dead. Yes. Changpan turned around and swam away. The snake mother said softly, Xiaobei, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this matter is of great importance and I must confirm it again. Disciple understands. For some other reasons, Xiaobei did not tell the snake mother about the other exchanges between her and Linbin. Half an hour later, Changpan came back with an extremely excited look on his face. He said in surprise, Master, great joy, that national teacher is really dead. Oh. So, the national teacher who suppressed me for so many years is really dead. The snake mother's eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy, and she raised her head and laughed. Great. Finally God will not let me go. God will not let me go. Changpan also laughed and said, congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master. He has been with the snake mother for the longest time. Although he is not qualified, he has the highest qualifications, so he is also truly thinking about her. Now that he knows about this, he is also really happy for the snake mother. He said happily, we, the snake clan, can finally live a peaceful life. The snake mother laughed and said, yes, a peaceful life, but not for our snake clan. After that, she raised her hand and pinched Tokiwa's neck. Tokiwa's face suddenly changed. Xiaobei screamed, Master. The snake mother laughed. Hehe, the national master has put pressure on me so badly. Before the national master was still here, I still needed you to shield me from danger, but now the national master is gone. Who are you to say we are? She squeezed hard. Tokiwa screamed, and his sturdy body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was forcibly transformed into the snake body before. And the cultivation he had cultivated for many years was absorbed by the snake mother. Hehe, sharing and sharing, all things return to the source. What do you think I taught you the skills for? Do you really think I'm kind-hearted? The snake mother grinned at Xiaobei. Xiaobei was shocked and said, You actually have an ulterior motive? It was just a shallow test. Not revealing Linbin's existence meant that the death of the national teacher had left the snake mother with no restrictions. If she really had an ulterior motive, she would definitely explode after losing the national teacher. If she really cared about the snake clan at that time, she would tell the matter without hesitation. But who knew that, after confirming the news of the national teacher's death, this person would not be willing to endure for a moment. Come on, Xiaobei. It's better to give me your years of practice than to be sucked away by the national teacher. The snake mother laughed and said, your pure magic power is what the master is most optimistic about. If it weren't for the fact that the national teacher's requirements were getting higher and higher, and no one in the entire snake clan could satisfy his appetite except you, I would not be willing to give you to him. You are still alive. Fortunately. Her palm was filled with enchanting golden light, condensed into a cobra's head. The snake's mouth opened wide, aimed at Xiaobei. Suddenly a strong suction force came. Xiaobei's face changed in shock, and he desperately rooted his feet to the ground, but he couldn't control his body from being sucked in by her. Sister, be careful. Suddenly, a worried cry came from a distance. A green snake tail rushed directly into the suction, wrapped around Xiaobei's waist, and forcibly pulled her out. It was Xiaoking who should have followed Xiaobei's instructions, and turned back to rescue Xiaobei. Hehe, escape. Can you escape? The snake mother laughed grimly. These two snake demons never sucked human blood, but they had superb cultivation. They could be said to be a rare delicacy in the entire snake clan. Absorbing their cultivation would not have any disadvantages for her, but would greatly improve her strength. Other demonic energy could be swallowed whole, but these two alone had to be tasted carefully. Come back. The snake mother aimed both of her hands at the two girls at the same time. The two sisters Xiaobei and Xiaoking, who had finally escaped, and were trying to escape, both looked extremely ugly. Unfortunately, in the plot, Xiaobei was able to confront and fight with the Snake Mother because she absorbed the cultivation of the National Master's disciples, and the skills that the National Master taught his disciples were naturally better than the skills he taught the Snake Mother. But now, the plot has been completely cut off by Lin Bin before it even begins. Because the two teammates around him are participating in the promotion, he doesn't want to cultivate deeply in this world at all. Of course, it is not worth it for him to cultivate deeply at this time. Taiyin Sutra. It's just an evil way. When Fahey is born, he can seek his skills at that time. But now, completing the task comes first. This also caused Xiaobei and the other two to face the Snake Mother without any ability to fight back. A moment later, she had them strangled by the throat with one hand each. Ha 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 ha. Contribute your cultivation to me. The Snake Mother laughed. The demonic energy around them became more and more abundant and strong. Xiaobei and King, who had been struggling in pain before, were full of pain, but they could not resist the suppression from the Snake Mother. After a while, they were forcibly strangled to death and turned into two small snakes, one blue and one white, falling to the ground helplessly. Come on, come on. The Snake Mother laughed and said, you are really the best elixir for my cultivation. Give it back to me. With her sharp and high-pitched scream, the increasingly powerful demonic energy instantly spread to all directions of the cave. Wherever it passed, it was like a magnet with suction, forcibly controlling all demons. In the cave, thousands of snake demons lurking in the cave could not avoid it. At the same time, they were attracted by this demonic energy. What's going on? My demonic energy is out of control. It's Master's demonic energy. What is she doing? Help. My demonic energy is leaking. All the demons were panicked, and the cave was filled with the screams of the snakes. But now the Snake Mother had no more restrictions, and she attacked ruthlessly. The demonic energy cultivated by these demons was really insignificant, and even against some well-trained warriors, it was difficult to gain the upper hand. But when added together, it was much deeper than the cultivation of the Snake Mother. That is to say, they were of the same origin. Otherwise, the Snake Mother would have been blown up at the first time. Whether it was blown up or not was a matter of fate. The Snake Mother's face showed an intoxicated look. This rapid growth of cultivation. She laughed wildly. Waves of demonic power from hard work were continuously absorbed into her body. After half an incense stick, in the huge cave, except for the Snake Mother, there was no one standing. Only the Snake Mother. At this time, the momentum around her was no longer the same as before, like a deep abyss and a prison, with boundless deterrence. Even compared to the previous national teacher, it was no less than that. You can go anywhere in the world. This life of hiding in this gloomy ditch is finally coming to an end. She laughed softly a few times, stretched out her hand, and transformed into a demonic giant snake, soaring into the sky, and directly blasted a deep passage in the heavy mountain. The Snake Mother rushed towards the sky. The national teacher was dead, and she was the only practitioner of Taiyin Sutra. Who else in this world should she worry about? Rushing out of the sky, the sun, which had not been seen for a long time, was a little scorching, and even the skin was slightly stinging. This is the world under the sun. So many weapons, it's so comfortable to look at. Weapons? The Snake Mother's pupils suddenly shrank. She stared at the several magical weapons surrounding her, shuttling back and forth, trapping her tightly in them. At this time, above her head, a figure with a smile on his face said, "It looks like the momentum is pretty good. The national teacher didn't cooperate with me before, so I couldn't form a sword formation. Now I can use you to test the power of my Xiangang Bidao formation." Snake Mother. She suddenly remembered what Xiaobei said before. A young man took the national teacher's life. Oops, she was so excited about the death of the national teacher that she forgot to ask about the young man's background. Snake Mother suddenly realized that it was too early for her to say that the world could be gone. Chapter 249, Pig's Rush. Boom. On the boundless blue lake, a huge wave suddenly rose up, like a surging sea. A huge black snake with horns and scales all over its body fell from the sky. It should have landed with great power, but now it was in a mess. It fell fiercely into the lake, and behind it were several sharp sword lights. The sword energy was vast and magnificent, brilliant and splendid. The cultivation system of this snake mother seemed to be the same as that of the national teacher, but the subtle changes were far from comparable. Because of this, when facing the national teacher, although Lin Bin had an absolute advantage, the national teacher was not without the ability to fight back. At least, he could see that the 8 swords of the King of You must contain a very mysterious and magical sword formation, and once the formation was formed, he would be dead. Therefore, he tried his best, even if he died, to prevent Lin Bin's Xiangang Bidao formation from being formed. From this point of view, it can be seen that his strength is not necessarily inferior to Lin Bin. It is just that he practices unorthodox methods. When he encounters an orthodox Zuanman like Lin Bin, he is naturally restrained. But the snake mother is different. After absorbing the power of many snake monsters, her absolute strength may not be inferior to that of the national teacher, but she is very powerful. Lin Bin easily formed the 7 swords into a formation and trapped the snake mother in it. This can be regarded as the strongest conventional method that Lin Bin can show at present. It can also be regarded as letting the snake mother understand what it means that there are always people outside the sky and people outside the people. No matter how light and agile she is as a human body, or how aggressive she is as a snake body, she can never escape the restrictions of the formation. The 7 swords formed a formation without the restrictions of the human body. I'm afraid that even Wang Changgang, who had imagined this formation before, did not expect that the Xiangang Bidao formation could show such a powerful power. Facing the snake mother, whose strength is not inferior to that of the national teacher, she was chopped to blood by the sword energy in just a few breaths. If it were not for the amazing toughness of her demon body, I'm afraid she would have died. Okay. Let's continue. Lin Bin stepped on the long sword, controlled 7 magic weapons, and descended from the sky, rushing straight towards the snake mother. Although the snake mother has turned into her original form at this time, the sadness in her eyes is visible to the naked eye. She is really about to cry. She has been cautious all her life. After being oppressed by the National Master for so many years, now she finally knows that the National Master is dead, and she is full of pride and absorbs all the skills of all the disciples into herself. But before she has time to stretch her bones, she was grabbed and beaten so hard. And she can see the only reason why she can survive until now is not because she is so thick-skinned, but because the other party wants to use her to practice swordsmanship. This person is so strong that he is probably even stronger than the National Master. I admit defeat. I'm willing to be the Immortal's mount, driven day and night, and I dare not disobey you in the slightest. I only ask you to spare my life. She was unwilling and indignant, but in the end she only begged for mercy helplessly. But the opponent's sword did not stop even for a moment because of her begging for mercy. Kai kai kai. Several sharp sounds. The huge snake body was directly pierced by the sharp sword, and her vital points were nailed to the ground. Lin Bin fell from the sky, with a look of unsatisfied expression on his face, and sighed. That's it? The snake mother is indeed strong. Theoretically, even if she is a boss level figure in the killing level secret realm, she can fight with him. Even if she loses, the gap between the two sides will never be too big. But with the blessing of the essence of the evil emperor's relic, Lin Bin can now truly achieve the 7-sword combination. Although the power of the formation he cast by himself was not as strong as the lethality of 7 saint level reincarnationists casting this formation together, it was far superior in terms of dexterity and changes. Once cast, the power of the formation made the snake mother almost completely unable to fight back. Seeing that the snake mother had almost lost all her fighting spirit, after being beaten, Lin Bin no longer hesitated, and cut through with his sword. With a few sharp sounds, the tough and almost indestructible huge snake body was directly forcibly cut into sections by him. Lin Bin slowly fell from the sky, looking at the huge snake head on the ground that was gradually losing its spirit. The Bible of the Dead heated up slightly again, and it was obvious that the snake mother had been absorbed into the secret realm. Lin Bin was not surprised. With his current strength, the snake mother was not even in the top 3 among the many enemies he had encountered. In addition, his combat power had increased significantly. In the killing level secret realm, there were probably very few enemies who could match him alone. Nightmare level? Bin suddenly thought of the Black Mountain old demon who was still on the run, and then shook his head, wiping away the slight impulse in his heart. Lilei had said before that the gap between the state defending level and the saint level was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and he really couldn't afford to fight against such a strong enemy. Is it over? Xiaodao, who had been hiding in the distance, quietly came over. Her eyes curiously swept over the river water that was almost dyed blood red, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "This old witch shouldn't be resurrected, right? Bin, why do you ask that?" "Because it's very strange. There was no accident at all, and the battle was not interrupted by anyone." Xiaodao gestured with joy. "The boss has taught me a lot about this. Either someone suddenly broke into a battle of equal strength, or the defeated enemy suddenly burst into a second stage transformation because of a certain sentence, or the dead enemy simply left some tricks." She was obviously traumatized by the beating, and she was even more wary of the snake mother's corpse than when she was alive. Therefore, it was a bit unbelievable that this sudden success was a bit. "Don't worry, the dead can't die anymore. Next, when Fian completes the task, we should be able to return." Bin nodded with satisfaction. This time, the secret realm seemed to be going smoothly, but it was completely relying on his strength to force his way through, and gave up all the side plots. He went straight to the point, right after he came in. Although it was a bit of a pity. But after all, it involved the promotion of Yanfei and Xiaodao, so it was better not to create any extra branches. Especially using the snake mother to absorb the power of all the snakes. This was the most critical node for him to successfully complete the task. You know, the cultivation method of the snake mother actually came from the national teacher, and the snakes all inherited the skills of the snake mother. They were like a pyramid scheme, with upper and lower lines. Theoretically, even Xiaobei and the others could actually be considered the national teacher's lineage. This was also the reason why Bin waited until the snake mother's climate was fully developed before taking action. If he killed so many snakes alone, it would really be endless. If he was not careful, these snakes would escape, and it would add countless troubles. It would be better to let the snake mother squeeze them dry. Then he squeezed the snake mother dry. After absorbing the cultivation of these snake monsters, the meat of the snake mother must be more nutritious, and he would take it back and stew it with the centipede meat of Sehenpudu. It will definitely be of great benefit to cultivation at that time. At that moment, he began to collect the flesh and blood of the snake mother. The storage function of the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night is too limited. Therefore, he can only pick the essence. Xiaodao was obviously not interested in these things. I don't know where she hid. Not long after, she came over with 2 snakes in her hands. "Boss, is this the girl in white just now?" Xiaodao didn't mind the slippery body of snakes, or the crystal body of the white snake. It was not like the black snake that I saw at the beginning, which gave people a sticky and disgusting feeling. Instead, it felt like cold jade in the hand, and the touch was excellent. The same was true for the green snake entangled with her. At this time, Xiaodao held the 2 snakes inside. "Look at this weak appearance. Was it also sucked dry by the snake mother just now? It's so pitiful. If you follow the advice of the boss, you won't have such a disaster today." The white snake raised its head weakly, but found that even this tiny movement was extremely difficult. Xiaodao asked curiously, "Boss, what should we do with them? Should we leave them here?" Hearing this, Bin showed a thoughtful look on his face. Although there were a few more of them, their fate actually did not change much, except that they did not encounter the previous life of Zuzan. Their cultivation was abolished, but if the plot continued normally, their cultivation would not escape the fate of being abolished. If left alone, the 2 sisters would practice hard in seclusion, and they should be able to achieve the right result after hundreds of years. No, after him, there should be countless reincarnations coming to this world. Once the 2 of them are involved in the mission again, who knows what will happen to them, and if they are brought with them. The white snake is extremely talented, and the green snake is tough. They are both good helpers. You 2 should understand what I'm saying, right? Bin asked. "You can choose for yourself. Do you want to leave with me, and I'll teach you the orthodox cultivation methods of Zuanman, or do you want to stay here and continue to depend on each other as sisters?" As soon as the words fell, the green snake wrapped itself around the white snake's neck weakly, as if it would go wherever she went. The white snake seemed to be stimulated by the 4 words Zuenman orthodoxy. She didn't know that what she had practiced before was actually the mother-child method, which was the most evil of the evils, and was not orthodox at all. She looked up at Linbean weakly, stretched out her tongue, and licked Linbean's fingers gently. Okay, then I'll take you away. Linbean took the 2 snakes from Xiaodao's hands. Xiaodao said dissatisfiedly, why do you raise them instead of me? She didn't like snakes, but this little white snake was really beautiful, and the green snake was also very cool. In summer, you don't even need to turn on the air conditioner to sleep with it in your arms. It saves a lot of electricity. Linbean, because girls can't keep snakes, it's bad for the body, not to mention there are 2 of them, you won't be able to bear it. Xiaodao asked curiously, why is it bad for the body? Don't understand? Then don't understand. Good children shouldn't understand these things. Linbean casually put the 2 intertwined little snakes into his pocket and said, I still have some things to deal with here. Later, I will formally teach you the authentic Taoism of Zuenman, but your cultivation has been abolished, so you may need to start over. It's okay, take your time. Are we going to meet up with Miss Yanfei now? No, she should be fine by herself. Let's find a place to rest and wait for her good news. Linbean knew that Yanfei had separated on purpose to prove her ability to him, and she was able to hunt down the 6-fingered black hero of the Mohist school who was as powerful as herself. She was not as soft and easy to bully as she looked. At that moment, the 2 of them specially found a clean place. This was not easy. Perhaps the snake mother still had a trace of kindness, or perhaps she did not have the ability. Anyway, the snakes whose cultivation she absorbed were not dead, but they lost all their strength and turned back into ordinary snakes. So many snakes fled out in a swarm, and there were snake shadows everywhere. The 2 walked for a long time before they found a quiet place. Linbean did not delay and described the Zuenman Zhengfa he had obtained from Nizaokian in detail word by word. Xiaodao was originally listening with interest, but after listening to the tongue-twisting and cumbersome words, her head hurt. After listening for a while, finally, she simply turned on the recorder and recorded it, intending to study it carefully when she got home. Linbean let her go. Why was the secret realm so smooth this time? Although there was no actual detection, Linbean guessed that it might still be related to the Heshibi. In the real world, the unlucky scorecard is just unlucky, and it is just some aspects of daily life. The Heshibi naturally would not give any reaction. But once he enters the secret realm, if he is unlucky, it will endanger Linbean's life. In a sense, this can be regarded as an invasion of evil spirits. Heshibi will never allow it. In other words, if the little girl Xiaodao enters the secret realm, she should be a bad star that others should avoid. But for him, Linbean, she is a powerful teammate holding an S-level prop, and she can play her role more at critical moments. Linbean plans to go back and discuss with President Bei to see if he can get her S.M team. No, S team needs such talents. He originally planned to make good friends with her, so he naturally didn't care about the little girl's blatant stealing. But seeing that President Bei protected her like his own daughter, Linbean felt that the difficulty might be a bit high. Xiaodao didn't understand the mysterious formula, but from the mouths of the white snake and the green snake, every word was like the sound of nature. The technique Yan Shiksha practiced was not very advanced. After all, he had not achieved anything famous. But it was definitely not something common either. He could easily practice to the point where he could fight against a 1,000-year-old demon without losing in just a few decades. This technique was definitely more powerful than the Taiyin Sutra. In comparison, Xiao Bei and Xiao King, who practiced only the subproduct of the Taiyin Sutra, were like gluttons seeing a peerless delicacy when they suddenly saw this authentic technique of Zuenman. They were all fascinated by it and slowly poked their heads out of Linbean's trouser pockets. After he finished speaking, Linbean said, "This technique is not very advanced at the moment, but you don't have to worry too much. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to obtain the real method of cultivating immortals soon. No matter what I get, I will share it with you two sisters, but correspondingly, you two also need to use it for me, understand?" The green snake slowly retracted its head. On the contrary, Xiao Bei licked Linbean's palm affectionately again. After this disaster, she finally realized that this Abin was really a good person, and this action seemed to have regained her snake instincts. After losing her human body, Bean didn't care and also sat cross-legged to practice the secret of immortality. The appearance of the world of origin was a wake-up call for him. The immortal cultivation method he had been looking forward to was finally coming. Before that, he had to make full preparations, such as practicing the secret of immortality to the maximum level. Chapter 250. It's not good to worry your family. Yan Fen's ability is indeed excellent, especially in order to match Bean's attention. She also knows her own shortcomings. In the Kinshi secret realm, with her strength, she can easily sit firmly in the first echelon, and it is not impossible to strive for the top 3 with an effort. But as an alien, without the assistance of those magical props, her strength is obviously much more monotonous. In this world, where the level of military power is slightly higher than that of the Kinshi secret realm, it is relatively stretched. Fortunately, her foundation is still quite solid. Therefore, Bean did not have to wait too long. Only 2 days later, Bean heard the prompt from the reincarnation table. Secret realm mission. Kill the national master's lineage. Completion reward. 3000 reincarnation points. B-level merit x1. Task time limit, 7 days, failure penalty. 2000 reincarnation points. Task completed, do you want to clear and return? Bean nodded with satisfaction and praised, it seems that Fian did a good job. You know, in fact, the tasks on both sides are not easy. The reason why the Qin dynasty's secret realm was able to destroy Luoyang's existence last time was entirely due to the power of the King of Qin. Although this mission is far less demanding than the Qin dynasty's secret realm, it is similar in a sense. Bean was able to destroy the Snake Clan so smoothly because he knew that, as long as he was willing to slow down, the Snake Mother would do everything for him. But Yan Fei, facing the same situation as Bean, the difficulty may even be higher. After all, since the national teacher is the national teacher, who knows whether the current king of a country has practiced the exercises? If there is, how widely spread? These are all issues that need to be investigated. In fact, even if Yan Fei is 2 or 3 days later, Bean will admire her ability. She can adapt to the difficult tasks in the secret realm so quickly. But I didn't expect that she would give Bean a surprise. Bean chose to return directly. Secret realm mission. Kill the national teacher's lineage. Completion reward. 3000 reincarnation points. B-level merit x1. Task time limit, 7 days failure penalty. 2000 reincarnation points. Task completed. Contribution clearing in progress. Secret realm mission evaluation. A. You have completed the mission issued to you by the reincarnation space excellently, and you will receive 150% of the mission reward. Task reward. Obtain B-level merit x1, C-level merit x1, D-level merit x1. Reincarnation points x 4500 points. The mission reward is only A, but this was not beyond Bean's expectations. As the mission evaluation said, he completed the mission issued to him by the reincarnation space excellently, but he only completed the mission and did not dig into it in any depth. It's a pity that in the early days of the world of the White Snake origin, it might only be able to reach the low level of the killing level. When Fahey was born, Buddhism flourished. Shura city came into being. By then, the difficulty of this secret realm will at least be able to rise to the top level of the killing level, and it may even reach the nightmare level. But this has little to do with Bean. There are no treasures worth obtaining in the secret realm of the origin era. The only thing that caught Bean's eye is probably the 2 lucky heroines, Xiaobei and Xiaoqing. As for the subsequent development of this world, after losing the 2 heroines, that is not Bean's business. Anyway, with the arrival of the reincarnation, even the protagonists will become no different from ordinary people. Let's go, let's return. Bean looked at Xiaodao and said. Then, that. Xiaodao opened her lovely starry eyes and looked at Bean with longing. She asked, boss, you think my performance is actually okay, right? In this case, can I still practice with you in the future? Although it seems unreliable, Xiaodao is actually quite sensible. She did not insist on letting Bean show his S-level prop fairly, just because she showed her S-level prop. but she also understood that it was definitely not a coincidence that this secret realm experience could go so smoothly. It must be that the person opposite who claimed to have S-luck neutralized her little F in a sense. The S-level item held by the other party is the nemesis of her bad luck scorecard. Because of this, just like Linbin is plotting against her, isn't she also plotting against Linbin? If she can train with him, wouldn't she be able to completely eliminate the side effects of her S-level item? Of course, I have also cooperated with many technology enhancers, but this is the first time I have seen someone as good as you. Linbin said this sincerely. You know, this little girl named Xiaodao is quite tough, as she can have a bad luck scorecard and become a saint-level reincarnationist in such a short time. And in a sense, if he defeats Lei Jun, then for this little girl named Xiaodao, he will be lucky. That's good. If there is a chance in the future, we can continue to cooperate. Well, happy cooperation. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. That was called a passionate love affair. A moment later, they all chose to return. Through the cracks in the secret realm, they returned directly to the real world. The first thing Linbin did when he returned to the real world was to urgently touch his trouser pockets. Then he confirmed that, after losing their human bodies, neither Xiaobei nor Xiaoking were judged as humans by the reincarnation space, but should exist like pets. This also led to the birth of no new entrances and exits in this secret realm, and they completely followed his footsteps and returned to this world together. Not long after the two returned, Yan Fei also walked out of the brand new passage. After 2 consecutive days of long journeys and painstaking planning, her face looked a little more haggard than when they separated 2 days ago, and even had some mud on her face. Seeing Linbin, she showed a tired smile and said, "Brother Bin, Fian has completed your request, and finally did not disappoint you. Well done." Linbin praised. The 3 of them first conducted a routine examination to confirm that they did not suffer any physical injuries in this secret realm. After discussing with Yan Fei, Linbin understood. It turned out that sending Yan Fei to Chang'an this time was really an extremely wise decision. It turns out that the national teacher is known as the reincarnation of the crane fairy. To put it bluntly, he is actually a wild crane that has cultivated into a spirit, and wild cranes originally feed on snakes, which is why he is obsessed with snake spirits. But it is precisely because of his improper identity that, in order to prevent him from being exposed by a true cultivator in the future, he has taught his skills to almost all the civil and military officials in the court, wanting to drag all of them down with him. In this way, even if he encounters a target from a Taoist in the future, all the civil and military officials in the court will become his backers. Fortunately, the Yin Yang family has a spell for brain thinking, which can make people forget some important things. Yan Fei chuckled and said, Fei Yang first controlled the emperor of the dynasty with the means of the Yin Yang family, making him forget all the skills, and then summoned all the civil and military officials who practiced the skills into the palace in the name of the emperor, and abolished all their skills with the Yin Yang family spell method, and then made them completely forget everything about cultivation. Abolished all their cultivation, and then forgot the skills, which is almost the same as never practicing. She sighed. There is no way. There are too many people. If they are all killed, I'm afraid that it will cause chaos in the world. Fei Yan can only use this method. I thought there might be some problems, but I didn't expect that the reincarnation space would also recognize Fei Yan's approach. It's an understatement. But whether it is Linbin or Xiaodao, they can obviously understand how much effort she has put in to complete such a difficult task in just 2 or 3 days. Fortunately, I teamed up with the boss and sister Yan Fei. Xiaodao lamented, if it were me, I might have to use a cannon to plow through the entire secret realm in order to complete the task. Anyway, this time the promotion secret realm was finally successfully passed. Yan Fei breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, I'm sorry to have implicated you, Brother Bin. In the past, you basically ended up with an S-level evaluation, but this time you only got an A level. Fian is really ashamed of her guilt. I didn't care about this much. Linbin smiled and said, don't forget, I got an A before, and I'm not the kind of person with obsessive compulsive disorder who has to have a row of S's neatly arranged. Yan Fei asked, then what should we do next? First go back to the Reincarnation Association, register, and then you can officially become a saint level reincarnationist. Linbin smiled and said, congratulations, the treatment of a saint level reincarnationist is much better than that of an extraordinary reincarnationist. At least, even if you do nothing every month, the subsidy income is more than 3 times that of an extraordinary reincarnationist, and as you become a saint level reincarnationist, Jua will also enjoy the same welfare benefits as an extraordinary reincarnationist. Really? That's great. Yan Fei smiled sincerely when she heard that she could still bless her daughter. Let's go to the reincarnation space. The car was not here, so Linbin asked the staff of the Reincarnation Space Association to take them back in a special car. Then, as expected, the car broke down again halfway. Obviously, there would be no life-threatening crisis in the real world. So Linbin's Ishibi no longer worked. Watching the driver apologize to the 3 people one after another, and then quickly went down to fix the tire. Linbin sighed and said, forget it, let's fly back on the sword, so as not to cause trouble to the staff. Actually, I wanted to ask this when I came here. Xiaodao asked curiously, boss, if you hit a plane while flying the sword. Shut up. Half an hour later, the 3 of them were covered in mud and dust and rushed to the Samsara Association. Even though Linbin had deliberately lowered his altitude and tried to avoid Wu Yadao's crow mouth. As a result, he avoided the flight path of the passenger plane, but almost collided with a helicopter. It was because Linbin reacted quickly, otherwise he would not be injured in the secret realm, but he might be hit by the propeller of the helicopter in the real world. When handling the formalities, Xiaodao still bowed to Linbin with a guilty face and apologized. Sorry, boss, it's all my fault. Why don't you beat me up? If it weren't for me, your car wouldn't have broken down, and you wouldn't have almost hit the plane on the empty road. It's all my fault. She was really afraid that Linbin would not want to take her to play in the secret realm in the future. However, the staff who were stamping the documents rolled their eyes at the continuous apologies. They thought that the car breakdown could be blamed on a little girl. How shameless. Linbin could only touch her head helplessly and said with a smile, it's okay. You are not even injured. Don't worry, I'm not as petty as you think. After completing all the formalities, the previous extraordinary level of Yanfei and Xiaodao on the reincarnation table was upgraded to the first level of the saint, and Linbin's data also improved significantly. Reincarnator, Abin, level, sainthood, qualifications, killing level secret realm independent clearance experience x3, rating, SX3, Ax2, adventure level secret realm clearance experience x4, rating, SX4, the first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merits, B level merits x4, C level merits x3, reincarnation points. 18,100 reincarnation points. At this rate, he will soon be able to take the assessment of a nation guarding reincarnator. But for now, he still needs to settle down in the sainthood level for a while. Boss, I have to go find our boss first to report my safety and tell her the good news. Xiaodao looked at Linbin reluctantly, as if she was looking at a lover who had been entangled for 7 lifetimes. You must come to see our boss. Don't worry, I will go. After Linbin made repeated assurances, Xiaodao looked back every few steps and left reluctantly. Watch her leave. Yan Fei hesitated for a moment and asked softly, this training will end much sooner than Fei Yan expected. Brother Bin, should we go home too? Go home? What home? Linbin glanced at the disheveled Yan Fei and said, we are going home covered in mud. Who knows if they will be worried? Didn't you also say that this training will end earlier than expected? Even if we go back 1, 2, 3 days later, it shouldn't matter. At least we should wash ourselves clean before going back, right? That makes sense. If we go back like this, Jua will definitely misunderstand whether we are injured. Well, don't you bring your ID card? Let's go and find a quiet hotel. I'll help you wash yourself clean. Yes, then, thank you for your trouble, Brother Bin. You understand my ill intentions, and I understand your pretentiousness. The 2 adults who didn't need to say anything quickly understood each other's thoughts. At that moment, Linbin pulled Yan Fei with a serious face and went to find a place to take a shower. It's not good to let the family worry. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.